Thank you for standing, folks. Please be seated.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record. All parties, counsel, members of our jury are present. Good morning to all of you. One thing I want to kind of apprise you of right now, due to a scheduling issue that came up after we adjourned yesterday, Tuesday we will not reconvene until 1:30 that afternoon. So there will not be any jury, no trial on Tuesday morning. So we need to have you back in your jury room, ready to go at 1:30 on Tuesday afternoon. All right. Sure.
One second.
Bringing that to my attention. Actually, it's just the other way around. We will have trial on Tuesday morning only, up to noon, and then you'll be released for the afternoon. All right? Okay. Prosecution ready?
Yes, sir.
If you'd call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Larry Zarnicki.
Swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
Yes. This way, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Lawrence Zarnicki, L-A-W-R-E-N-C-E. Zarnicki is C-Z-A-R-N-E-C-K-I.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Coconino County Health Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the medical examiner for Coconino County.
How long have you been so employed?
Since late 2005, so about 11 years.
Please give the jury an explanation of your education and training that qualifies you to be a medical examiner.
Okay, I went to medical school at Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine from 1992 to 1996. I then did a 5-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at St. Joseph's Hospital and Medical Center in Phoenix. I then became board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology after the 5-year residency. Then I did a 1-year specialty training from 2000 to 2001 in Albuquerque, New Mexico at University of New Mexico. I then became board certified in forensic pathology, and I've practiced as a medical examiner since then.
Can you give the jury a brief understanding of what a medical examiner does?
Basically, my job is determining cause and manner of death in any sort of deaths that are unexplained. So in other words, death not under the care of a physician. And basically my job is to possibly perform a postmortem examination if needed in those cases, document injuries, document patterns, whatnot, and come up with an opinion as to what the cause of death is, such as myocardial infarction due to hypertensive disease, stab wound of chest, those kind of things. And then I also determine a manner of death, which can be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Doctor, did you do a autopsy related to this case?
Yes.
When was that done?
October of 2015.
Do you recall the name of the victim upon whom you did the autopsy?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Colin Bro.
Did you write a report?
I did.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as exhibit number 20. It's got kind of a tab page on there. Feel free to take that off if it's easier for you.
Yes, this is my autopsy report that I generated after doing the exam and then taking some time to look at ancillary tests such as toxicology.
Doctor, you when you write a report, you break it down into a number of sections. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the first section, or at least the first page, indicates the pathological diagnosis. Is that correct?
Yes, this is kind of the summary of my findings.
So, okay, so a summary of your findings. So let's talk about the subsequent sections leading up to your pathological diagnosis, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the external examination that you conducted with Mr. Brew.
Okay.
What is the initiation of that external examination, or how do you begin?
Basically, the decedent will arrive in a sealed body bag, and we will take photos during this whole process. We photo the seal, then we break the seal, and then we do sequential photographs. So we'll photograph the decedent as he comes in. Might have clothing on, might have medical therapy, those kind of things. I will then document medical therapy and clothing. We'll then remove that stuff. I'll then look at identifying marks and scars, any tattoos, things like that, because identification is very important in my business. Then I will start honing in on any injuries on the body. Then we're going to clean the body off. Again, document those external injuries, look closely at those, and that is pretty much where the external exam would conclude.
All right, and with regards to Mr. Brew, did you make an initial evaluation of his development and health?
Yes.
And fair to say he was a well-developed, healthy young man?
That is correct.
There are also generalized measurements taken in terms of height and weight, is that correct? Or length and weight, is that fair?
Yes.
All right.
With that, now everything I explained to you guys with regards to direction and whatnot is all with the body in anatomical position. So can I stand up and show them what that would be?
With
Go ahead.
legal
So anatomical position is like this, with the thumbs out, the palms forward. So any sort of measurements I take are going to be like this. And the decedent is on a flat table such as this. And there may be the presence of things like stiffening and whatnot. So these are general measurements.
All right. And how, I guess, I hesitate to say height. What did you find in terms of the length of Mr. Brew? anatomical position?
Our estimate was 67.5 inches.
And how about the weight?
The approximate weight was 159 pounds.
I'm going to ask you about one piece of clothing, Doctor, the clothing covering the upper part of Mr. Brew's body. Can you describe that for the jury? If you recall.
Yeah, I'm just, let me just. So, clothing included 2 shoes, 2 socks, pants, a belt, underwear, and then a white long-sleeved T-shirt.
All right. And you also made observations of recent medical intervention, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just, that was electrocardiographs, is that, or pads, is that correct?
Yes, electrocardiograph pads.
And what are those?
Just to monitor heart activity or to try to find out if there indeed is heart activity.
You indicated that you took photos throughout this process of the autopsy, is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you a series of, well, is it fair to say that you also took some x-rays?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. I'm going to try to put these in numerical order. They've been marked as exhibits 110, 113,
Should be 120, I think, is the next.
120, 130, 131, 132, 135, 301, 302, 357, and 358. Doctor, I'll ask you to look at those to yourself. Look up at me.
Let's see. Thanks.
Look up at me when you've had time to review those.
Okay.
Doctor, do those accurately represent observations that you made and photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsy in this matter,
Yes.
as well as 2 X-rays?
Yes.
All right. So let's go back to your report and talk about the various sections. So fair to say that one section is an evaluation of the head and neck area. Is that correct?
Under the section of injury, yes, I break it down, and the first section is head and neck.
All right. And did you observe injury to the head or neck area that you noted in your report?
Yes.
Fair to say that included abrasions around the face area?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's leading the witness.
Sustained.
Can you describe the observations of recent or fresh injury that you observed?
Yes. There were a couple of abrasions on the forehead, fresh abrasions. On the front of the lower lip, there was a small 1/4 inch red abrasion with an adjacent 1/8 inch red abrasion on the mucosa. Okay. On the front of the chin, there were scattered red abrasions measuring up to 5/16 inch, so somewhere around 1/4 of an inch. On the right temple, there was a 5/8 inch yellow-brown contusion, so yellow-brown meaning not so fresh. On the right mandibular region, which is the right side of the jaw, there was a 1/4 inch yellow-brown contusion, so again, not fresh. On the left temple, sort of near the eye, was a 2 inch yellow-brown contusion with a 1/4 inch overlying area of purple contusion. So again, that may represent not so fresh of a bruise. And when I say contusion, I mean bruise. When I say abrasion, I mean scratch.
All right, doctor. So the fresh abrasions that you indicated, would those be consistent with falling and hitting one's face on the ground, rocks on the ground?
Yes, that is a possible explanation for those.
And under your section indicating injuries, did you evaluate upper extremities?
I did.
Specifically with regards to the hands, did you make observations of any fresh injuries, and did you take photographs of Mr. Brew's hands?
I did.
All right. With regards to the right hand, can you describe to the jury any fresh injury?
On the back of the right little finger was a 1/8 inch red abrasion. And on the back of the left hand was a 1/16 inch red abrasion. Those were the fresh abrasions specifically to the hands.
Doctor, what is stippling?
Stippling is an injury to the skin, and I'm using that term in regard to gunpowder. So when a gun is fired, if the gun is within a certain range of the skin, okay, you can see findings on the skin of sort of residue and whatnot, that'll come out from a gun to a certain distance, but then past that distance, you really don't see it. So stippling is a phenomenon which happens with what they call an intermediate range gunshot wound, okay? So we have general categories of gunshot wounds. One of them is contact range, where the gun is right against the skin, and so all of the residue and stuff pretty much is going to go into the wound. Okay. Then when you get a little further back, you start seeing black soot, possibly. But one phenomenon you can see is stippling, and that's because when the bullet or projectile comes out of the muzzle of the weapon, not only do you get smoke, but you get gunpowder that can go further than the smoke, actually. And, gunpowder, it can be little flecks or little balls of, material that ignites and propels the bullet. And some of these are sort of burning and unburned, and they come out with a bit of force. And what they'll do is penetrate the skin superficially and cause a little punctate abrasion.
Doctor,
so that is stippling.
Thank you. Doctor, did you observe any evidence of stippling on either the left hand or the right hand?
I did not.
All right. If I may approach, Judge.
Yes.
The state will offer, if I have that, 130.
Yeah. Okay, 357 is this one. And what was the other number? 130? That's 130.
Thank you. State offers Exhibits 130 and Exhibit 357.
Nothing to add, Judge.
Subject to the record previously made, 130, 357 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
First, 130. All right. First, Exhibit 130, Doctor. Would you agree that that's the same exhibit that I showed you and that I just took from you?
Yes.
All right. And can you indicate to the jury with this photograph any fresh abrasion that you observed?
Let's see. Hold on one second. I'm just going to look at my report here. Okay, so as I indicated in my report, just there on the back of the right finger is a fresh red abrasion. And then there were some healing red abrasions here. Those are older because they're sort of brown and sort of have a scab on them.
Okay. And if we moved on to 357. All right, Doctor, would you agree that that's the same Exhibit 357 that I showed you and that was just entered into evidence?
Yes.
And fair to say that, well, what do you see or what do you not see here?
I'm not seeing any red abrasions. I mean, you do have a little bit of dried blood and whatnot, but no abrasions.
And no stippling?
No stippling.
All right. Now, let's talk about the left hand. I think you indicated the fresh. Did you indicate whether or not you saw any injuries, fresh injuries to the left hand?
There was a small red abrasion on the back of the left hand.
All right. And the same question with regards to stippling?
Correct. I did not notate any stippling.
Did you, on either hand, did you observe any evidence of defensive wounds?
I did not.
If I may approach, Judge, I'll collect Exhibit 131 and 358 from you.
Okay.
State offers 131 and 358.
Subject to the previous record, Judge.
131 and 358 are made, or your record is made. The exhibits are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
First, with regard to 131. So same questions, doctor.
Again, there's a small red abrasion there on the back of the hand.
All right. And if we look at 358. All right. Same questions, doctor.
Yeah, I don't see any fresh abrasions or stippling.
Okay. Very well. And again, any evidence of defensive wounds?
Again, defensive wound is a term that indicates a possible mechanism of something, how occurred, but I don't, how an injury occurred. I don't see any traditional defensive wounds on these hands.
Thank you. So continuing on through your evaluation, doctor, in the injury section, did you evaluate the lower extremities?
Yes.
And very, very briefly, did you observe any fresh abrasions or contusions?
On the right knee were some red abrasions, and there were also some of those healing brown abrasions. So there were fresh abrasions and some old ones, measuring up to 3/4 of an inch. On the right shin was a linear red abrasion that was almost 3 inches in length. On the top of the right foot was a healing brown abrasion, so that was old. On the left knee was an abraded contusion, or a bruise with a scratch on it. That was about 1 inch. Below the left knee was, again, a healing brown abrasion, so an old one, and then a 1 1/4 inch purple contusion, so that could be fresh, the bruise. And then on the top of the left foot was a healing brown abrasion, so that was an old one.
Those abrasions and contusions, doctor, are those consistent with a person hitting the ground, perhaps a rocky area?
That could be the mechanism for these, yes.
Same questions with regards to your evaluation of the thorax and abdomen area, Mr. Brew. Again, just fresh abrasions or contusions or any fresh observations.
On the thorax and abdomen? Okay. So on the upper left part of the back, there was about a 3/4 inch healing brown abrasion and a 1/2 inch healing brown abrasion, so those are old. And then on the upper right part of the back was a 1/4 inch healing brown abrasion and a 5/8 inch healing brown abrasion, so again, those are not fresh. And on the lower aspect of the chest and upper aspect of the abdomen, so I'm pointing to this area over here, there was an 8 by 5 inch area of red abrasions ranging in size from 1/8 to 1/4 inch.
Also, same question, doctor, is that consistent with a person hitting the ground in potentially a rocky area?
That could be the mechanism of these, yes.
All right. So did you make any observations relative to any gunshot wounds?
Yes, there were 2 gunshot wounds.
All right. And where were those?
Okay. There was a gunshot wound to the chest, and I'm pointing at my chest, one right about here. And then there was a gunshot wound of the right shoulder region, and I'm pointing to my right shoulder right about here. So these 2 areas.
All right. If you'll take a look at exhibit number 135, doctor, just take a second to look at that.
Okay.
And what do you observe in that photograph?
This photograph shows the 2 entrance gunshot wounds.
All right. Were there any exit gunshot wounds?
There were not.
All right. State offers 135, Judge.
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Subject to the record made, 135 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, directing your attention to the screen, do you observe, is that the same photograph that you just handed me, 135?
Yes.
All right, and please indicate to the jury what it is that we're looking at.
So here is the gunshot wound of the chest. That's how I'm describing that. This is on the right part of the chest. It's a little bit above and medial or inside the right nipple. So that is one of the entrance gunshot wounds right there. And then this here is the one I'll be describing as the gunshot wound of the right shoulder. Or you could say it's sort of just above the clavicle. This bony structure right here is the clavicle, and this is, right shoulder region. That is another entrance gunshot wound right there.
Very well, thank you. So, Doctor, I think you indicated that there was no exit wound, but let's talk about the gunshot wound to the chest first, okay?
Okay.
Were you able to determine the path of the projectile once it entered through the chest?
So what I do when I have a case like this, we take X-rays. So then we can see, is the projectile itself still in the body? And of course, in this case, we don't have exit wounds, so we know we're expecting to find those. We took an X-ray, and we did in fact see two projectiles still inside. So then I'm going to perform an internal examination. Okay, that's where I'm making surgical incisions into the body, and I'm going to document the path of that bullet. I'm going to document what did it go through, what did it traumatize, give a general trajectory as to how it went through the tissue, and then I'll recover the projectile itself.
All right. So can you describe the path of the bullet relative to the chest gunshot wound?
Okay, yes. So I'm pointing to my chest here, and the entrance wound is here, again, medial to the nipple and above the nipple. And just below that is where your fourth rib, okay, you have 12 ribs, and your fourth rib is coming right in that area. So this projectile went through the soft portion of that rib. So you have, your ribs are bone, but in the front they have some cartilage, okay, which is soft. And in a young person, that is generally soft. So the bullet went through the cartilage of that rib, the soft part. Then it went through the right lung. The right lung has 3 sections. It went through the middle section of the right lung. Then you have your thoracic vertebral column, okay, and that's running along the back, right in the midline, okay. And there's a couple of big vessels. The biggest vessels in the body, in fact, run right adjacent to your vertebral column. The bullet went through the largest vein in the body, which is the inferior vena cava, and then it also went through the largest artery in the body, which is the aorta, and then it finally rested in the 11th vertebral body. So you have 12 ribs, so the 11th vertebral body, which the 11th rib connects to, is where that bullet ended up in the midline.
All right. And ultimately, were you able to recover a projectile in that area?
Yes.
Can you describe the projectile that you recovered?
It was a mushroomed projectile, and it was jacketed. A large caliber mushroomed projectile.
All right. Let me, if I may have a moment, Judge.
Yes.
In addition to your evaluation of the path of the bullet, Doctor, did you find a quantity of blood in the chest cavity?
So your both of your lungs sit inside of a cavity, as well as your heart, but they're each separated, okay? So because the trauma happened on the right side of the chest and it ended up in the midline, and it did in fact traumatize those large vessels, those were allowed to freely bleed into that cavity. And there was approximately 1,900 milliliters of blood within the right pleural cavity, so that's almost 2 liters. And an individual this size probably has about 5 liters of blood within their body. So that's over a third of the blood volume inside of that right chest cavity.
Doctor, were you able to, so I think we talked about this kind of in terms of the path, but you made a finding specifically with regards to trajectory, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that finding, or how do you state that?
So generally, I give 3 approximate directions. Does the bullet go front to back? Does it go right to left? Does it go upward? Does it go downward? So in this case, can I stand up and kind of point to them where stuff might be? So it enters about here, okay, and then I found it about here in the back, okay. So I'm pointing here, but it's actually in my back is where the bullet was found, okay. So it's about like that. So it's going from my right to my left, okay. It's going downward, and it's going front to back. Does that make sense?
Doctor, we talked about there being 2 entrance wounds on Collins' torso. Did you evaluate the clothing that he was wearing to determine whether there were consistent defects to the clothing?
Yes, if the clothing is available to look at, we look at it, and I was able, I looked at the long-sleeved white T-shirt that he was wearing, and there was a defect on the front that roughly correlated to the entrance wound. Again, clothing moves around and positions and things like that, but it correlated with this entrance wound. There was a defect.
Was there also a defect that correlated with the other entrance wound that you indicated?
So there also was an entrance wound, as I showed you before, in this right shoulder region. And on the collar of the white T-shirt, so just that thin band of collar, there was a defect which correlated to that entrance wound.
Thank you. Doctor, if you look at exhibit number 110, what is depicted in that?
Okay, so this shows the white long-sleeve T-shirt with the 2 defects we just explained.
Thank you. State offers 110.
Nothing to add.
Subject to the record made, 110 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, if you direct your attention to the screen, is that the same photograph that I just indicated, 110?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what we're looking at?
Okay, so the gunshot wound to the chest, you could see this white arrow right there, and then you'll see a small blue hole. That's because there's a blue piece of paper behind it, but that is the defect that correlated with the entrance wound on the chest. Then up here on the collar, again, a small hole, and there's a black arrow pointing to that, and that correlates with the entrance wound on the right shoulder region.
All right, thank you. Doctor, if you'll now direct your attention to what I've handed you as Exhibit 301.
Okay.
What is that exhibit?
This is an X-ray of the chest and abdomen.
All right. And what does it reveal to you as you look at it there?
I can see 2 radio opaque objects consistent with the mushroomed projectiles.
All right. State offers 301.
No objection.
Subject to the record made, 301 is submitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
And Doctor, again, directing your attention to the screen, is that the same Exhibit 301 that I just showed you?
Yes.
And can you indicate to the jury what you just described?
Okay, so this R right here indicates the right side of the decedent. Okay, so the shoulders are cut off here, but we're looking for the projectile. So where did they end up? And let's see, it's a little fuzzy, but we have one up in this region. That's the one where the one from the shoulder ended up. And then down here in T11, we see, it might be a little hard to see, but there's a radio opaque projectile there as well. And that was where the one, the entrance wound of the chest ended up there, and the one on the shoulder ended up there.
All right. Thank you. All right, Doctor, so let's talk a little bit more specifically about the gunshot wound to the shoulder. You indicated it was an entrance to the supraclavicular region.
Correct.
And that's just where you pointed to your shoulder. Is that fair to say?
Correct, right here.
All right. Now, if you'll look at exhibit number 132.
Okay.
What is depicted there?
This is a close-up of the entrance gunshot wound on the right shoulder region or supraclavicular region.
All right. State offers 132.
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
132 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
All right. Again, Doctor, directing your attention to the screen. Can you describe to the jury what it is that you see here?
Okay, so to orient you, this is the decedent's neck, okay? And this is his right shoulder, so his arm would be extending down this way. Here's the right clavicle, that bony structure. Then the left side of the chest would be over here. So on this right shoulder region above the clavicle, okay, so this is the top of his shoulder, and here's his neck, is an entrance gunshot wound.
All right. And what else do you see in that picture, Doctor?
Well, this bullet, it's kind of hard to say on this angle, but this gunshot wound also goes down, and the bullet ends up sort of in the back, somewhere downward, okay? But on the skin surface here, we have some abrasions, okay? And then we have a little bit of stippling. And again, these are from gunpowder particles hitting the skin and traumatizing it. Now, the thing about this gunshot wound is it went through the collar. So the collar of the shirt was over this part of the body. So the shirt obscures the pattern for me as far as interpretation, but what I can say is there is some stippling here.
Okay. In your experience, Doctor, is this a lot of stippling?
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, made.
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about it specifically then, at least relative to the spots that are on the left. How many spots of stippling are actually there?
2.
All right. And that third spot, what is that?
That's a macule, or like a little mole.
Okay. And that stippling, those two spots that are there, that's relative to what you described before in terms of the gunpowder essentially burning the skin. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Based on your training and experience, Doctor, and with regards to the presence or the observation of stippling, were you able to determine with any specificity a range from the victim to the muzzle of the gun?
Again, because there is stippling here, that I put this gunshot wound into that range of intermediate range. Remember when I told you guys before you could sort of have contact or close range, and then the next range is intermediate range, and then outside of that we just call it distant range, or sometimes we call it indeterminate because we just can't tell. So because there's stippling on this wound, I put it in an intermediate range.
And okay, and what does that mean?
You know, again, it's an approximation because there's lots of variables. The weapon itself, the kind of ammunition, how much gunpowder is in that projectile. And again, in this case, it's obscured because there's a collar, okay? But there is stippling there. So the close end of it, you know, of an intermediate gunshot wound would be inches, a couple of inches. And you pretty much, you know, could go out 2 feet from that, maybe, would be the outside range.
All right, and that 2 feet is from the skin to the muzzle of the gun?
Correct.
Have you observed a lot of gunshot wounds, Doctor?
Yes.
And having observed that, I mean, in those observations of gunshot wounds, have you observed a lot of examples of stippling?
I have observed examples of stippling, yes.
And based on that, or in comparison to that, would you describe this as a lot of stippling?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Counsel approach, please. The objection is sustained.
Doctor, relative to this gunshot wound, did you also make observations or investigate the path of the projectile, the bullet?
Yes.
And can you describe that, please?
Sure. So again, 3 general directions, you know, upward, downward, front to back, right to left. So this gunshot wound, and I'll point to myself again. It's going to, above the clavicle, it's going to come in about here, okay? And then it's going to end up in the back, sort of under the scapula, under the 3rd and 4th rib, somewhere about here, okay? So again, it's going downward, maybe a little higher than that. It's hard for me to reach. But so if I was to point to where it ended up on my back, it's probably, you know, somewhere about there, okay? So it's going downward, it's going right to left, and it's going front to back. Okay.
And
So basically similar to the other trajectory.
so that's the trajectory, but this the bullet passed through tissue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that, the path of the bullet through?
So this bullet did not enter into the chest cavity or whatnot. It penetrated the soft tissue, the muscle, and whatnot.
All right. Did it impact any bone structure?
So your scapula on your back, you have your ribs on the back, and then your scapula sort of sits on top of those ribs. So the bullet, where it came to rest, it did fracture the right third and fourth rib after it went through the soft tissue, and then it just sort of ended up right there between the ribs and the scapula, but it did not go into the chest cavity.
All right. And did you make an observation, external observation, consistent with the place where that bullet came to rest?
Yes, you can see a bump in the body.
All right.
Where the under the skin.
Referring, doctor, to exhibit number 120, if you'll
Correct.
refer to that now.
Okay. Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted there?
That shows, you can see a bump under the skin where that projectile ended up.
All right. State offers 120.
May I briefly voir dire the witness?
Yes.
Members of the witness room?
Yes.
Dr. S. J. Exhibit 120,
Yes.
we see an external view of the decedent's back, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there appears to be a protrusion of the skin in the back area.
Correct.
Okay. Does the location of that protrusion correlate with the final resting place of the projectile that entered through the clavicle?
Above the clavicle, yes.
Okay.
It does.
And do you have the ability to determine how far behind the skin tissue that projectile is?
It's right under the skin tissue, and so the scapula is just to the right of it. We kind of have his arm forward, but yes, it's just under the skin.
Just under the skin?
Correct.
Okay. No objection.
120 is admitted.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
May I publish?
Yes.
All right, doctor, if you can, is that the same photograph that I just showed you, 120?
It is.
Maybe can you describe to the jury what we're looking at?
You see, here is the decedent's back. Here's the right side of his body. This is the left side. This is the back of his head. This reddening and stuff, that is just livor mortis. That's not injury. This is just blood that is settling, as we always see after somebody is deceased. But then here, a few inches to the right of the midline, so this is the midline, his back's a little bit curved in this picture with the way this position is, but there is the projectile. That was the final resting place, and it's right under the skin.
All right. Thank you. And doctor, did you recover that projectile from that location?
Yes, we did.
Did you photograph both of the projectiles that you recovered?
Yes.
Would you agree that they had substantially the same appearance?
Correct.
All right. Referring to exhibit number 113, doctor, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is one of the projectiles, and it's the frontal view of the projectile.
All right. State offers 113.
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
113 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
And again, doctor, directing your attention to the screen, is that 113, the photo I just showed you?
Correct.
And can you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, we're looking at what would be the nose of the bullet, the projectile, okay? And it's hollow, and it's mushroomed, and you see some white material, and this projectile is designed to act this way when it enters something. It mushroomed, and it's relatively intact. It has a yellow jacket on it, and it's what they call a hollow point type of ammunition.
All right. All right, Doctor. I'm going to direct your attention again to, not again, but to exhibit number 301. Do you have that before you?
I don't have 301. I have 302.
All right.
Wait,
I'll direct your attention to 302 then.
Oh, okay.
What do you see depicted there?
This is X-ray of the head, neck, and top of the shoulders.
All right. And is there a notable observation in the X-ray?
Yes, you can see the radio opaque object, which is consistent with the mushroomed projectile.
All right. State Office 302.
No objection.
302 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Again, Doctor, directing your attention to the screen, is that the same photograph 302 that I just showed you?
Yes.
And can you indicate to the jury what you observed there?
So the previous X-ray was kind of cut off about here. So we did see this in the previous X-ray, but this X-ray is showing, everything sort of the upper chest, the neck, and the head, and right there is the mushroom projectile. Now, granted, an X-ray is a two-dimensional finding of a three-dimensional decedent. So, here's rib 1, here's rib 2, here's rib 3, but this, it sort of entered here, or entered about here, so it goes downward, right to left, and then it fractured ribs 3 and 4 posterior and ended up where we saw it on that previous picture.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to project. I'm going to have them indicate, and I'm just going to have them draw on them and then the draw versions. I don't have. Yeah, I guess. Thanks. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibits 361 and 362. Do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
All right. And what are they?
They're anatomical diagrams, just line diagrams.
All right. The state would ask to project 361 first for, at this time, demonstrative purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor. Is that Exhibit 361 as I showed it to you?
Yes.
All right. And what are we looking at?
So this is the right side of the body, the side, lateral side, and this would be the left side.
All right. Now, using this photograph or this drawing, Doctor, can you indicate to the jury the locations of the entrance wounds, if possible?
Yes. So for the right side of the body, this is about nipple line right here. The entrance was right about there. And then as far as on the right shoulder, the entrance was right about there.
All right. And we discussed the final resting places of each of the bullets. Can you indicate where those were?
Yes. The final resting place for the chest wound is going to be in the back, right about there. And then for the shoulder wound, it's going to be right about there under the skin.
Very well. And let's just look at 362.
Wait, hold on just a second. You didn't ask about 362 being admitted.
May I project?
No objection.
All right, 362 for demonstrative purposes.
All right, doctor, and what are we looking at here?
So now we're looking at the front and back of the body. So this would be the right side, this would be the left side of the front, this would be the right side of the back, and this would be the left side of the back.
All right, and on these drawings, doctor, can you indicate the entrances, the two entrance areas?
Yes. The chest wound is going to be above and medial to the right nipple, right about there. And then the shoulder wound will be right about there.
All right, and how about the where the bullets ended up?
So I'm going to show you where the bullets ended up on the back, and then I'll also show you on the front. But if we look at the back, this is the right side of the back, okay? So the chest wound ended up right about here, which is T11, right in the midline, okay? And then the shoulder wound ended up right about here under the skin, okay? Now, if I was to superimpose that over the front of the body, T11 is right about here, so the chest wound would have ended up right about there, and the shoulder wound would have ended up right about there on the back.
All right, doctor. Thank you. All right, doctor. At this point in time, I'm going to ask you to actually mark on the exhibits that are in front of you what you just indicated to the jury as it was projected. Do you have a...
You need a pen, yeah.
If I may approach it.
So I tried to mark the entrances with a solid dot, and then where the bullet ended up as an open dot. I could draw a hyphenated line to connect them if you want, but I'd need a thinner pen to do that.
All right. Here, let me provide you with a thinner pen, and again...
This is quite distracting.
I don't know what to do. Doctor, I'll provide you with a thinner pen and a ruler if I may approach you.
Okay.
I'll take this.
Okay.
All right, so you've indicated that you marked the entrance wounds and where the projectiles ended up, and then the trajectory on those drawings. Is that correct?
Correct.
State offers 361 and 362.
Would you show them to Mr. Davidson first, please?
No objection.
What were the exhibit numbers again, Mr. Shea?
361 and 362.
Right. 361 and 362 are admitted.
And, Your Honor, may I publish these the old-fashioned way?
Sure.
Thank you. Not gonna hand them to you. Thank you. Doctor, given the trajectories, if the victim were on a slope when the gun were fired, could that affect trajectory?
Again, I have sort of jurisdiction of the body, so I'm documenting what the trajectory is on the body. But different positions of the body can I think the trajectory, if given a scenario, I can tell, if that would be consistent with that scenario. So certainly if somebody's standing on a slope, that would affect some of the possibilities as far as the trajectory.
All right. And how about if given the scenario that, say, a gun was held straight out in front of a person, all right?
Okay.
And that the person holding the gun were taller than the victim, could that also affect trajectory?
That, given a certain scenario, yes, that would affect what I would see, the trajectory.
In terms of the two trajectories or wound paths, it appears that the chest wound trajectory or downward nature of that wound path is less of a downward angle than the shoulder gunshot wound. Would you agree with that?
Less of a downward angle. I think it is slightly different. Again, I mean, I'm not sort of analyzing this with angles exactly, but so what you're getting at is the chest wound's more like this, downward, and the other one's a little less down, like that.
Or the other way around, doctor?
I guess we'd have to.
What if I showed you?
Yeah. Show me the diagram and.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you back what's been marked as, or what's admitted as 361 and 362.
So what you're asking me is the chest wound's at a slightly less of a downward angle?
Is that correct?
In the anatomic position, the way I have this drawn, yeah.
So if a victim were falling in between the two shots, could that affect the relative downward angles of those wound paths?
Again, controlling for certain things, like, if the gun was in the same position and those type of things, if you had those certain control elements, then yes, that could be possible.
All right, Doctor, I'll retrieve those exhibits.
You need to take a break here, Mr. Chair. You about done? Or you want to take a break? All right, go ahead.
Doctor, so continuing through, you also, as part of an autopsy, you do a complete internal investigation, and I'm not going to ask you specifically about that, but is that fair to say that you do a complete internal examination?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the remainder of your internal examination revealed a well-developed, healthy young man?
Yes.
And there were what you referred to as additional studies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Including toxicology?
Yes.
And there was an evaluation of the body cavity blood for certain substances. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what were those substances? Well, what substances were observed in Mr. Brew's blood?
In the blood that was within the chest cavity, there was the presence of alprazolam, otherwise known as Xanax, cannabinoids, and ethanol, and caffeine.
All right. And ethanol is alcohol, is that fair to say?
Correct.
What was were you able to make a determination of blood alcohol content, or BAC?
The blood alcohol content, yes, was 0.285%.
And with regards to the alprazolam, was there a level detected?
The quantification was 4.3 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. And are you familiar with the therapeutic level of alprazolam?
The therapeutic level given to me on my toxicology report is 10 to 40, I believe.
All right. And so this was below therapeutic level?
This is 4.3, so the low end of therapeutic level on that was 10 nanograms per milliliter, so this was below therapeutic level.
And what does therapeutic level mean?
That would just be if you were being prescribed this medication, the doctor that was prescribing it, if he checked your blood, would want to see it between the 10 to 40 range.
In order to have its designed effect?
Well, that would be the therapeutic range, yes. So that's where he would like to see it, so that it would be giving the effects of the intended effects of the drug.
As far as the cannabinoid, what was the level detected?
So the cannabinoids, we found two entities. One was THC, which was at 1.9 nanograms per milliliter, and that is the active component of marijuana. And then the other entity was a metabolite of marijuana, which is not active.
So you actually made a diagnosis with regards to alcohol intoxication, but not with regards to THC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the diagnosis relative to alcohol was what?
I'm sorry, what was the last question?
So you indicated that, well, maybe I'll re-ask the question in a moment. One more question before we go to your summary of your diagnosis, doctor. Can you describe what agonal breathing is?
It's basically sort of discontinuous, rough breathing as somebody is actively going through the dying process. And it can be very interrupted and sort of start and stop and that type of thing.
All right, doctor. Let's talk about let's just close out with the pathological diagnoses. What were your pathological diagnoses?
Okay, the pathologic diagnoses. The first one was gunshot wound of chest without exit. Entrance was superior and medial to the right nipple. It was indeterminate range because that one didn't have any gunshot residue around it, and there was a shirt over it. And as I explained to you, it perforated the right lung and those large vessels. The trajectory was front to back, right to left, and downward, and I recovered the projectile. So that's the first diagnosis, gunshot wound of chest. The second diagnosis is gunshot wound of right shoulder, again, without exit. That one I said was intermediate range because there was some stippling. It penetrated the soft tissue, fractured those right third and fourth ribs, and the direction or trajectory was front to back, right to left, and downward, and the projectile was recovered. So the first diagnosis, gunshot wound of chest. Second diagnosis, gunshot wound of right shoulder. And then the third diagnosis is ethanol intoxication and recent cannabinoid use.
So you distinguish between intoxication for the ethanol and use for the cannabinoid, is that correct?
Yes, that's how I stated it.
Okay. And why was that?
I mean, you know, ethanol use is just very well documented, and cannabinoid, it's less well documented. The active component is there, so I know he's recently used it. As far as is the person impaired and that type of stuff, I can't say at this level.
At the 1.9 nanograms per milliliter?
Correct.
The gunshot wound, doctor, would that be immediately lethal? To the chest?
The gunshot wound of the chest is very quickly going to be lethal.
And what was the cause of death here, doctor?
The cause of death is gunshot wound of chest and gunshot wound of right shoulder.
Thank you. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Doctor, I'll just retrieve that exhibit.
Sure. You're welcome.
Nothing further at this time.
All right, folks, we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. Please remember the admonitions.
All right, everyone. Well, we are on a 15-minute recess from the NAU shooting trial, so I know I promised you all an update on the Afghanistan bombing, the use of the mother of all bombs. We are going to go ahead and show you that press conference now.
همیشه جنایات جنگی زیاد انجام دادن از قبیل اعضای خانواده ها اونا را اختطاف میکردن و حتی دخترای از و خانمهای از را اختطاف میکردن و بیرحمانه حتی میکشتن و حتی به زور او را به نکاح خود در میآوردن.
Daesh has sent suicide bombers to attack peaceful demonstrations and have killed and wounded hundreds of innocent civilians.
داعش همیشه از تاکتیک‌های استفاده کردند و انتحاری‌های روان می‌کردند و در مبارزات و یا در مظاهرات صلح‌آمیز اونا را خود انفجار می‌دادند و مردم بیگناه را می‌کشتند و زخمی می‌کردند.
They have sent suicide bombers into mosques and murdered people during their prayer.
و داعش همیشه انتحاری‌ها را روان می‌کردند در مساجد که جای عبادت هستند که خود انفجار بدن و کسایی که عبادت می‌کنند او را بیرحمانه بکشند.
And just last month, they shot and stabbed hospital patients lying in their beds. They are animals.
شما شاهد هستید که فقط ماه گذشته اوان داخل شفاخانه شدند. مریض‌ها و کسایی که در شفاخانه بودند اکثر با چاقو و با دیگه وسایل جاری کشتن و اینا انسان نیستن، اینا حیوان هستند.
The Afghan army and specifically their commandos are leading this fight against these barbaric terrorists. They are doing it on behalf of the people of Afghanistan and indeed they're doing it on behalf of all of us.
و ارگان‌های امنیتی افغانستان خصوصاً اردوی ملی و کماندو همیشه عملیات را بر ضد این دشمن تروریست و جنایتکار انجام می‌دهند و این ارگان‌های امنیتی که عملیات را انجام می‌دهند اونا به نمایندگی از مردم افغانستان این عملیات را به سر می‌رسانند و در حقیقت به نمایندگی همه ما.
The United States is committed to Afghanistan in this fight.
ایالات متحده آمریکا کاملا متحد است در این جنگ و ضد این دشمن.
We are united with the Afghan government to prevent terrorists from establishing safe havens in Afghanistan.
ما با مردم افغانستان و حکومت افغانستان متحد هستیم که هر گونه پناهگاه امن را برای دشمن اجازه ندهیم که در اینجا ایجاد کنند.
The U.S. coordinated with the government of Afghanistan to conduct yesterday's operation, just as we have since we started these operations in early March.
ایالات متحده آمریکا این عملیات با هماهنگی با دولت افغانستان که دیروز انجام شد انجام دادند، چنانچه از آغاز این عملیات که در ماه مارس شروع شد
Coordination with the government, and we communicate regularly with their officials regarding all of our operations.
ما بسیار از نزدیک هماهنگی و همکاری داریم با دولت افغانستان و همه کارهای خود همه تبادل نظریات خود انجام داده و در این عملیات‌ها شریک می‌سازیم.
Let me be clear, we will not relent in our mission to fight alongside our Afghan comrades to destroy ISIS-K in 2017.
اجازه بدین که را واضح بسازم که ما به هیچ صورت از اینکه در کنار ارگان‌های امنیتی افغانستان باشیم و بر ضد دشمن عملیات‌های خود در بخاطر نابودی یا در سال 2017 انجام بدیم هیچ وقت به اصطلاح پس نخواهد شد و این
We will continue to work shoulder to shoulder with our Afghan comrades to eliminate this threat to the Afghan people, especially the people of Nangarhar, to the people of the entire region and indeed the people around the world.
ما با هماهنگی خود با ارگان‌های امنیتی افغانستان و برادرای افغان خود شانه به شانه ادامه خواهد دادیم این هماهنگی و همکاری‌های خود تا تمام تهدیدات موجودی که از این توریست‌ها متوجه مردم افغانستان منطقه و جهان است از بین ببریم.
Thank you.
We will take questions, some questions. We've got some questions today, but we will go. Come on, push picking some water.
کوتاه بلند آهسته.
تشکر من فواد ناصری هستم خبرنگار تلویزیون آریانا. سه سوال دارم خیلی کوتاه مطرح
I have 3 questions.
آیا واقعاً حضور داعش در ننگرهار
The presence of Daesh in Chahil was very
شما تماشا کردین نشست خبری و
و اصلی به خاطر یک هدف مشخص بود یا سلاح مشخص بر ضد این هدف مشخص بود.
The enemy had created bunkers, tunnels, and extensive minefields, and this weapon was used to reduce those obstacles so that we could continue our offensive into southern Nangarhar.
دشمن در اونجا تونل‌ها و خزه‌ها و یا بنکرهای را ایجاد کرده بودند که این سلاحی بودند که بسیار مؤثر بود و به طور مشخص برای استفاده شده بود و دشمن عزیز بر ضد ما استفاده می‌کرد از این موضوعات.
This weapon was used against ISIS-K in their sanctuary inside Afghanistan. The purpose of this operation are to eliminate their sanctuary inside southern Nangarhar.
و دشمن در اینجا خواستن که یک پناهگاه امن داشته باشند در اونجا تونل‌ها و بنکرها یا خزه‌های بسیار افراد دشمن ما این استفاده کردیم تا اون را از بین ببریم و چون یا همیشه بر ضد ما استفاده می‌کردن.
And this weapon was very effective in that use. And our soldiers on the ground, our Afghan commandos, our special forces are on the site now, and the weapon achieved its intended purpose.
بنابراین این سلاح که در این استفاده شدن بسیار موثر بودند و عسکر ما اردوی ملی قوت‌های خاص حال در ساحه فعلا حضور دارند.
So they will resume their offensive operations. Indeed, they already are, and they'll continue to press south into these ISIS-K sanctuaries.
بنابراین ایران آماده هستند که تا عملیات تعرضی خودند بر ضد داعش ادامه بدن و به اصطلاح پیش برند.
And this entire offensive, not just the use of a single weapon, demonstrates the commitment of the Afghan army, the Afghan special forces, and their U.S. partners to defeat Daesh in Afghanistan this year.
و اصلا این عملیات تعرضی تعهد ما در مقابل برای ادامه عملیات بر ضد دشمن نشان میدن، تعهد ما در پارتنرشیپ با اردوی ملی با ارگانهای ملی افغانستان این یک ثبوت تعهدات ماست.
Thank you.
تشکر.
The New York Times. The right munition for the right target. The question is more about the timing. The estimates that you had for ISK fighters last year, 2,000 to 3,000, that's been reduced. The territory has shrunk. Why such an unprecedented use of force now? Is there any push from the new administration in Washington, or was it more calculation on the ground? The second question is that despite the ISK territory shrinking and the fighters reducing, they've continued to carry out for those urban attacks might be shared with the Haqqani network. Is there any connection and coordination between ISK and the Haqqani network?
First, Mujib, with timing, it's when we encountered this target on the battlefield. As I mentioned, since early March, we've been conducting offensive operations into southern Nangarhar. However, this was the first time that we encountered an extensive obstacle to our progress that was constituted by the belts of IEDs, the presence of tunnels and caves, and therefore this was the appropriate weapon to use at this time to reduce that obstacle to enable us to continue with our offensive operation into southern Nangarhar. So that is all there is to the timing. It was the right time to use it tactically against the right target on the battlefield, and it's enabled us to resume our offensive operation to the south. With respect to cooperation, one of the things we are concerned about here in Afghanistan, and the reason we think that the entire world needs to be focused on Afghanistan is the potential for convergence amongst the various terrorist groups in this area. We have seen evidence of 20 different designated terrorist organizations in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and from time to time we see the members cooperate between the different groups, and this is a grave concern to us.
Thank you.
Afghan government or U.S. officials offer that attacks were happening. Other question, timing of this attack. Yesterday before the conference in Russia, the peace conference with the U.S. participate, and Russia is the only country or one of the countries that's more concerned about ISIL presence in Afghanistan. So do you think it was a message to them, or can they do anything to help at least in Afghanistan U.S. forces to fight against ISIL?
On this operation, again, we have been conducting operations against Islamic State in Afghanistan for the past year. As you know, at the beginning of these operations, Daesh had its presence in 11 districts in southern Nangarhar, and they had thousands of fighters. Over the last year, we have maintained steady pressure along with the Afghan commandos, the Afghan Army, the 201st Corps, against these enclaves, and have reduced them to a smaller area inside Afghanistan, roughly by 2/3. So these operations have been going on for the last year. This is not something that we began this week. Beginning in early March, we began another concerted offensive operation against Daesh in southern Nangarhar to reduce their presence in the remaining valleys and districts where they are. And so again, the timing of the use of this weapon was simply the appropriate tactical moment against the proper target to use this particular munition. So it is not related to any outside events other than our focus on destroying Daesh in 2017.
What about Russia? Could they play any role, Russian?
Well, as I have said before, I believe that all of the neighbors of Afghanistan need to acknowledge that the Afghan government support the security forces in this courageous fight that they're conducting. And in fact, by conducting this fight so effectively, the Afghan security forces and the Afghan government are working on behalf of the entire region. They are in fact protecting the neighbors. They are protecting other nations who are concerned about Daesh. There will be no sanctuary for Daesh in Afghanistan. With these operations being conducted by the Afghan Army, with us working in partnership, we will remove the sanctuary in Afghanistan so that fighters may not flow from Syria to Afghanistan. This is the objective of the operation, and the Afghan Army has been extremely effective in this. So if this is recognized by the neighbors and recognized by the region, then this is a very positive thing.
Thank you. Khurshid.
Very serious that the Daesh is still considered as a serious problem in the continuing operation, but do you have any measures to against the Taliban destruction? That when you're going to do it against Taliban, because Taliban, Daesh, part of the people of Afghanistan is similar. And second, if you extend your operation against Daesh, and the Taliban movement going to increase, are you going to use the same type of bombing against Taliban or not?
We are very focused with this operation on Daesh, but we also support the Afghan government and the Afghan military in their fight against the Taliban. And we hope that the fighting will end and we will be able to begin a reconciliation process, or we'll be able to see and support a reconciliation process between the Afghan government and the Taliban. And the sooner this begins, the better. But in the meantime, we will continue to strongly support the Afghan government and the Afghan military in their fight against anyone who seeks to undermine the democratically elected government of Afghanistan, which stands up for the Constitution of Afghanistan. So we'll continue to strongly support the Afghan military, the Afghan government, in their fight against anyone who opposes them.
So is there any specific deadline for destroying Taliban?
I'm sorry, say again?
Is there any specific deadline for defeating Taliban in Afghanistan?
I'm sorry.
Deadline. Any deadline,
Oh, a deadline.
for Taliban as we choose for Daesh?
Well, last summer at the Warsaw Summit, the NATO Warsaw Summit in July of 2016, the international community committed to 4 more years of financial support to the Afghan security forces and political support to the Afghan government. In October, the international donor community committed another $15 billion to the development needs of Afghanistan. So these two events taken together demonstrate the commitment of the international community to the government and the security forces of Afghanistan. And I expect in year, when the heads of state meet again, we may hear about more a continuation of this support to Afghanistan.
We'll come back to you. Josh.
Most of the sanctuaries that go on the border side of Afghanistan. What you going to do about this? در آخری بخش چشم
Well, so Daesh, as we know, is constituted of fighters who were originally members of the TTP, who came from the Oryx-I agency of Pakistan. They also have membership from the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan, and some local Taliban have joined ISIS-K. So these primarily are who were fighting inside Afghanistan. We obviously remain very concerned about enemy sanctuary and support that they receive from outside of the country. However, this is not the focus of our military operations right now. We're very focused on those insurgents and terrorists who try to operate inside Afghanistan, and then we work with our diplomatic colleagues to work with our neighbors and other nations in the region to reduce the external support and the external sanctuary enjoyed by these enemies.
One question from this side, then last question from there.
Could you please tell us about the purpose of this visit and the exact date?
I know that any U.S. policy, I think, are best handled by the U.S. government in Washington. We continue to have a dialogue. For me, both of my chains of command, my U.S. chain of command and my NATO chain of command, about the future of this mission. But I would emphasize right up front, the outcome of the Warsaw Summit demonstrates that we are with the Afghan security forces for the next 4 years at least, and in NATO's planning, this will be followed by what is called an enhanced enduring partnership. So the sense of the international community is that they will continue to support Afghanistan for years to come. I'm sorry?
About the date of this visit.
I'm sorry.
Date of the visit.
The dates of the visit? I don't want to get into the specific dates of the visit. Thank you.
Final. Sorry, a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Josh Smith from Reuters. A couple related questions. Use this particular weapon. Was this weapon, did it require you to seek any special permission from either the Pentagon or the White House, or was this covered already under your current authorization? We also understand from officials in Washington that the device itself had been here in Afghanistan for some time. Was there anything prior to this point, authorization-wise, that prevented you from using it, or could you have used it any time in the past year and you just didn't have a use for it? And finally, do you foresee using this kind of weapon in the future as you push ahead with these operations?
Josh, first I'd say I appreciate and enjoy tremendous support from my chain of command of both the U.S. side and the NATO side. So I appreciate the strong support and the strong statements from the President of the United States and the entire chain of command regarding the operations here in Afghanistan. This weapon was the appropriate weapon to use against this target. And prior to this, we didn't have such a target. I am fortunate in that my chain of command allows me the latitude to make assessments on the ground, to operate within my authorities. Of course, we communicate constantly up and down the chain of command about what we're doing here on the ground. And at the end of the day, though, I'm very fortunate in that my chain of command supports me through General Votel, the Secretary of Defense, the President of the United States, in conducting operations to accomplish our national policy here in Afghanistan.
Thank you so much. And do you anticipate using this again in the future?
That depends on the tactical situation. Again, we employed this weapon for a specific tactical solution to a particular military problem. And that's what determines when and how we operate here on the battlefield. Thank you very much.
We have the spokesman for the Ministry of Defense, the National Security Council.
And that wraps up the Afghanistan briefing. We're going to take you back now to court. We are awaiting the Stephen Jones trial, the NAU shooter. The trial on a brief recess should be starting again in just a second.
Parties and counsel are present. Mr. Davidson, we'll cross-exam.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I think we took your report. If you need it at any point, just let me know. I'll be happy to provide it to you.
Thank you.
Let me start off where the prosecutor left off. You indicated that the diagnosis included ethanol intoxication and recent cannabinoid usage.
Yes.
How are you able to determine that the decedent recently used cannabis or marijuana prior to the time of death?
The fact that there was active THC in his blood, as well as some metabolites, so the body had metabolized a little bit of the marijuana, so it was in his system.
And it was used relatively recently prior to death?
Yes, and could I see my report once, actually? I might as well.
Yes.
This is Exhibit 20.
Thank you. Also, I did not see, or the toxicology lab did not pick up any cannabinoids in the urine. So that's what led me to believe it was recent use.
As marijuana is metabolized, it's eventually excreted, or its metabolites are eventually excreted through the urine, correct?
Correct.
And however recently the decedent used marijuana in this case was such that that process did not have time to be accomplished.
Correct.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you about the manner in which you discussed the presence of alprazolam and cannabis in the report. Was your indication in the report about recent cannabis usage intended to suggest that you were ruling out the possibility the decedent had been affected by the cannabis he had used prior to the time of death?
No, that was not my intention. I just can't really say one way or the other.
Similarly, we talked about the therapeutic levels. I think you described for the jury that essentially if a medication is being used properly as prescribed by a physician, these are the levels that the physician would like to see depending on how he or she prescribed it to the patient, correct?
Correct.
You're not testifying that if you find a concentration below a therapeutic level, that means it was not psychoactive, correct?
Yes, I can't say whether it was or wasn't in this case.
Subtherapeutic level concentrations of medication can have an effect on a human, can't they?
Yes.
Are you able to determine, given the weight of the decedent, how much ethanol must have been consumed in order for his blood alcohol concentration to be at 0.285%?
Now, again, a toxicologist or pharmacologist would be better because they could run formulas. But, I mean, we have some general rules. And I think early on, those rules are a little bit more consistent. In other words, early on in the drinking. But, you know, the decedent is an average-sized individual. So, you know, you would think each drink that he would be drinking would be giving him a level of about a 0.02. And you have to take into account as you're drinking, you're metabolizing it and that kind of thing. So time plays a factor, and amount given, ingested during amount of time and whatnot. But generally, the theory is one drink being an average beer with, you know, average alcohol content, or one glass of wine, or one shot of average liquor is going to give you about a 0.02 level. Okay, so to get to, let's say, 0.08, you would need about 3 to 4 drinks. Okay, then after that, you know, again, I would defer to a toxicologist, whatnot, but that's the general rule up front.
If we're to use this general rule, or this rule of thumb of an average drink being equivalent with a 0.02% elevation in a person's blood alcohol concentration, can we agree that a 0.285% correlates with approximately 14 drinks?
If you did the math and you said one drink for 0.02, it could possibly represent that much, yes.
To be clear, and I think you may have touched on this, Doctor, but just so we can clarify for the jury, when you talk about the passage of time and alcohol being metabolized, when we say an approximate calculation of 14 drinks, we're talking about the correlation between the number of drinks and the alcohol that was in the decedent's system at the time of death, correct?
The number of drinks and the amount of alcohol in his system at the time of death, yes.
So in addition to those 14 drinks worth of alcohol in his system, there could also be alcohol that was consumed prior to that but had been metabolized and eliminated before the blood sample was collected, correct?
There could be, and I mean, once you start getting at these higher levels and whatnot, I think, you know, I defer to a toxicologist, but the metabolism can kind of change, and it can slow down, and different things or kind of get overwhelmed. So it gets a little more gray, but yes, that's correct.
So in other words, a person would essentially have to hypothetically drink 14 drinks in rather rapid succession very soon before the time of death in order for that person to have only consumed 14 drinks and have that blood alcohol concentration, correct?
True. I mean, to reach that alcohol level, you do have to be actively drinking it, and that has to be in a relatively short time, because generally one drink will get metabolized per hour. But again, once you start getting a lot of alcohol on board, it becomes a little gray and it might slow down. So, I mean, I know hypothetically we're saying 14 drinks, but I mean, it's hard for me to say exactly. I would defer to somebody else. And
okay, thank you, Doctor. We'll move on. You talked about looking at various paths and trajectories in terms of front to back, upward to downward, and left to right. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. I think we're all comfortable with front to back and upward and downward. And you did explain this before, but just so I can make sure everybody understands, sometimes the right to left part can be a little bit confusing. When you say a wound is right to left, the wounds were right to left in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you say right to left, did I get that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When you say right to left, are you talking from the perspective of the decedent or the perspective of somebody facing the decedent?
It's always on the decedent's body. So again, they're in the anatomic position, and their right side to their left side. So if I say right to left, it's some variation that goes from the right to the left.
Okay. So given that both wounds in this case were to the right of the decedent's midline, correct?
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
So if we're talking about two wounds right of the midline, right to left,
correct.
the paths of those wounds go essentially from the lateral to the medial.
Correct.
They go from basically outside to the inside.
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you a number of questions about the absence of stippling from the decedent's hands. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor didn't come out and ask you, so I'll go ahead and do it. Does the absence of stippling from the decedent's hands mean that the decedent's hands were not in that intermediate range of the muzzle of the gun? It doesn't rule that out, does it?
No, it does not rule it out.
In fact, it's entirely possible that at the time these shots were fired, that the decedent could have had his hands extended forward towards the person who shot the gun, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I can't, from what I have, I can't say much about positioning. I can only be given, possible scenarios, but I can't rule out that.
When we talk about stippling, you described, Doctor, that there are a number of different variables that can affect the significance of it, correct?
Correct.
And that includes the type of powder that's in the projectile, correct?
Correct.
The caliber of the projectile?
Correct.
The type of firearm from which it's discharged, correct?
Yes.
Those factors can all affect not only the length from the muzzle at which the unburned gunpowder specks will continue to burn, but also how concentrated or wide it will spread as it leaves the muzzle of the gun, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, you're unable to say how wide the unburned gunpowder specks, may have distributed as it left the muzzle of the gun, correct?
Yeah, I can only assume that, as you said, as it goes further out, it disperses more. Like if you, threw a bunch of graffiti or something, it's going to be a tight cone and then disperse outward.
With that, can we agree that, again, using approximations, the presence of stippling on the clavicle wound suggests a distance between the muzzle of the gun and the decedent of approximately 2 inches to 2 feet?
I can only give an approximation, and that's kind of my rough estimate. Yeah, that it's going to be somewhere within that to be able to see stippling.
And again, acknowledging that it's an estimate, we are unable to make any conclusion or have any opinion as to whether it's closer to 2 inches or closer to 2 feet, correct?
Because of the collar and those type of issues, I mean, it makes it difficult to interpret, with specificity.
The decedent could have had his hands forward at the time shots were fired, far apart from each other to the point where the stippling would have gone in between the hands, correct?
Correct.
Similarly, the decedent could have had his hands so far close to, or even maybe just behind the muzzle of the gun, that there was never any unburnt gunpowder in the path, correct?
Again, these are possibilities I can't rule out. They're scenarios I'm given, and there's nothing there that I have that I can say that's not possible.
Okay. Let me just button it up with this and we'll move on. Can we agree that you do not have an opinion as to the position of the decedent's arms or hands at the time the shots were fired?
Correct.
Let me move on, Doctor, and talk briefly about some of the nomenclature that we use to describe the abrasions and contusions that you observed. You talked, Doctor, about fresh wounds and older wounds. Could you talk about what that means, fresh and old?
Yes, basically, I can't, a fresh wound, I mean, we've all gotten scratches and bruises and things like that, and if you've watched them heal, there's a process. So, for instance, with a scratch, it's going to have that pink appearance as the surface of the skin has been abraded or traumatized, and for a certain amount of time, it's going to look like that, and then after time, it'll start scabbing over and becoming brownish as a scab forms and those type of things. So some of the abrasions on the decedent's body had that brown appearance as though they'd happened at a more distant time than the fresh ones.
In terms of how old these injuries may be, are you able to provide any clarification or specificity as to how old the old injuries are and how recent the fresher injuries are?
Everybody's, body kind of heals at a different rate and whatnot. It also depends on where these things happen on the body. You have different vascular supply, let's say, to your skull than maybe the back of your forearm. So things heal at a different rate. So I really can't put an exact timeline. But what I can say is the red abrasions happened at a different time, and the other ones are healing. So they're of varying ages. Okay.
Can you rule out the possibility that some of the findings that you characterize as being older were caused at or around the time of the decedent's passing?
I would. My opinion would be that the older wounds, they're from the distant. They're not. They didn't happen right around the time of death or at a perimortem time. Yeah.
Days or longer before.
Yeah.
One of the other lines of question being pursued by the prosecution related to potential mechanisms of injuries for these superficial injuries. You recall that, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. I believe specifically you were asked about some of the injuries about the decedent's head, jaw, and neck area. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw both fresh and some not so fresh injuries on that part of the decedent's body?
Let me just for 1 second look at this. Yes.
I believe the prosecutor asked you if those injuries could be consistent with falling on rocks or gravel, and you indicated that was a potential mechanism of injury for that. Do you recall that?
Yeah, those would be for like the red abrasions. Yes.
It could also just as easily be as a result of falling on asphalt or pavement, couldn't it?
Yes.
It could also just as easily be consistent with the decedent lunging forward at the time he was shot and continuing in that direction, falling to the ground after he shot, correct?
Due to contact with the ground after he fell, yes.
Same questions, Doctor, with regard to the findings on the legs or the lower extremities. You observed what I believe were characterized as both some older injuries and some fresher injuries.
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you if that could be consistent with contact with a rocky area, and you indicated that it could?
Yes.
It could also be just as easily explained by contact with asphalt or pavement, couldn't it?
Yes.
And those injuries, likewise, could be consistent with the decedent lunging forward at the time he was shot and continuing in that direction after he was shot and then falling to the ground.
Yes.
Finally, same lines of questions as to the back. There was some old and fresh injuries on the right side of the back, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Those injuries could also be caused from asphalt, couldn't they?
Well, the ones on the back, those, let me just read this because there was some stuff on the upper back, but those look old. But then you're right, on the lower part of the chest and upper part of the abdomen, there's some red abrasions, and yes, same, yeah.
And I'm sorry, I said back. We were talking about the front and the back of the torso and
Yeah.
the chest.
Yeah.
And again, with regard to the fresher injury on the chest, that could be consistent with the decedent lunging forward towards the person who shot the bullets at the time he was shot, correct?
And contact in the ground, yes.
Let me shift gears and move to a different topic, Doctor. The prosecutor also asked you about something called defensive wounds, and you started to give an explanation as to how that term is used in your field. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Defensive wounds are wounds that would be seen when somebody takes a defensive position, as if, if they're being attacked, whatnot, or defending themselves. So, commonly you might see something on the hands, on the forearms. You could even see them on the thighs if somebody's trying to push someone away on the ground and they're on their back. So it's sort of a category of wounds that could be consistent with somebody defending themselves.
It sounds to me like that is something that would be of more clinical significance if we're talking about a scenario where you have maybe hand-to-hand fighting or wrestling, or the decedent was killed with some type of knife or object that was held in the hand of another person, correct?
It's common to see these defensive wounds in those kind of situations, yes.
Can we agree that if we're talking about a situation where there's no allegation that the decedent and the person who fired the gun were engaged in any type of hand-to-hand combat, that the absence of defensive wounds is less significant?
Yeah, I mean, if there's not a story of or a context of defensive wounds due to the circumstances, then yes, it would be hard to categorize them as that.
Let me move on, Doctor, to the 2 gunshot wounds. To be clear, there's no way for us to determine the sequence in which these wounds were caused, correct?
I don't have an opinion as to the sequence, no.
We don't know which was first and which was second.
I do not know.
The wound paths through the decedent's body are pretty similar to each other, are they not?
The trajectories are similar.
Whatever differences there may be between the trajectories is very slight, isn't it? Aren't they?
They're similar, so they're very similar, yeah.
Sometimes when you are conducting a post-mortem on an individual who suffered a gunshot wound, you can have a situation where a projectile strikes a bony structure and may go in a different direction than it was going prior to making contact with that particular part of the anatomy, correct?
Yes, bony structures can change the trajectory.
But in this case, we're confident, aren't we, that both projectiles maintained a linear path as they entered the decedent's body, correct?
That's what I saw in my internal exam, yes.
The downward angle of the projectile trajectories is consistent with the decedent leaning forward towards the shooter at the time the shots were fired. Correct?
Again, given a scenario, all I can say is yes, that's possible, or it's consistent with that, and certainly that's a possibility.
I want to publish 361
Yeah, I don't. Was 361 was the diagram that he did up here? Oh, okay. All righty.
You recognize this is 361, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. I stand the jury's way. If I could borrow the laser pointer.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. When you talked about the chest wound entering near the fourth rib, you're talking about this entrance here, correct?
Correct.
And the projectile was recovered by the 11th vertebra?
Correct.
And we can agree that you drew these dotted or hyphenated lines to approximate the path the projectiles took through the decedent's body, correct?
Yes.
Can we agree that all things being equal, if the decedent was standing on a plane that was elevated above where the shooter was standing at the time, that the angle that the decedent would have had to rotate into in order for those paths to present in that fashion would have had to have been even further forward?
Well, like I said, given that scenario, and if we're going to say, the gun's in the same position and somebody's holding it and the other person is elevated, then yeah, you would expect that that person would be in a position sort of forward to get that downward angle.
And again, all things being equal, the higher up the decedent is, the further forward he would have to be leaning in order for the trajectories to present in these angles, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, we're assuming he's standing up straight and all those kind of things, but yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. I got just a very brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there an approximation or a rule of thumb that is used in your field to determine an individual's wingspan or arm length relative to their height?
I mean, I'm sure there's formulas out there. I don't really use that. I mean, once in a while we'll measure, from shoulder to fingertip or whatnot. But yeah, I'm sure there's formulas out there.
just one last thing to clarify. The absence, there was stippling noted by the shoulder wound, correct?
Correct.
There was no stippling identified by the chest wound?
Correct.
The absence of stippling by the chest wound does not mean that it was caused at any distance greater or less than the distance that the shoulder wounds created, correct?
Yeah, because, that went through a shirt, quite a bit of material there and whatnot on all sides of that wound. I was unable to give that a range of fire. Okay, potentially it could have been within that range. I just can't say.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of questions, Doctor.
Sure.
As far as recent THC use, you can't say how recent, can you?
Again, I'd have to defer to a toxicologist, and they would, consider, how quickly is stuff metabolized? How quickly would it be in the urine? I can't say.
If a substance is found in the urine, is that substance found in the urine affecting the person psychoactively?
No. Once it's in the urine, it's inactive.
As far as the gunpowder particles that lead to stippling, when they come out of the barrel of the gun, they're more concentrated. Is that fair?
The closer to the muzzle, the more concentrated. Yeah.
And some of those particles travel further than others. Is that fair?
Yes, there's going to be a dispersion there. And like anything, some would be traveling further than others because some are burning and that kind of thing.
So you might expect to see a greater amount of stippling if that area from the muzzle of the gun to the contact area was a shorter distance.
Yeah, like I was saying, if you threw a handful of confetti out, it's going to start out in a small pack and then it's going to kind of disperse. So the closer you are to it, it's going to be more of a concentrated bundle.
And finally, Doctor, counsel gave you a variety of circumstances of the position of hands relative to the muzzle of the gun. You recall that?
Correct.
You also, if the hands were held at the sides, you also might not expect to see stippling or defensive wounds. Is that correct?
Yes, I saw no stippling or defensive wounds on the hands, so that would be a scenario, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for the doctor. It looks like we do, so I'll go ahead and see counsel and court reporter at the sidebar.
All right, everyone, we are going to continue with the NAU shooting trial. We are awaiting questions from the jury for Dr. Lawrence Czarnecki. Kind of a difficult name to say. Czarnecki. Lawrence Czarnecki is the medical examiner who examined Colin Bro's dead body. Stay tuned. More news now ahead. Mike joining you to man the stream for the next 2 hours. He says hello.
All right, Doctor, the jury does have some questions for you. The first question is, if the projectiles go downward, would this be indicative of the shooter being positioned higher than the victim, or that the victim was leaning or falling forward?
So when I do this postmortem examination, what I have is the decedent. I don't have information without actually being there to know the positions people were in. So again, being presented with those two hypothetical scenarios in order to get a downward trajectory, could the gun be higher than the decedent and cause that? Absolutely. Could the decedent be leaning forward and this way? Absolutely. So yes to both of those.
The next question is, could you determine how the gun was pointed based on the projectiles?
Could I determine how the gun was pointed based on the projectiles? So, those projectiles are, this type of ammunition tends to be very consistent, the way it sort of mushrooms and deforms and whatnot. So I don't have any opinion as to the way the gun was pointed in comparison to those projectiles and the way they were deformed.
The next question is, based on the projectiles, could you for sure say the victim was leaning forward, even though on a higher plane, or that the shooter was just taller?
Based on what I have, as I explained before, I can be given certain scenarios and give an opinion as to is it consistent with that, but as far as me making an opinion as to what was happening outside of what I have, I can't make an opinion.
The next question is, do post-mortem length/mass requirements tend to skew high or low?
Could you repeat that question for me?
Do post-mortem length/mass requirements tend to skew high or low?
Oh, length and mass measurements. Again, it's, plus or minus. We give a range. I would say probably height, it would tend to be low. But weight, there's so many variables. I mean, if somebody was in the hospital and they received fluids, things like this can, increase body weight and whatnot. So I would say it tends to skew low for the height. Weight, there's lots of factors.
The next question is, it's a three-part. Are the clothes inspected for stippling?
With my eye, so grossly, I examine the clothing and whatnot, and that's my examination at the time of the exam.
And the next part is kind of a two-part question. If so, is any found on the clothes? If so, where?
I didn't see any on the clothes, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. You saw the clothing was stained. Clothing acts very differently than skin as far as when receiving things like stippling. As far as my examination, I didn't see it, but it doesn't mean it wasn't there.
And the next question is it your opinion that a straight line could be drawn through the path of the bullet in the body to the muzzle of the gun, as in the path of the bullet indicates the gun was in the same plane and the bullet's trajectory was not altered?
Could you repeat that question?
You want to take a look?
Sure, thank you. So is it your opinion that a straight line could be drawn through the path of the bullet in the body? And I mean, that's basically what I did when I did the autopsy. I came up with a trajectory, right? We said right to left, downward, and front to back. So is it your opinion that a straight line could be drawn through the path of the bullet in the body to the muzzle of the gun? So now, that's not something I do, but I mean, certainly, if that bullet flying through the air, you would assume it would be on the same trajectory unless it hits an intermediary object, like maybe it goes through a plate of glass or something like that. So, but again, that's not something I do. And then the second part of the question is, as in the path of the bullet indicates the gun was in the same plane as the bullet's trajectory was not altered. Again, what I see at the time of autopsy, I had a straight line in the body, so I don't really see the bullet altering a path as far as once it entered the body. What happened before it entered the body, I can't say.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, follow up.
Thank you, Judge. With regards to the height and weight measurements, Doctor, you said that you think that height or length could tend to be low.
Yeah, my measurements, it could tend to be low. I mean, occasionally it'll be high too. I mean, it's an estimate, and again, I mean, there's several factors. I don't know that I need to go into, but there's a range of plus or minus.
Roughly, what would be the?
I mean, I would say plus or minus 3 inches.
Okay. And given the location of the chest shot projectile where that was found. In the 11th vertebrae, yes. Now, the fact that projectile impacted his spine there, could that have an effect on height or length measurement as well?
I mean, theoretically it could. I don't think that's the case here, but I mean, theoretically, yes.
If I may have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. Very briefly, Doctor. There's nothing you observed with regard to the trauma caused to the decedent's spine, bones, vertebra. In this case, that would suggest it reduced his toe-to-head height or length.
That's correct. I don't feel that reduced the height by any significant amount.
And when you measured the toe-to-head length of the decedent in this case, you determined that it was 67.5 inches, correct?
Correct.
And when you say there's a margin of error plus or minus 3 inches, it could be more than 67.5 inches, it could be less than 67.5 inches, correct?
Correct.
Or it could be exactly 67.5 inches.
Correct.
Is there anything in particular or specific to this postmortem that would suggest to you that your toe-to-head measurement is any less accurate than it would be in any other case?
No.
Let's assume hypothetically that the person who fires the gun is approximately 3.5 to 4 inches taller than the decedent.
Okay.
That is not mutually exclusive to the decedent also being at a higher plane. In other words, you could have both of those things happen. You could have a person shooting the gun who's 3.5 to 4 inches taller and a decedent leaning forward from an elevated location, correct? In other words, it's not one or the other.
Correct.
Okay. Is stippling I'm not trying to split hairs with you, but just so we're on the same page, is stippling a term specific to the changes you see on skin and other human tissue, or can we also talk about stippling as it may affect clothing or other non-organic material?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's specific to the skin or whatnot. When I spoke of the clothing, I probably should have, the term, it probably just say, is there residue on the clothing? But stippling is really a phenomenon you see in the skin, correct?
Okay. Fair to say, given the condition of the clothing, there may or may not have been residue on the clothing.
Correct.
Finally, doctor, let's assume hypothetically that there were no, what I believe you described as intermediary objects between the firearm and the decedent. We have the bullet goes directly from the muzzle of the gun and enters the decedent's body. Based on your autopsy in this case, could we draw a straight line from the resting place of the projectiles to the pistol from which those projectiles were fired?
Yes, I think we could.
Thank you, doctor. Nothing further.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony, sir. You are excused.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Terrence Weaver.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you state your name, please?
My name is Terrence Weaver.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Weaver.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Northern Regional Crime Lab here in Flagstaff.
What's the, let's see. In October of 2015, what was your capacity at the lab?
At that time in 2015, my main duties in the laboratory would have been performing firearm and tool mark examinations.
Can you give the jury a summary of your background, education, training, and experience in firearms and tool mark examinations?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and Biology from Northern Arizona University. During the course of my employment, I've received training through the FBI. That training has included things like a symposium on trace evidence, specialized techniques in firearm identification, and bullet trajectory reconstruction. I'm also a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, which is actually the worldwide organization for people who do my type of work. I've had in-laboratory research that is often associated with the casework that I do. I've had various schools or seminars in microscopy, instrumentation, digital photography, wound ballistics, serial number restoration, and generally a diversity of topics related to firearm and tool mark examination. I've also attended armor schools, for Glock, Smith & Wesson, and Colt, and I've taken some firearm-related manufacturers' tours.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
Doing firearm and tool mark examinations about 27 years.
Always with the Arizona labs?
With firearms with Arizona. I was also employed with the Utah Department of Public Safety for a little less than 2 years.
Have you testified before relative to firearms and tool mark examinations?
I have.
Are you able to estimate how many times approximately?
It's a very difficult thing to estimate. It's not something I keep track of. In firearm tool mark cases, also gunshot residue type cases, roughly 50 to 75 times.
Specifically with regards to your field of analysis, is your lab certified or does it have certain qualifications?
Yes, our laboratory is accredited through the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, and some years back they also combined with ISO, which is the International Standards Organization.
What does it mean to be accredited?
Accreditation includes quite a variety of things. It is requirements to the laboratory in general. Those requirements may be safety considerations. It's also requirements for the individual criminalists, and that may include proficiency testing and general knowledge in the field.
How regularly does that accreditation process take place?
We go through various reviews, but the full accreditations, I believe they're once every 5 years.
And the various reviews are?
I'm thinking they may be yearly.
Mr. Weaver, did you do any analysis related to this case?
Yes, sir, and this is in reference to our departmental report number 2015-717-470.
All right. And indeed, you keep track of your department report numbers, what other information follows any evidence or analysis through your lab?
Yes, sir.
What other type of information, designations, DR numbers, such things?
I'm sorry. The other things that we keep track of associated with our DR numbers are agency DR numbers, the evidence associated with those DR numbers, the submitting agency and their item numbers, and then chains of custody maintained on those item numbers.
Did you produce any reports outlining your conclusions based on your analysis in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Mr. Weaver, I'm handing you what's been marked as exhibit number 99. Take a minute to review that and look up at me when you're satisfied. Satisfied that you recognize it.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 99 looks like a compilation of all of my notes, all of my reports, the requests for examination, and perhaps any addendums that came with those requests.
All right. And at the outset of your participation in this case, or at least when items were submitted for analysis, there were a number of items submitted at the same time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you outline what those items were that were submitted?
Yes. And I am going to look at my reports, if I may. Item SC16 was one pistol, a Glock Model 22. Item SC37 was a pistol magazine and 6 unfired cartridges, each marked Federal, 40 S&W. Items SC1, SC2, SC4, SC5, SC6, SC13, SC15, SC22, SC23, and SC27 were each fired cartridge cases, each marked Federal, 40 S&W. Items 14, 15, and 39 were fired bullets, 3 fired bullets. And item 1094-1 was 1 fired bullet.
All right. And those so you're referring to items and designations. Where do those item designations like SC16 come from?
Those item numbers would have come from the submitting agency or submitting agencies, and then if there are no discrepancies associated with those item numbers, we will use those same item numbers in the laboratory.
All right. And when these items are dropped off, who are they dropped off by?
It can vary. Sometimes agencies use a courier, and sometimes detectives or officers will drop off the evidence themselves.
And then there's a process for receiving that evidence at your lab, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And keeping track of that evidence until you engage in your work, is that right?
That's correct.
And and you don't necessarily get to a analysis request immediately, do you?
No, sir.
All right, so it sometimes takes some time?
Yes.
All right, and ultimately in this case, how many reports did you produce?
I produced 3 reports in this case.
And 2 of those reports were at least released on April 20th, 2016, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And what do those reports do?
These reports list the items that I examined and list the results that I got on those items as a part of my examination.
So let's talk about one of the April 20th reports in which you made findings relative to SC16. Okay?
Okay.
And can you remind me what SC16, what item that is?
Item SC16 was a Glock Model 22 pistol.
Yes.
Firearm into evidence. The jury has a right to see it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Weaver, I'm approaching you with an item that's been, an exhibit that's been marked 318, okay? And some gloves and a pair of scissors, all right?
Okay.
And use those gloves if you feel necessary. Do you recognize the packaging that is exhibit number 318?
Yes, sir, I do. This is a box under the departmental report that I mentioned earlier, 2015, 717470. It has my mark and my label as I'm holding it up now. That label includes the date on which I placed it there, the 21st of April, 2016, and the item number SC16.
Your Honor, it pleases the court, the defense will stipulate that item 1094-1 was fired from SC16. Mr. Shea.
I mean, defense counsel can offer that stipulation if they'd like. I would like to proceed with my examination.
So you're not agreeing to the stipulation?
If I may have a moment, Judge. Suppose I'll reject the stipulation, Judge, and proceed, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And what is exhibit number 318?
Exhibit 318 is, as I'm looking at it now, the exterior box that contained item SC16, the Glock pistol.
All right. Can you go ahead and open up that package, Mr. Weaver?
Yes, sir. And for the record, I'm just opening up one end of the box. And because the firearm is zip-tied inside the box, I'm going to need to completely open it up.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, sometimes it's easier with a knife than a pair of scissors. Okay, the box is completely open.
All right, Mr. Weaver, do you recognize the item contained inside the box?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
This is item SC16. It has my labels on it, again with that same DR number, the item number, and it is the label, or actually the labels that I placed on this item.
All right, that's SC16, that's the gun?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the, just preliminarily, are you able to determine based on what you're seeing right now if the gun is unloaded and safe?
No, sir, it's zip-tied to the box, and the one safety feature I see on it is that there is a zip tie that is blocking the breech of the firearm.
All right. Are you able to make sure that the gun is safe as you sit there?
My preference would be to remove it from the zip ties.
All right. Please do.
And is it okay if I handle the firearm now?
With leave of the court?
Go ahead.
The firearm is safe. There's no magazine in the firearm, and there's no cartridge in the chamber.
All right. Is there anything attached to the firearm?
Yes, there's still a zip tie going through the magazine well and through the receiver.
All right. Is there a light of any sort?
Yes, there is a flashlight attached to the firearm.
How is that attached?
It's attached with a clamping mechanism to what would be called the rail of the firearm.
Okay. Is that easily removed and attached? Can you tell from looking at it there?
Yes, it looks like it is.
All right. I'll ask you to take that flashlight off of the gun, if you will.
Judge, before we alter the condition of the evidence, can both parties have an opportunity to view it in its original state?
Sure. Why don't you come on up? Let me.
Judge, actually, before I ask Mr. Weaver to take the next step, I'll offer 318.
I don't object to the firearm, Judge. I just look to see whether materials may be in the box.
Sure.
Yes.
No objection.
318 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And actually, again, before I ask Mr. Weaver to take the next step, can I ask him to show the jury the gun?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver, can you hold the gun up in such a way as the jury can see it?
So I am holding the firearm vertically with the muzzle pointed towards the ceiling.
All right. Mr. Weaver, so I'm going to again ask you to go ahead and, if you were to take the flashlight off, would you be able to put it back on in the same position with similar ease?
I believe I could.
All right. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and take that flashlight off of there.
Okay, and the flashlight's removed from the firearm.
All right. And can you test whether or not the flashlight is currently functional?
Yes, sir. The flashlight has a lever on the back, and when that lever is moved to the left, it needs to be held down in order to operate. When it's moved to the right, it will click into position and stay on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Weaver. I just didn't want you to have to point the gun around, so you can go ahead and put that flashlight back on.
And the flashlight is reattached to the firearm.
All right. Thank you. I guess I'll just take that package back from you. If you can put it back in the box and kind of close the box up.
Muzzle is pointed away from you, and because of it having to open the box that way, please be careful that it doesn't slip out.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Was there also, I think you indicated there was also a magazine and cartridges submitted for your analysis?
Yes, sir. That was item SC 37.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Weaver, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as exhibit number 319. Based on the packaging, what do you recognize that to be?
Yes, sir. This is the packaging I received with item SC 37. Again, as I'm holding it up now, my label is across the top of the envelope with the same departmental report number, the item number, the date on which I put it there.
State offers 319, Judge.
Can we confirm the contents of it?
Sure.
Mr. Weaver, if you could open up the package, please.
Yes, sir. I opened up one side of the envelope and removed the contents.
And what was in there?
Inside is a magazine, a firearm magazine. It has my label on it. And then also a plastic bag containing 6 unfired cartridges. And this plastic bag also has my label on it.
All right. Were those submitted to you separately or as one item?
I could check my notes, but I believe because this is a separate plastic bag, it's not one I would use in the laboratory. I believe that they were submitted separately.
State offers 3, but as one item, SC 37, is that fair?
That's correct.
State offers 319.
No objection.
See counsel up here, please.
All right. Your Honor, the state proposes to admit the magazine without the cartridges as exhibit number 319.
Any objection?
No objection.
And the state would ask that the cartridges just be marked as 319A, but not admitted.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I apologize if I misheard. I think the cartridge is 319B, if the magazine is 319A. Clerk is nodding.
How do you want to do that? We normally don't do alpha designators on it. Okay. Let's do it A for the magazine, B for the cartridges. All right, we'll do 319B for the cartridges.
Okay. And so then the magazine would be admitted as 319A. Thank you.
319A is admitted.
Mr. Weaver, if you could put those items back in the envelope, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
A couple more minutes, Mr. Shea.
All right. And you also indicated that there were a number of fired cartridge cases that were submitted to you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you indicated that there were 4 fired bullets that were submitted to you. Is that right?
Yes, under 2 separate requests, there was a grouping of 3, and then on a separate request, another fired bullet.
And do you know where the first 3 came from?
Yes, sir, I did document the labeling on the packaging.
All right. And where did they come from?
Item 14 was labeled with the medical examiner, having come from the medical examiner on the external packaging. Inside that was another label indicating what part of the body that was removed from. Item 15 was also marked on the external package as medical examiner. Inside that, there was another paper envelope and that had what I believe is the medical examiner's label on it. It also was marked as to location removed from the body, but this one actually had, I believe, the name of who it was removed from.
What was that name?
The last name was Brow, and the first name was Colin.
All right. And then with regards to, and so both of those were from the ME's office?
That's how they were marked, yes, sir.
And how about item 39?
Item 39 appeared to have come from the hospital. It had different packaging. It had different markings and a different, what appeared to be an identifier number on it. And that packaging was labeled Zyntech.
And there was, with regards to a separate request, there was item 1094-1. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did that come from?
1094-1 was marked similarly to item 39, marked and packaged. It also had that same numerical identifier, and in my notes I said possibly came from the hospital, and it was also marked Zyntech.
Right. So with regards to that first report, can you describe, well, perhaps it'd be a good time to take the break, John.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and break for lunch. Please remember the admonition. We'll get back together at 1:30. I see counsel up here, please.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now Stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Happy Friday to everyone. It is here. TGIF is upon us. Hope everyone has some great weekend plans, and it's also Easter weekend as well. Okay, coming up here, we're almost at noon here, which means close to 3 o'clock there out on the East Coast. Hope you're all having a great, great day. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now Stream, we're going to take you out to Milwaukee, where there is a scheduled press conference going to be happening very soon, probably at the top of the hour. That manhunt that was going on for a couple of days there in Wisconsin, well, they have the suspect in custody. We'll learn more about it in just a little bit.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good, actually.
All right.
I may have to crawl out of this spot. Oh, you. Facebook Live, yeah.
I'll just steal yours.
What?
I'll just steal yours later. Because it's saved. You save it, right?
Yeah, we do save it, yeah.
Welcome, everyone. As we are learning from local media reports, the Rock County Sheriff's Office said the suspect was arrested just before 6 a.m. Friday in Vernon County, about 125 miles northwest of Janesville, after he was found camping on a farmer's property. The farmer filed a complaint saying a suspicious man was matching the description of the suspect was camping at that location and refused to leave when he had been asked to do so.
We'll bring them in. I'll introduce them.
Vernon County Sheriff's officials said the tipster called about 7:15 on Thursday. In the evening, a perimeter was established on a 150-acre area and watched throughout the night. At about 6 a.m. Friday, shortly before sunrise, authorities approached and apprehended the suspect. Firearms were found near the area. A nationwide search was launched last week for the suspect, who is suspected of stealing firearms from a Janesville gun shop, including an automatic weapon, and threatening to use them on public officials or a school. The FBI offered a $20,000 reward for information leading to the suspect's location.
It's part of the fun. So much fun. You guys are even closer than last time.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Let me introduce to you the leaders of many of the investigative agencies that have worked on this case. From your right is Deputy Administrator Jason Smith from the Wisconsin Department of Justice. Next is Chief David Moore from the Janesville Police Department. Next to him is Sheriff Robert Spoden from the Rock County Sheriff's Office. Next to him is Special Agent in Charge Justin Tolomeo from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And last is the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Joel Lee, from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Sheriff?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we know from the Sheriff's Office at this time, and then we'll have that followed by some additional information from some of our partners up here. At 7:11 p.m. last evening, our suspect was encountered in a remote area of western Wisconsin by a citizen from Vernon County, who then became suspicious and contacted the Vernon County Sheriff's Office. It was determined that Jakubowski was staying in a primitive campsite in a rural private property off of County Road U near the Vernon and Richland County line, just south of Viola, Wisconsin. Vernon County Sheriff John Spears and Richland County Sheriff James Bedell directed local law enforcement authorities to set up a perimeter at this location. Rock County Sheriff's Office was contacted. Investigators, along with tactical support from the investigation, were sent to Vernon County to assist local law enforcement. Tactical units spent several hours early this morning moving into position to safely make contact with our suspect. Shortly before 6 a.m. this morning, tactical officers made contact where he was positively identified as Jakubowski and was taken into custody without incident. We are grateful for a safe resolution to this public safety threat. During the course of this lengthy investigation, there were no injuries to the public, to law enforcement, or to the suspect himself.
Jakubowski will be transported to the Rock County Sheriff's Office and detained in the county jail. It is anticipated that Jakubowski will face at least 3 local felony charges related to the gun shop burglary on April 4th, 2017. I have to tell you that in my 29 years of law enforcement, I have never seen this level of investigative partnership between state, local, and federal authorities. I would especially like to thank the FBI for bringing all of their assets, all of their agents, analysts, and the many other support personnel that they provided in this investigation. I would also like to thank the ATF, the state of Wisconsin, the Wisconsin State Patrol, and the Janesville Police Department as well for all of their efforts in this. On behalf of all the men and women that were assigned to this case, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the local citizens and businesses and volunteer organizations for their overwhelming support. We have received numerous donations throughout the week of food and cards and just general well wishes from our public. And so, as the Sheriff of Rock County, again, I want to express my gratitude and thanks, my thanks to all of our partners here at the table. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief of Police David Moore.
Good afternoon. I stand before you representing a very grateful Rock County and Janesville community. I can tell you that our citizens have been very cautious over the last 8 to 10 days. They've been very patient, but today they are very grateful for the work of everybody that is at this table. I want you to consider for a moment the uniqueness of this investigation. Make no mistake, what could have happened here was a mass shooting. That was our concern. And many times when we have these mass shootings, the first indication we have of it is the mass shooting, the deaths. And then the investigation starts. And we find out who did what, when, and how, and who knew along the way that this was to be. That's not the case with this investigation. We were very fortunate that we were able to learn of the document offered by Mr. Jakubowski and sent to the White House. We were fortunate to know of the burglary and the large amount of weapons that were stolen. We were fortunate to know of his very involved plan and his prompt disappearance afterwards. So all of this alerted us that we needed a very quick and thorough investigation. And it ended just as we had anticipated and how we had hoped. It ended because a citizen gave a clue. Time and time again across this nation, we solve major crimes because a citizen will step up and offer a clue or a comment or an observation which gives us that clue and we can solve this case. That was the case in this. And also, we could not have asked for this matter to end better. No one was hurt, no officers were harmed, and Mr. Jakubowski was taken into custody without any injuries. Now, while this all ended well, I can tell you that everybody at this table was in it for the long haul. We were looking out not in terms of days, but in terms of weeks for sustaining this investigation. We were set up for a long-term investigation, and we had the assets in place in the event that something of a tragic nature occurred. All of these assets were in place because of local law enforcement, the Rock County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, the ATF, DC, State DCI, U.S. Postal Inspectors, and many others that helped us during this investigation. It was significant. It is a law enforcement footprint that this county has not seen before, and I'll suggest to you it is of epic proportions. We'd like to offer our thank you to the Janesville community and the citizens of Janesville. Sheriff Spoden and I lead communities that trust the police, and that trust proved to be important through this investigation. It allowed us to provide police services without a great amount of fear in our communities. It allowed us to continue with this investigation without interference. And through this investigation, over 700 clues came in. And many of those came from Rock County. Many of them came from Janesville. And that's the trusting environment that we are able to have here in Rock County and Janesville, Wisconsin. And in closing, I can tell you today that today is truly a very Good Friday for all of us here in Rock County and in Janesville. Thank you. And now, Special Agent in charge for the FBI, Justin Tolomeo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Again, I am Justin Tolomeo, the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Milwaukee Division. As Chief Moore mentioned, today is a good day for the Wisconsin community. A little after 6 in the morning, Richland and Vernon County Sheriff's deputies, FBI SWAT agents from Milwaukee, Chicago, and Minneapolis field offices, along with officers from the Rock County Sheriff and agents from the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation, took Jacobowski into custody in Reedstown, Wisconsin. And at this time, I want to stress, with his arrest, there is no other credible threat related to him in the Wisconsin community. I want to congratulate all our law enforcement partners for their professionalism and sheer determination that brought us to the results we have today. We said all along we wanted a peaceful resolution to this situation, and today we have that conclusion. Today's arrest was a result of seamless integration and cooperation between 26 agencies, 18 local, 2 state, and 6 federal. More than 250 men and women in law enforcement came together from different agencies for one public safety mission, the one we are thankful for today. As the chief mentioned, over 700 leads were documented and explored in an effort to apprehend Jacobowski. As soon as we knew of the threat to the community, the FBI mobilized. Men and women from throughout the organization stepped forward, from right here in Milwaukee, our headquarters in Washington, D.C., and Quantico, Virginia, as well as 8 other field offices. As big as the FBI is, it proved through this investigation that it can be agile in bringing personnel and resources to bear for a community that needs it. In addition to the federal weapons charges Jacobowski currently faces, the full scope of his actions are under review along with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and we will be considering additional charges in the future. Just want to provide a few details about the arrest. As noted, it happened a little after 6 a.m. this morning. As the sheriff mentioned, he was found under a tarp. There were 4 handguns, 1 long gun, multiple boxes of ammunition, 1 samurai-like sword, a helmet and ballistic vest, containers of flammable liquids, and a copy of his manifesto. Although apprehended, we continue to investigate the full nature and scope of his activities, and this investigation will continue. Thank you. I will now introduce Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Joel Lee.
This is indeed a very good Friday. First of all, I would like to let everybody know who I am. I am Joel Lee. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for the ATF here in the state of Wisconsin. I would like to thank all of the agencies that you see here today for what seems like has been a very long time, but it has been a very intense period because we had a very lofty goal, and sometimes during the various trials and tribulations of going through this incident, sometimes we were wondering, would we be able to accomplish our very lofty goal? Our goal was to take this individual into custody without anyone being hurt. And I'm here to tell you today that we accomplished that goal. And we accomplished it for a lot of reasons, and there are a lot of people to thank for the goal that we accomplished. I have not spent or had not spent much time in the Janesville community, but I must say that the hospitality that I received and we received has just been awesome. This is a wonderful community, and because of that, it almost upped the ante on how important it was to get this individual into custody without anybody being hurt. So I'm so happy and pleased that we were able to accomplish this. I can say throughout this ordeal, I made a few friends. And the agents that we worked with and came together, they made friends. So this is indeed a very good day. It's a great day. I am going to ask for your patience a little bit, because we still have, even though this is a great moment, I like to sometimes use sports analogies, but this is just halftime. We still have a case to pursue and to prosecute. The case that we have is going to be unique because it too will mean the coordination and cooperation of federal and local prosecutors, as well as federal and state and local investigators continuing to work together. So there are some things about this open, ongoing investigation that we are not going to be able to talk about, and some things that, for the integrity of the investigation, we will not be able to reveal. But I will say to you, we will tell you what we can, and I want to thank you for your interest, because the media also played a very important role in keeping the community and the public informed about everything that was going on. And so thank you to the media, because your efforts kept this case, and it was not quick. It did not end, or it did not last for a short period of time. This was a protracted thing, and the media interest never waned. So I appreciate everybody in the media for keeping this case out in the public eye and keeping the public informed on what was going on, and I think that helped to ease some of the concerns that the public had, because there were a lot of concerns about this case and some of the things involved in this case. So once again, I want to just thank everybody, and I especially want to thank the Janesville community, Janesville and Greater Rock County community. Thanks to everyone.
All right, everybody, we are taking you now out to Boston, where the verdict just came in for the ex-NFL star Aaron Hernandez, who's already serving a life sentence for a 2013 murder, is acquitted for that 2012 double murder charge.
Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the one offense the defendant was found guilty on, the Commonwealth moves for sentence.
Do you want to be heard?
The Commonwealth requests not less than 4, no more than 5 years from and after the sentence now being served.
Defense?
Defense would ask for 2 years.
Based on the evidence that's been presented, and on the jury's verdict, I'm imposing a sentence of 4 to 5 years in state prison, and that should run separate and distinct from any other sentence the defendant is now serving or to be served on the Bristol County case. That is, this is from and after any other sentence. Anything further?
Not enough, Mr. Hernandez.
Very good. The court is in recess. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, David. Mr. Sheehan has to make the formal announcements and discharge the defendant as to all other counts.
Aaron Hernandez, the jury having returned verdicts of not guilty with respect to indictments 2014-10417, offenses 001 and 002, each charging murder in the first degree, offense 003, 004, and 005, each charging armed assault with intent to murder, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, and on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation. With respect to these indictment offenses, the court orders you formally discharged and you are to go without day unless held on some other process. The jury having returned a verdict of guilty with respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license. The court, in consideration of this offense, orders you committed to the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Cedar Junction for a term of not more than 5 years and not less than 4 years. That is to commence from and after the sentence now serving out of Bristol County on docket 13-00983. You're notified of your right to appeal to the Appellate Division of the Superior Court within 10 days for a review of the sentence. You are notified of your right to appeal the judgments of this case to the Appeals Court pursuant to Rule 65 within 30 days for a review of this verdict. You are notified of your obligation to provide a DNA sample if you haven't already done so, and to comply with all the rules and regulations established by the Director of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. And the court deems you to have served 322 days while awaiting disposition of this matter. That is calculated from the date of May 28, 2014 up until April 15th of 2015. The court imposes a $90 victim witness fee, and at this time, sir, you stand committed.
We're in recess.
All right.
There you go, folks. Former New England Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez has been found not guilty of murder in the 2012 shooting of two men on a Boston street. A jury just returning the verdict moments ago at the Suffolk Superior Court. Hernandez, who is 27, is currently serving a life sentence after being found guilty of the 2013 shooting of a man who had been dating the sister of Hernandez's fiancée at the time of the murder. The jury had begun deliberations last Friday. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. In just a couple of moments here, we are going to be re-racking that tape, so in case you did miss the actual verdict coming down, we are going to replay that for you in just a little bit, but we did want to show that moment here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let me just pull back the video a little right now, and we will wait for that other video to come down for us here. This was just moments ago.
Request not less than 4, no more than 5 years from an active sentence now being served.
Defense?
Defense would ask for 2 years.
Based on the evidence that's been presented and on the jury's verdict, I'm imposing a sentence of 4 to 5 years in state prison, and that should run separate and distinct from any other sentence the defendant is now serving or to be served on the Bristol County case. That is, this is from and after any other sentence. Anything further?
Not enough, Mr. Hernandez.
Very good. The court is in recess. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, David. Mr. Sheehan has to make the formal announcements and discharge the defendant as to all other counts.
Aaron Hernandez, the jury having returned verdicts of not guilty with respect to indictments 2014-10417, offenses 001 and 002, each charging murder in the first degree, offenses 003, 004, and 005, each charging armed assault with intent to murder, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, and on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation. With respect to these indictment offenses, the court orders you formally discharged and you are to go without day unless held on some other process. The jury having returned a verdict of guilty with respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license. The court, in consideration of this offense, orders you committed to the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Cedar Junction for a term of not more than 5 years and not less than 4 years. That is to commence from and after the sentence now serving out of Bristol County on docket 13-00983. You're notified of your right to appeal to the Appellate Division of the Superior Court within 10 days for a review of the sentence. You are notified of your right to appeal the judgments of this case to the Appeals Court pursuant to Rule 65 within 30 days for a review of this verdict. You are notified of your obligation to provide a DNA sample if you haven't already done so, and to comply with all the rules and regulations established by the Director of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. And the court deems you to have served 322 days while awaiting disposition of this matter. That is calculated from the date of May 28, 2014 up until April 15th of 2015. The court imposes a $90 victim witness fee, and at this time, sir, you stand committed.
We're in recess.
All right. We are taking you now out to Boston. All right, everybody, we're just going to replay that one more time, and then we will have the video of the jury verdict. 2013 murder is acquitted for that 2012 double murder charge.
Commonwealth.
On the Commonwealth motion sentence.
Do you want to be heard?
Commonwealth requests not less than 4, no more than 5 years from an active sentence now being served.
Defense?
Defense would ask for 2 years.
Based on the evidence that's been presented and on the jury's verdict, I'm imposing a sentence of 4 to 5 years in state prison, and that should run separate and distinct from any other sentence the defendant is now serving or to be served on the Bristol County case. That is, this is from and after any other sentence. Anything further?
Not enough, Mr. Hernandez.
Very good. The court is in recess. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, David.
All right, everybody, so we do have the video that just came into our newsroom, so let's bring that video in, and we are going to see the jury verdict, and you're going to see a strong reaction from the people there inside that courtroom. We're going to take you there now, right now.
Offense 003, 004, and 005, each charging armed assault with intent to murder. Offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon. And on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation. With respect to these indictment offenses, the court orders you formally discharged and you have to go without day unless held on some other process. The jury having returned a verdict of guilty with respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm,
Mr.
not
Sheehan.
home, work, no license.
Members of the
Court, in
jury, have you
consideration
agreed
of this
upon your
offense,
verdict?
orders you committed to the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Cedar Junction for a term of not more than 5 years and not less than 4 years. That is to commence from and after the sentence the sentence now serving out of Bristol County on docket 13-00983. You're notified of your right to appeal to the Appellate Division of the Superior Court within 10 days for a review of the sentence. You are notified of your right to appeal the judgments of this case to the appeals court pursuant to Rule 65 within 30 days for review of this verdict. You are notified of your obligation to provide a DNA sample if you haven't already done so, and to comply with all the rules and regulations established by the Director of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. And the court deems you to have served 322 days while awaiting disposition of this matter. That is calculated from the date of May 28, 2014 up until April 15th of 2015. The court imposes a $90 victim witness fee, and at this time, sir, you stand committed.
We're in recess.
All right.
There you go, folks. Former New England Patriots tight end Aaron Hernandez has been found not guilty of murder in the 2012 shooting of two men on a Boston street. A jury.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of this offense as charged?
Not guilty.
Mr. Sheehan.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdicts?
Yes.
May I have the verdict slips, please?
Ex-NFL star Aaron Hernandez, who is already serving a life sentence for a 2013 murder, was acquitted today in a 2012 double slaying prosecutors said was fueled by his anger over a spilled drink. The former tight end for the New England Patriots wept quietly as the verdicts were read in Boston. A few moments later, he looked back at his fiancée and nodded somberly as relatives of the victims sobbed loudly. The jury found Hernandez not guilty of first-degree murder in the killings of Daniel De Abreu and Savino Furtado. The judge sentenced him to an additional 4 to 5 years in prison, separate from his existing life sentence for that conviction. Prosecutors said Hernandez opened fire on their car because he felt disrespected when one of the men bumped into him and spilled his drink at a Boston nightclub. The defense team pointed the finger at Alexandra Bradley, a close friend of Hernandez who was with him the night of the shootings. Hernandez was also acquitted Friday of shooting Bradley in the face months later to try to silence him as a witness. Hernandez, who is 27, is already serving a life sentence for the 2013 killing of Odin Lloyd, a semi-professional football player who was dating the sister of Hernandez's fiancée. Bradley claimed Hernandez became enraged after De Abreu bumped into him while dancing, spilling his drink. He said Hernandez later opened fire on the men's car as they waited at a stoplight. In his first trial, jurors deliberated for 36 hours over 7 days before convicting him of murder. Jurors in the second trial deliberated for about 37 hours before announcing the verdict today.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of this offense as charged?
Not guilty.
Jury and the defendant remain standing, please. All others, please be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Sheehan.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdicts?
Yes.
May I have the verdict slips, please?
The defense team pointed the finger at Alexandra Bradley, a close friend of Hernandez who was with them the night of the shootings. Hernandez was also acquitted today of shooting Bradley in the face months later to try to silence him as a witness. Hernandez, who is 27, is already serving a life sentence for the 2013 killing of Odin Lloyd, a semi-professional football player who was dating the sister of Hernandez's fiancée. Bradley claimed Hernandez became enraged after De Abreu bumped him while dancing, spilling his drink. He said Hernandez later opened fire on the men's car as they waited at a stoplight. Bradley also said that Hernandez shot him in the face months later after he made a remark about the earlier shootings. Bradley lost his right eye in the shooting. Hernandez's lawyers said it was Bradley, an admitted drug dealer, who shot the men over a drug deal. The defense hammered at Bradley's credibility, citing his immunity deal with prosecutors to testify against Hernandez, his role as the driver of the car the night of the shootings, and his criminal record. Bradley is serving a 5-year prison term in Connecticut for firing shots at a Hartford nightclub back in 2014. Hernandez grew up in Bristol, Connecticut, and played for the Patriots from 2010 to 2012. About 6 weeks after Furtado and De Abreu were killed, Hernandez signed a 5-year, $40 million contract with the Patriots and went on to play another season before Lloyd was killed. He was cut from the team shortly after he was arrested in Lloyd's killing in June of 2013. He was not charged in the 2012 killings until 2014. In his first trial, jurors deliberated for 36 hours over 7 days before convicting him of murder. Jurors in that trial concluded Friday. In the second trial, deliberated for about 37 hours.
Guilty of the offenses charged.
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez? You find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Free. What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire? Do you find the defendant not guilty?
jury and the defendant remain standing, please. All others, please be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Sheehan.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdicts?
Yes.
May I have the verdict slips, please? What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment?
Right, folks, if you're just joining us here, a judge has sentenced the former NFL star Aaron Hernandez to an additional 4 to 5 years in prison over his conviction on a charge of unlawful possession of a gun. Hernandez already is serving life in prison in the death of a man who was dating his fiance's sister. He was acquitted today of murder, armed assault with intent to murder, and other charges back in the 2012 slayings of Daniel De Abreu and Sofrio Furtado. Prosecutors said the former New England Patriots tight end killed the men because he was angry over a spilled drink at a nightclub.
Yes.
Hernandez denied killing them. He wept quietly in court after the jury announcement acquitting him. He's already serving life in prison in the death of a man who was dating his fiance's sister.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Racides Sanchez? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Would the jury and the defendant remain standing, please? All others, please be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Sheehan.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdicts?
Yes.
May I have the verdict slips, please? What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of this offense as charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16, 2012. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Guilty of the offense as charged.
And what say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Not guilty.
Members of the jury, hearken to your verdicts as the court has recorded it. You, upon your oath, do say that in indictment 2014-10417, offense 001, charging the defendant with murder in the first degree, victim Daniel D. Abreu, you find him not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 002, charging murder in the first degree, victim Safiro Furtado, you say the defendant is not guilty. On indictment 2014-10417, offense 003, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Aquilino Freire, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Racides Sanchez, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, firearm, victim Aquilino Freire, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16, 2012. You say the defendant is guilty of this offense as charged. And with respect to indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation, you find the defendant not guilty. So say you, Madam Foreperson?
Yes.
So say you, all members of the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the verdict slips be filed.
They may. Please be seated. Let me say to all jurors, both our deliberating jurors and our alternates, how much I thank you for the time that you have given to this case, now approaching 2 months in duration since we first saw all of you. You have given, you've made an enormous sacrifice in giving us your time and your attention, and I thank you for it. I thank you on behalf of the parties. I thank you on behalf of the court. You have faithfully discharged your duty in this case. To our deliberating jurors, by my count, you've spent approximately 37 hours staring at one another and reviewing the evidence in this case and coming to an agreement upon that evidence and what that evidence showed. And I thank you again on behalf of the parties and the court for your careful attention to the evidence and your deliberations. Your service is now concluded, and you will be discharged with the thanks of the court. And having served here, you are all now disqualified from jury service for the next 3 years. So we cannot again impose on you until, what will it be, early 2020. I'm going to ask if the jurors would return to the jury room. I'd like to come up and speak with you personally. But your service now is formally concluded, and you are discharged with the thanks of the court. Jurors may be excused.
All rise, please. Jurors, please step out.
Commonwealth.
6, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of this offense as charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16, 2012. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Guilty of the offense as charged.
And what say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation? Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Not guilty.
Members of the jury, hearken to your verdicts as the court has recorded it. You, upon your oath, do say that in indictment 2014-10417, offense 001, charging the defendant with murder in the first degree, victim Daniel D. Abreu, you find him not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 002, charging murder in the first degree, victim Safiro Furtado, you say the defendant is not guilty. On indictment 2014-10417, offense 003, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Aquilino Freire, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Mercedes Sanchez, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, firearm, victim Aquilino Freire, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16, 2012. You say the defendant is guilty of this offense as charged. And with respect to indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation, you find the defendant not guilty. So say you, Madam Foreperson?
Yes.
So say you, all members of the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the verdict slips be filed.
They may. Please be seated. Let me say to all jurors, both our deliberating jurors and our alternates, how much I thank you for the time that you have given to this case, now approaching 2 months in duration since we first saw all of you. You have given, you've made an enormous sacrifice in giving us your time and your attention. and I thank you for it. I thank you on behalf of the parties. I thank you on behalf of the court. You have faithfully discharged your duty in this case. To our deliberating jurors, by my count, you've spent approximately 37 hours staring at one another and reviewing the evidence in this case and coming to an agreement upon that evidence and what that evidence showed. And I thank you again on behalf of the parties and the court for your careful attention to the evidence and your deliberations. Your service is now concluded, and you will be discharged with the thanks of the court. And having served here, you are all now disqualified from jury service for the next 3 years. So we cannot again impose on you until, what will it be, early 2020. I'm going to ask if the jurors would return to the jury room. I'd like to come up and speak with you personally. But your service now is formally concluded, and you are discharged with the thanks of the court. Jurors may be excused.
All rise, please. Jurors, please step out.
Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the one offense, the defendant was found guilty on, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing.
Do you want to be heard?
Commonwealth requests not less than 4, no more than 5 years from an active sentence now being served.
Defense.
All right, everybody. So we were just watching what happened, transpired there in the courtroom there about 20 minutes ago in Boston. Hernandez already serving that life sentence for a previous murder conviction, but he was acquitted on 2 murder charges today. All right, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, Sami is going to take you for the next 2 hours on this Good Friday. And speaking of Good Friday, the Pope right now at the Vatican doing Good Friday Mass.
Uomo dei dolori, da cui ci si discosta. A dire il vero, come ci si discosta da tanti esseri umani sfigurati che incrociamo sulle nostre strade. Il Verbo di Dio, nel quale tutto è stato creato, non è più che una carne muta e sofferente. La crudeltà della nostra umanità si è accanita contro di lui e ha vinto. Sì, Dio è là dove non dovrebbe essere e dove tuttavia noi abbiamo tanto bisogno che sia. Era venuto per condividere con noi la sua vita. Prendete, ha detto senza sosta, mentre offriva le sue guarigioni ai malati, il suo perdono ai cuori traviati, il suo corpo nella cena pasquale. Ma si è ritrovato in mano nostra, in territorio di morte e di violenza, quella che ci lascia attoniti nell'attualità del mondo e quella che serpeggia in ognuno. Lo sapevano bene i monaci uccisi a Tibirin, che alla preghiera «disarmali» aggiungevano la supplica «disarmaci». Era necessario che la dolcezza di Dio visitasse il nostro inferno. Era l'unico modo per liberarci dal male. Era necessario che Gesù Cristo portasse l'infinita tenerezza di Dio nel cuore del peccato del mondo. Era necessario questo, perché posta dinanzi alla vita di Dio, la morte indietreggiasse e cadesse, come un nemico che ha trovato uno più forte di lui e si dilegua nel nulla.
Signore nostro Dio, accogli la nostra lode silenziosa. Come i re che restano senza parole davanti all'opera del servo, rivelata dalla profezia di Isaia, rimaniamo stupefatti dinanzi all'agnello immolato per la vita nostra e del mondo. E confessiamo che dalle tue piaghe siamo stati guariti. Che cosa renderò al Signore per tutti i benefici che mi ha fatto? A te offrirò un sacrificio di ringraziamento e invocherò il nome del Signore.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
Cristo morto per i nostri peccati, Cristo risorto per la nostra vita, ti preghiamo, abbi pietà di noi.
Decima stazione. Gesù sulla croce è deriso.
Adoramus te Christe et benedicimus te. Quia per sanctam crucem tuam redemisti mundum.
Dal Vangelo secondo Luca. I capi lo deridevano dicendo: ha salvato altri, salvi se stesso, se è lui il Cristo di Dio, l'eletto. Anche i soldati lo deridevano, gli si accostavano per porgergli dell'aceto e dicevano: se tu sei il re dei Giudei, salva te stesso. Sopra di lui c'era anche una scritta: costui è il re dei Giudei. Uno dei malfattori appesi alla croce lo insultava: non sei tu il Cristo? Salva te stesso in noi. Se tu sei figlio di Dio, di a questa pietra che diventi pane. Se tu sei figlio di Dio, gettati giù di qui. Sta scritto infatti: gli angeli ti porteranno sulle loro mani.
Gesù non sarebbe potuto scendere dalla croce? A stento osiamo porci questa domanda. Il Vangelo non la mette forse sulla bocca degli empi? Eppure essa ci perseguita, nella misura in cui facciamo ancora parte del mondo della tentazione, che Gesù ha affrontato durante i 40 giorni nel deserto, preludio e inizio del suo ministero. Se tu sei figlio di Dio, di che queste pietre diventino pane. Gettati giù dall'alto del Tempio, perché Dio veglia su chi è suo amico. Ma nella misura in cui, battezzati nella morte e nella risurrezione di Gesù Cristo, lo seguiamo sulla sua via, le sfide del maligno non hanno più presa su di noi. Sono ridotte a nulla. La loro menzogna è svelata. Allora si scopre l'imperiosa necessità di quel bisognava, che Gesù insegna con pazienza e ardore a coloro che erano in cammino sulla via di Emmaus. Bisognava che il Cristo entrasse in questa obbedienza e in questa impotenza, per raggiungerci nell'impotenza in cui ci ha posti la nostra disobbedienza. Cominciamo così a comprendere che soltanto il Dio sofferente può salvare, come scriveva il pastore Dietrich Bonhoeffer pochi mesi prima di morire assassinato, quando, sperimentando sino in fondo il potere del male, poteva riassumere in questa verità semplice e vertiginosa la professione della fede cristiana.
Signore nostro Dio, chi ci libererà dalle insidie del potere secondo il mondo? Chi ci libererà dalla tirannia delle menzogne che ci fanno esaltare i potenti e rincorrere a nostra volta le false glorie? Tu solo puoi convertire i nostri cuori. Tu solo puoi farci amare i sentieri dell'umiltà. Tu solo, che ci riveli che non c'è vittoria se non nell'amore e che tutto il resto non è che paglia che il vento disperde, miraggio che svanisce davanti alla tua verità. Noi ti preghiamo, Signore, dissipa le menzogne che ambiscono a regnare sui nostri cuori e sul mondo. Facci vivere secondo le tue vie, perché il mondo riconosca la potenza della croce.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
Dio mio, perché mi hai abbandonato?
Sancta Mater istud agas, crucifixi fige planus, cordi meo vali.
Undicesima stazione. Gesù e sua madre.
Adoramus te Christe et benedicimus tibi. Via per sanctam crucem tuam redemisti
Dal Vangelo secondo Giovanni. Stavano presso la croce di Gesù, sua madre, la sorella di sua madre, Maria, madre di Cleopa, e Maria di Magdala. Gesù allora, vedendo la madre accanto a lei, il discepolo che egli amava, disse alla madre: «Donna, ecco il tuo figlio». Poi disse al discepolo: «Ecco tua madre». E da quell'ora il discepolo l'accolse con sé.
Maria, anche lei è giunta al termine del cammino. Eccola arrivata a quel giorno di cui parlava l'anziano Simeone, quando aveva sollevato con le sue braccia tremanti il bambino e il suo rendimento di grazie si era prolungato in parole misteriose che intrecciavano insieme dramma e speranza, dolore e salvezza. Ecco, aveva proclamato, egli è qui per la caduta e la risurrezione di molti in Israele, e come segno di contraddizione. E anche a te una spada trafiggerà l'anima, affinché siano svelati i pensieri di molti cuori. Già la visita dell'angelo aveva fatto risuonare nel suo cuore l'incredibile annuncio. Dio aveva scelto la sua vita per far sbocciare la novità promessa a Israele, quelle cose che occhio non vide né orecchio udì. E lei aveva consentito a quel progetto divino che avrebbe cominciato a sconvolgere la sua carne e che avrebbe poi accompagnato su vie imprevedibili il figlio nato dal suo grembo. Durante le giornate così ordinarie di Nazareth, poi al tempo della vita pubblica, quando c'era stato bisogno di fare spazio all'altra famiglia, quella dei discepoli, quegli estranei dei quali Gesù si faceva dei fratelli, delle sorelle, delle madri, lei aveva conservato queste cose nel suo cuore, le aveva affidate alla grande pazienza della sua fede. Oggi è il tempo del compimento. La lama che trafigge il fianco del figlio trafigge anche il cuore di lei. Anche Maria si immerge nella fiducia senza appoggio in cui Gesù vive fino in fondo l'obbedienza al Padre. In piedi, lei non diserta. Stabat Mater. Nel buio, ma con certezza sa che Dio mantiene le promesse. Nel buio, ma con certezza sa che Gesù è la promessa e il suo compimento.
Maria, Madre di Dio e donna della nostra stirpe, tu che ci generi maternamente in colui che hai generato, sostieni in noi la fede nelle ore di tenebra. Insegnaci la speranza contro ogni speranza. Custodisci tutta la Chiesa in una vigilanza fedele, come fu la tua fedeltà, umilmente docile ai pensieri di Dio, che ci attirano là dove noi non penseremmo di andare, che ci associano al di là di ogni previsione all'opera della salvezza.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum. Fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos malo. Amen.
Salve Regina, Mater misericordiae, vita, dulcedo et spes nostra, salve.
Dodicesima stazione. Gesù muore in croce.
Adoramus te Christe et benedicimus tibi. Quia per sanctam crucem tuam redemistimum.
Dal Vangelo secondo Giovanni. Gesù disse: «Ho sete». Vi era là un vaso pieno di aceto. Posero perciò una spugna imbevuta di aceto in cima a una canna e gliela accostarono alla bocca. Dopo aver preso l'aceto, Gesù disse: «È compiuto», e chinato il capo, consegnò lo spirito. Venuti da Gesù, vedendo che era già morto, non gli spezzarono le gambe, ma uno dei soldati con una lancia gli colpì il fianco e subito ne uscì sangue e acqua. Chi ha visto ne dà testimonianza e la sua testimonianza è vera. Egli sa che dice il vero perché anche voi crediate.
Adesso tutto è compiuto. L'incarico di Gesù è portato a termine. Era uscito dal Padre per la missione della misericordia. Questa è stata adempiuta con una fedeltà che è andata fino all'estremo dell'amore. Tutto è compiuto. Gesù consegna il suo spirito nelle mani del Padre. Apparentemente è vero. Tutto sembra piombare nel silenzio della morte che scende sul Golgota e sulle 3 croci innalzate. In questo giorno della Passione che volge al termine, chi passa per quella via che cosa può capire se non la sconfitta di Gesù, il crollo di una speranza che aveva rincuorato molti, consolato i poveri, risollevato gli umiliati, lasciato intravedere ai discepoli che era arrivato il tempo in cui Dio avrebbe realizzato le promesse annunciate dai profeti. Tutto ciò sembrava perduto, distrutto, crollato. Tuttavia, in mezzo a tanta delusione, ecco che l'Evangelista Giovanni ci fa fissare gli occhi su un dettaglio minuscolo e si sofferma su di esso con solennità. Acqua e sangue colano dal fianco del crocifisso. Oh stupore! La ferita aperta dalla lancia del soldato lascia passare dell'acqua e del sangue, che ci parlano di vita e di nascita. Il messaggio è estremamente discreto, ma tanto eloquente per i cuori che hanno un po' di memoria. Dal corpo di Gesù sgorga la sorgente che il profeta ha visto uscire dal Tempio. La sorgente che cresce e diventa un fiume possente, le cui acque risanano e fecondano tutto ciò che toccano nel loro passaggio. Gesù, un giorno, non aveva definito il suo corpo come il nuovo Tempio. E il sangue dell'alleanza accompagna l'acqua. Gesù non aveva parlato della sua carne e del suo sangue come cibo per la vita eterna.
Signore Gesù, in questi giorni santi del mistero pasquale, rinnova in noi la gioia del nostro battesimo. Quando contempliamo l'acqua e il sangue che colano dal tuo fianco, insegnaci a riconoscere da quale fonte la nostra vita è generata, da quale amore la tua Chiesa è edificata, per quale speranza da condividere nel mondo tu ci hai scelti e ci hai inviati. Qui è la fonte di vita che lava tutto l'universo, sgorgando dalla piaga di Cristo. Il nostro battesimo sia per noi la sola gloria, in un rendimento di grazie pieno di meraviglia.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
L'agnello che è stato immolato è degno di ricevere potenza e ricchezza, sapienza e forza, onore, gloria e benedizione nei secoli dei secoli.
Tredicesima stazione. Gesù è deposto dalla croce.
Adoramus te Christe et benedicimus tibi. Quia per sanctam crucem tuam redemistium.
Dal Vangelo secondo Luca. Giuseppe d'Arimatea lo depose dalla croce, lo avvolse con un lenzuolo e lo mise in un sepolcro scavato nella roccia nel quale nessuno era stato ancora sepolto.
Gesti di premura e di onore per il corpo profanato e umiliato di Gesù. Alcuni uomini e donne si ritrovano ai piedi della croce. Giuseppe, originario di Arimatea, uomo buono e giusto, che chiede il corpo a Pilato, riferisce San Luca. Nicodemo, colui che era andato da Gesù di notte, aggiunge San Giovanni, e alcune donne che ostinatamente fedeli osservano. La meditazione della Chiesa ha voluto aggiungere ad essi la Vergine Maria, lei pure così verosimilmente presente a questo momento. Maria, Madre di pietà, che riceve tra le sue braccia il corpo nato dalla sua carne e teneramente, discretamente accompagnato lungo gli anni come madre sempre si prende cura di suo figlio. Ormai è un corpo immenso che ella raccoglie, a misura del suo dolore, a misura della nuova creazione che origina dalla passione d'amore che ha attraversato il cuore del figlio e della madre. Nel grande silenzio che è sceso dopo le urla dei soldati, gli scherni dei passanti e i rumori della crocifissione, i gesti ora non sono che dolcezza, carezza di rispetto. Giuseppe cala il corpo che si abbandona tra le sue braccia, lo avvolge in un lenzuolo, lo depone all'interno del sepolcro tutto nuovo, che attende il suo ospite nel giardino proprio accanto. Gesù è strappato dalle mani dei suoi uccisori, ormai nella morte si ritrova tra quelle della tenerezza e della compassione. La violenza degli uomini omicidi è rifluita molto lontano, la dolcezza è ritornata nel luogo del supplizio. Dolcezza di Dio e di coloro che gli appartengono, quei cuori miti ai quali Gesù promise un giorno che avrebbero posseduto la terra. Dolcezza originaria della creazione e dell'uomo ad immagine di Dio. Dolcezza della fine, quando ogni lacrima sarà asciugata, quando il lupo abiterà con l'agnello, perché la conoscenza di Dio avrà raggiunto ogni carne.
O Maria, non piangere più. Il tuo figlio, nostro Signore, si è addormentato nella pace e il Padre suo, nella gloria, apre le porte della vita. O Maria, rallegrati. Gesù risorto ha vinto la morte.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
Nella tua pace, Signore, mi corico e mi addormento, mi risveglio. Tu sei il mio sostegno.
Crucifixo condolere, dole crego vixero.
Quattordicesima stazione. Gesù nel sepolcro e le donne.
Adoramus te Christe et benedicimus tibi. Quia per sanctam crucem tuam redemistium.
Dal Vangelo secondo Luca. Le donne che erano venute con Gesù dalla Galilea seguivano Giuseppe. Esse osservarono il sepolcro e come era stato posto il corpo di Gesù, poi tornarono indietro e prepararono aromi e oli profumati. Il giorno di sabato osservarono il riposo come era prescritto.
Le donne se ne sono andate. Colui che avevano accompagnato, camminando tenaci e premurose sulle strade di Galilea, costui non c'è più. Ad esse egli non lascia per compagnia stasera che la visione impressa in loro del suo sepolcro e del lenzuolo dove ora riposa. Povero e prezioso ricordo di fervidi giorni svaniti, solitudine e silenzio. Del resto si avvicina Shabbat, che invita Israele a cessare il lavoro, come Dio lo cessò quando la creazione fu completata, portata a compimento sotto la sua benedizione. E di un altro compimento che oggi si tratta, per ora nascosto e impenetrabile. Shabbat, in cui restare oggi immobili nel raccoglimento del cuore e della memoria velata di lacrime, preparando anche i profumi e gli aromi con cui esse renderanno il loro ultimo omaggio al suo corpo, domani, di buon mattino. Ma con quel gesto si prepararono soltanto a imbalsamare la loro speranza. E se Dio avesse preparato alla loro sollecitudine una risposta che esse non possono nemmeno prevedere, immaginare, intuire, la scoperta di una tomba vuota, l'annuncio che Lui non è più lì, perché ha spezzato le porte della morte.
Signore nostro Dio, degnati di vedere e di benedire tutti i gesti delle donne che onorano in questo mondo la fragilità dei corpi che esse circondano di dolcezza e di onore. E noi, che ti abbiamo accompagnato su questa via dell'amore fino alla fine, degnati di custodirci con le donne del Vangelo, nella preghiera e nell'attesa, che sappiamo esaudite dalla risurrezione di Gesù, che la tua Chiesa si accinge a celebrare nell'esultanza della notte pasquale.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimitte nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimittimus debitoribus nostris. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen.
A Lui gloria e potenza nei secoli dei secoli. Amen.
Quando corpus morietur, facut anime donetur, paradisi gloria.
O Cristo, lasciato solo e tradito perfino dai Tuoi e venduto a basso prezzo. O Cristo, giudicato dai peccatori, consegnato dai cappi. O Cristo, straziato nelle carni, incoronato di spine e vestito di porpora. O Cristo, schiaffeggiato e atrocemente inchiodato. O Cristo, trafitto dalla lancia che ha squarciato il tuo cuore. O Cristo, morto e seppellito, tu che sei il Dio della vita e dell'esistenza. O Cristo, nostro unico Salvatore, torniamo a te anche quest'anno con gli occhi abbassati di vergogna e con il cuore pieno di speranza. Di vergogna per tutte le immagini di devastazioni, di distruzioni e di naufragio che sono diventate ordinarie nella nostra vita. Vergogna per il sangue innocente che quotidianamente viene versato di donne, di bambini, di immigrati e di persone perseguitate per il colore della loro pelle oppure per la loro appartenenza etnica e sociale e per la loro fede in te. Vergogna per le troppe volte che, come Giuda e Pietro, ti abbiamo venduto e tradito e lasciato solo a morire per i nostri peccati, scappando da codardi, dalle nostre responsabilità. Vergogna per il nostro silenzioso dinanzi alle ingiustizie, per le nostre mani pigre nel dare e avide nello strapare e nel conquistare, per la nostra voce squillante nel difendere i nostri interessi e timida nel parlare di quelle di altrui, per i nostri piedi veloci sulla via del male e paralizzati su quella del bene. Vergogna per tutte le volte che noi, vescovi, sacerdoti, consacrati e consacrate, abbiamo scandalizzato e ferito il tuo corpo, la Chiesa, e abbiamo dimenticato il nostro primo amore, il nostro primo entusiasmo e la nostra totale disponibilità, lasciando arrugginire il nostro cuore e la nostra consacrazione. Tanta vergogna, Signore, ma il nostro cuore è nostalgioso anche della speranza fiduciosa che Tu non ci tratti secondo i nostri meriti, ma unicamente secondo l'abbondanza della Tua misericordia. Che i nostri tradimenti non fanno venir meno l'immensità del Tuo amore, che il Tuo cuore materno e paterno non ci dimentica per la durezza delle nostre viscere. Speranza, la speranza sicura che i nostri nomi sono incisi nel Tuo cuore e che siamo collocati nella pupilla dei Tuoi occhi. La speranza che la Tua croce trasforma i nostri cuori induriti in cuori di carne capaci di sognare, di perdonare e di amare. Trasforma questa notte tenebrosa della Tua croce in alba folgorante della Tua risurrezione. La speranza che la Tua fedeltà non si basa sulla nostra. La speranza che la schiera di uomini e donne fedeli alla Tua croce continua e continuerà a vivere fedeli come il lievito che dà sapore e come la luce che apre nuovi orizzonti nel corpo della nostra umanità ferita. La speranza che la Tua Chiesa cercherà di essere la voce che grida nel deserto dell'umanità per preparare la strada del Tuo ritorno trionfale quando verrai a giudicare vivi e morti. La speranza che il bene vincerà nonostante la sua apparente sconfitta. O Signore Gesù, Figlio di Dio, vittima innocente del nostro riscatto, dinanzi al Tuo vestito regale, al Tuo mistero di morte e di gloria, dinanzi al Tuo patibolo ci inginocchiamo, invergognati e speranzosi, e Ti chiediamo di lavarci nel lavacro del sangue e dell'acqua che uscirono dal Tuo cuore squarciato, di perdonare i nostri peccati e le nostre colpe. Ti chiediamo di ricordarti dei nostri fratelli stroncati dalla violenza, dall'indifferenza e dalla guerra. Ti chiediamo di spezzare le catene che ci tengono prigionieri nel nostro egoismo, nella nostra cecità volontaria e nella vanità dei nostri calcoli mondani. O Cristo, Ti chiediamo di insegnarci a non vergognarci mai della Tua croce, a non strumentalizzarla, ma di onorarla e di adorarla perché con essa tu ci hai manifestato la mostruosità dei nostri peccati, la grandezza del tuo amore, l'ingiustizia dei nostri giudizi e la potenza della tua misericordia. Amen. Signore sia con voi.
E con il tuo spirito.
Sia benedetto il nome del Signore.
Ora e sempre.
Il nostro aiuto è nel nome del Signore.
Egli ha fatto cielo e terra.
Vi benedica Dio Onnipotente, Padre, Figlio e Spirito Santo. Amen.
everyone. We just wrapped up that feed that we got. As you can see from the screen, we got it from the Associated Press. Pope Way of the Cross event in honor of Good Friday. We are going to take you now back to that trial of Stephen Jones. The NAU shooting trial continues.
Reduce the impact on somebody that we're concerned about their health status.
Okay. So while you removed that tourniquet, was there any complications?
No.
All right. When, well, let me ask you, what were the major concerns as you observed these two injuries? What were your major concerns with those two injuries to his body?
Well, again, both of these are potentially very severe injuries. The right upper arm has important large blood vessels and important large nerves, all of which could potentially be damaged in this kind of a wound. The wounds in the area of his pelvis, we of course worry about, again, large blood vessels there that go to the lower body and the legs. We worry about the bone of the pelvis and the structure of the pelvis itself. And then large nerves, potentially involvement of intestines in that area.
Okay, and so what did you do to try to determine what injuries were happening internally?
Well, with regards to the pelvis wound, again, I'll refer to my note. Okay. We performed CT scanning, actually including the chest, abdomen, and pelvis. And with regards to his arm, we just did an X-ray of his right upper arm.
Okay. And what were the results of that imaging?
So the X-ray of the right upper arm just showed some swelling, but no fracture. The CT scans of the chest, abdomen, and pelvis demonstrated, again, soft tissue gas or air along the backside of the pelvis on the left, extending into the left gluteal region. There was a fracture through the left ilium, the left sort of large wing of the pelvis. There was a hematoma, which is a collection of blood in the muscles of the left gluteus.
Okay, and of those things that you mentioned just now, what was the most serious or potentially serious injury?
Well, anytime you have an open fracture of any bone, that's at significant risk for infection. So that was probably the most significant of the injuries we identified there.
Okay. And so what was the treatment plan going forward?
Well, the patient was provided IV antibiotics in the emergency department, and he was admitted. He was evaluated by the trauma surgeons and admitted to the orthopedic service for evaluation by them.
Okay. Let me ask you about Mr. Peering. I don't know if I asked you this before, but was he awake when you saw him?
Yes, he was.
All right. And what was his demeanor like when you treated him?
Again, referring to my note, I indicate that he is alert, cooperative, pleasant, and uncomfortable appearing young gentleman.
Okay. Did you know any alcohol intoxication or impairment?
I'm looking at my note again. I don't describe any evidence of that.
Okay. Were there also labs done for Mr. Peering like you had discussed with Mr. Prado?
Yes, there were. He had a blood alcohol level of 208 or 0.208, and I don't see that I documented a urine toxicology screen.
Okay, so the ethanol level, 0.208, nothing about any drugs in the urine that you see?
Well, I don't document that test.
Okay. Let me ask you, as a doctor, any long-term concerns with these injuries? And let's start with Mr. Prado. That injury to his neck, do you have any concerns long-term that with what that injury might cause to Mr. Prado's body?
Section, Your Honor, relevance?
Serious physical injury, Judge. Element of the offense.
Let me see it. Come on up. Charged under forage. Temporary but substantial disfigurement. Five. You said serious? Here's the thing.
Let me ask Doctor in a different way, going back to my question. Could Mr. Prado's injury to his neck, could that cause protracted nerve injury?
Yes, I mean, he could potentially face complications related to the injury of the sternocleidomastoid muscle on that side, which we know is injured, or the spinal accessory nerve, which runs with it.
All right, thank you. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Davidson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hello.
I'll try to be as concise as possible so we get you back to the hospital. When Mr. Peering and Mr. Prado presented at the ED, there was a third young man who presented at approximately the same time, correct?
Yes.
His name is Kyle Zintek, correct?
I believe you.
Okay.
I don't know his name. I did not care for that patient.
Okay. All three of the young men were put into trauma bays, correct?
Yes.
There are 3 trauma bays located directly next to each other, aren't there?
Yes.
And the only thing that separates them are curtains, correct?
Yes.
You can hear people speaking from one trauma bay to the next, can't you?
With some limitations due to noise in the room, but yes.
Okay. With regard to Mr. Prado, let's assume hypothetically that the findings on his neck were the result of one projectile. You're not able to tell which wound was the entrance wound and which wound was the exit wound, are you?
My training is not to make that determination.
Similarly, you're unable to form an opinion as to the distance between Mr. Prado and the firearm from which that projectile was expelled, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Prado was discharged from the ED without being admitted to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
The labs that were done regarding the level of alcohol in his system was done using a sample of venous blood, correct?
I don't have that documented. I would presume so. I don't think there was any reason to collect arterial blood on that patient.
It would be unusual to collect arterial blood under those circumstances, would it not?
Of that injury, yes.
Now, just to clear up some of the questioning regarding the cannabinoids in his system, if there's cannabinoids in someone's urine, they may or may not have cannabinoids in their blood as well, correct?
I believe that's true, yes.
Was there any test done of Mr. Prado's blood to determine if there were cannabinoids present?
No.
There was also law enforcement present at the hospital at or around the time these young men were being treated, correct?
Yes.
In the course of receiving his treatment at Flagstaff Medical Center, did the medical staff determine Mr. Prado's weight? Is that reflected in his record?
I believe well, let me review the record I have here. I would not typically record that in my note. I don't know what other notes are included in this packet.
If you don't have it, doctor, that's okay.
Yeah, I have no record of it.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Moving on to Mr. Peering, you noted, doctor, the presence of 2 gunshot wounds in his arm?
Correct.
Not to suggest that there were 2 separate projectiles, correct?
Correct.
Again, same question. Assuming hypothetically that those 2 injuries to Mr. Prado's arm were caused by one single projectile, you don't have an opinion as to which wound is the entrance wound and which wound is the exit wound, correct?
That's correct.
Similarly, you don't have an opinion as to the range between the firearm from which the projectile was fired and either injury, or any of the injuries, rather, that you...
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this NAU shooting trial for a little bit. We'll go back to this a little later on, but we are getting a press conference from Suffolk County about some bodies found. I believe this was in Long Island, so we're going to take you live to this press conference now.
En otras partes de las investigaciones.
With respect to the criminal investigation of the 4 homicides,
Sobre la investigación de las 4 homicidios.
we are actively working with the FBI and the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York.
Estamos trabajando con el FBI y el Eastern District del Estado.
As we have information that we can certify as accurate and that would not jeopardize the integrity of the investigation, we will release that information to the media.
Cuando tenemos información que podemos verificar y que no va a impedir a nuestra investigación, entonces le voy a dar esa información.
Obviously, we know that the community is on edge.
Sabemos que la comunidad en estos momentos quizás están pasando por un mal tiempo.
We will be enhancing patrols in the area
Vamos a tener más oficiales en el área
significantly and for an indefinite period of time.
por bastante tiempo y con muchos esfuerzos.
We will continue the strategy that has led to over 160 arrests of known MS-13 gang members since September.
Vamos a seguir con nuestra estrategia que he llegado al arresto de 160 personas desde septiembre.
We will continue the strategy that led to the solving of the murders of Nisa Mickens, Kayla Cuevas, and Jose Peña.
Vamos a seguir con nuestras estrategias que llegó a resolver el homicidio de Kayla Cuevas, Nisa Mickens y Peña.
And we'll do everything in our power to solve these murders as quickly as possible.
Y vamos a hacer todo en nuestro poder para resolver estos nuestros homicidios.
So with that, I'll take any questions. At this point, all indications are that this is the work of MS-13. With that said, this is an active investigation. We're pursuing all leads. I'm not going to get into the particulars about what our investigation thus far has revealed about the motives. Yes, of course, and we are aware of its origins, and that's certainly part of the investigation. I'm not going to comment on who's being questioned and who isn't being questioned. But to answer your original question, we are aware of the video, and we are aware of its origins, and it's part of the investigation. Absolutely.
Commissioner, can you confirm that Michael is the cousin of Jefferson?
I'm not going to confirm that at this moment. Obviously, I'm not going to detail the type of extra protection we give to people to ensure their safety.
You mentioned you were going to follow a strategy that led to the arrest of 120-something.
160.
Okay, so what is that strategy? Can you elaborate?
Sure. So it's very much based on gathering intelligence. So we gather as much intelligence as possible about gang members in our county. We then make strategic subject lists of known gang members. We assign officers to particular gang members. These are officers who are gang officers. They have expertise in gang enforcement in our precincts, as well as members of our firearm suppression team. These are elite officers, and we assign them to particular gang members to do surveillance and to do street arrests. And that's where we have the over 160 MS-13 arrests since September of 2016. All the while, we're working with our federal law enforcement partners, in particular the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York and many other agencies to build RICO cases against these gang members. RICO is a very valuable tool to eradicate gangs such as MS-13. The 13 defendant indictment that was recently announced, which included charges of the murderers of Nisa, Kayla, and Jose Pena, that was a RICO indictment. Those are RICO charges. They carry stiff penalties. They often provide effective incentives for criminal defendants to cooperate with law enforcement. So it certainly is a huge part of our strategy moving forward. We're also going to be maintaining our enhanced presence in the areas in which we had that enhanced presence, but we're going to be increasing it to reassure the public of their safety. Those are many of the aspects of our strategy, but as I mentioned yesterday, there will be some additional measures taken that I'm not going to detail. Sure, I actually very much appreciate that question. I would like to send a message to the public. If you receive this video from someone, I urge you to contact law enforcement immediately. You can call your local precinct. You can call Crime Stoppers, 1-800-220-TIPS. And of course, if you call Crime Stoppers, that accommodates over 200 foreign languages. All of our precincts are able to effectively communicate in Spanish through our language access line. So we encourage folks to let us know if they receive that video.
And some people are concerned about their identities being revealed.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you call the Crime Stoppers number, that is truly anonymous. You can remain anonymous throughout the whole process. Even if you provide a tip that leads to an arrest and you therefore are eligible for a cash reward, you can receive that cash reward without ever revealing your identity. We have a process in place where we make that happen. And of course, you can also remain anonymous if you call 911 and request that you want your identity to be kept confidential. And you can call your precinct and request the same. So we will protect your identity. We will also provide protection for individuals who require it. I heard you say Villalobos, but I didn't hear the other one.
Lopez.
So right now, we are only confirming that there was missing persons reports filed on Jorge Tigre and Justin Yivakura.
Commissioner, out of the 160 MS-13 members that have been arrested since last fall, is there any way to estimate how many of them are still in custody or how many of them were arrested and then released?
Yeah, that's information I can provide. I don't have that at my fingertips. Yes, ma'am. MS-13, part of their trademark throughout the country, not just here, is to prey on recent immigrants. Part of that is because many times recent immigrant families are in vulnerable positions. The English is not their preferred language. They're just getting here, just getting accustomed to being in another country. Many of them are struggling financially. So there's a host of factors that allow there's a host of factors as to why MS-13 would prey on recent immigrant families, but it boils down to the notion that MS-13, they are individuals who prey on the vulnerable. They engage in acts of violence. They engage in acts of savagery against those who can't defend themselves as effectively as some some other folks in our communities. And that's sad, and that's reason more why we need to be doing everything we can to protect our community.
What do you say to these immigrants who may be concerned about deportation, ICE enforcement, that kind of thing?
Yeah, the message is very clear. If you come to us as a victim or a witness, we don't even inquire into your immigration status. And in fact, you can receive immigration benefits by providing information to law enforcement about crimes. You can receive visas. So we encourage folks to provide information to law enforcement. Again, the number 1-800-220-TIPS if you want to remain anonymous. But if you come forward and provide information to law enforcement, not only will we protect your identity, not only will we not inquire into your immigration status or report you to immigration, but in fact you may be eligible for immigration benefits. And that obviously promotes public safety because it allows us to gather information from the community to solve crimes and to further keep people safe. Yes, certainly we're making progress in this investigation. I'm not going to confirm any of those details yet.
Was one of the boys a target, only one of them, or like is it confirmed that they were after a specific boy in the group, or was it the whole?
I'm not going to confirm any of those details. All right, certainly the gang presence in Suffolk County is mostly concentrated in a discrete set of communities, and of course Brentwood and Central Islip are among those communities. That's not to say that we need to be vigilant throughout the county, but certainly the facts are that gang members tend to be concentrated in certain communities.
Commissioner, the reward is $25,000, and I know it's a two-part question. Do they get it within 48 or 72 hours? And is the fast cash thing something new? Because I hadn't heard much of it before. It was called a fast cash,
72
right?
hours.
Because it was yesterday. You said 48, and then the release said 72. So
I apologize if I said 48. I believe it's 72. So again, it is 72. So this is the fast cash reward. Call 1-800-220-TIPS. Provide information that leads to an arrest and you're eligible for this fast cash reward. We can get you the money within 72 hours of the arrest. You can remain anonymous throughout the whole process, even if you receive the reward. And again, the line accommodates over 200 foreign languages, including Spanish.
And is that a new crime style? Is the fast cash part, or is it always?
I'm not exactly sure when fast cash was developed. I'm not going to comment on who we have spoken to, who we haven't, and I'm not commenting on anything other than the fact that there were 4 victims to this homicide. Thank you.
Do you need any more?
All right, as you can see, we have already lost that feed, so we're going to take you back now to court. It looks like they are on a brief recess there in court regarding the NAU shooting trial. So what we're going to do now is take you to Boston. Boston, they held a press conference regarding Boston Marathon safety this morning, and I'm going to go ahead and show you that now. The mayor of Boston speaking on safety regarding the upcoming marathon.
I'm just going to move this over here. Oh, yeah. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank Commissioner Evans, Chief Vandaka, Chief Hooley, and Tom Groke from the BAA. We're here to talk about what we're going to do to make sure the 121st Boston Marathon is safe and enjoyable for all people who are in our city and people who come to our city to enjoy it. The marathon certainly is a celebration of our love of our city, and it's a symbol of our collective strength and resilience. It's a time when Boston comes alive in a special way, when we rally around our community to show people that we have truly one community. I'll begin by giving some announcements about this weekend, and then we'll talk about Marathon Monday. Building up to the marathon, we have a great weekend of races and events in the city. On Saturday, we have the BAA 5K, the Invitational Mile, and the Kids Relay. At various times throughout the weekend, streets in the Back Bay will be closed to traffic and no parking will be allowed. So we're also encouraging people to find alternate ways to get into the city on Saturday, Sunday, and on Monday. Take the MBTA, use a bike from our rental bike share systems or other ways around the city. Beginning on Monday at 5 a.m., several streets along the marathon route will be closed to all traffic. Commissioner Fiandaca from the Transportation Department will speak more about the expected road closures happening this weekend and on Marathon Monday. I invite anyone to check out, if you have any information that you're looking for, go to boston.gov/marathon to learn more about the route, road restrictions, and more events for the weekend. We have a comprehensive safety plan in place for Marathon Monday itself. For the past 4 years, we've greatly increased our public safety resources and taken significant measures to ensure safety along the marathon route. This year will be no different. We're working closely and sharing information with the FBI and our intelligence community locally and internationally, and that's as well as working with the state, MBTA police, and other local authorities along the route. And I want to make it clear at this time, there is no credible threats to this event at all. Rest assured, we are prepared to know how to operate in many different situations, and we've been working on it since the last marathon. The Office of Emergency Management will activate the Emergency Operations Center to coordinate with city agencies to execute any city operation plans. We are working closely with the BAA and MEMA and other local partners. We'll have thousands of police officers along the route monitoring activity in the land and also by the air. Many officers will be undercover working into the crowd, and will be installing cameras along the parade route. Tactical resources will be close to the marathon finish line and throughout the whole marathon route. Starting at 8 o'clock on Monday morning, enhanced security checkpoints will be in place. We're asking the public to help us in efforts to keep this organized effort to be safe and to also be patient. We're asking the public also to help us. If you see anything out of the ordinary, please let a police officer know or a public safety official along the route, or you can call 911. If you have a drone, do not take it into the marathon. We are not allowing drones to be in the marathon under any circumstances. And it's the same as last year. We're asking people to use clear bags if you need to bring belongings at all in the city. I encourage you to try and leave your bags at home. There's no reason for it. Just try and use your pockets, and if you do use a bag, use a clear bag. We're also going to see an increased security presence should make people feel more comfortable, not concerning. We will have, like last year, we'll have police officers on the route, undercover on the streets, and we're asking you to work with the police department. If they ask you to do something, we ask you to do it, not to be confrontational. I have complete confidence in all of our public safety personnel that will keep our city safe from harm and make the marathon as successful as it has been in the past. I also want to take a moment to thank all the volunteers who generously donated their time and their resources to support the marathon. It's going to be a beautiful day. On my notes, I have mid-60s, but I'm hearing it could be as high as 70. I don't know how great it's going to be for the runners. It'll be great for the spectators. I hope you can join us in the marathon route and at the finish line and cheering on all the great runners that are going to be running in this marathon. I look forward to seeing you all there. And I also want to thank the press for the coverage because you help us get our message out. So thank you for the coverage of today and what you've been covering all week. Now I'd like to invite the police commissioner to say a few words, and he'll be followed by Chief Hooley from EMS, Commissioner Fiandaca from Transportation, and then Tom Grilk will say a few comments, and we'll take questions at the end. Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And again, we got a busy weekend ahead, like the mayor said. We got the convention going on starting this afternoon. We got a good crowd up there already. We have a lot of police visibility up there, and that goes through the weekend. Obviously, we have the memorial ceremony, the 5K, the mile races, and the kids races. And then Sunday night, obviously, we have the pasta dinner, and then Monday, obviously, we have the marathon early. We have the Red Sox game, and we have a Bruins game, playoff game at home that night. So a lot of exciting, events over the city, but we're ready for it. We have a great safety plan working with public and our private partners. We have a comprehensive safety plan that will make sure that it's a family fun day for both spectators as well as runners. All we ask is if you're coming to the event, especially Kenmore Square, Back Bay area early, that everyone take public transportation. Gina will get into it more, but, from 8 o'clock on east of Mass Ave is going to be closed. West of Mass Ave at 9 p.m. is going to be closed. And that whole area, Charles Street, is the new bus pickup for all the runners. That Charles Street area is going to be closed probably 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning when the runners start heading up to Hopkinton at 5:45 in the morning. Again, we'll have a large police presence out there with the green vests on. You'll see us, but we'll also have undercover officers embedded in the crowd. It's a multi-layered approach where we're going to ask people to go through checkpoints all along every entrance that leads from Audubon Circle on down to Arlington Street. We ask the public if they're coming, and they've been more than cooperative in years past. Please leave, backpacks at home if you don't have to bring them, shoulder bags, coolers, suitcases. We won't prevent you from coming to the area, but if you have those articles, you're going to be subjected to bag checks. We're working with our private security partners to ensure that that goes smoothly. Again, if you don't bring them, you won't be stopped and asked to open a bag. So please, the less people that bring them, the more orderly it will be. Also, if an area gets so congested along Boylston Street that our officers are not able to move freely behind the crowd, or our bomb explosive dogs can't move behind the crowd, then certain segments of Boylston Street are going to be closed, and we're going to ask spectators to move to another section of the course. We need to be able to work behind the crowd, and I ask everyone's cooperation. If we ask you to move to another block along Boylston Street, please cooperate with us. Newberry Street from Arlington to Mass Ave is going to be closed, and there'll be no parking on that street, so that's going to be a pedestrian walkway. So if you have to meet your loved ones, whether it's at the finish line or somewhere along, we ask you to do it by moving along Newberry Street, as well as Huntington Ave westbound from Belvedere to Dartmouth Street is going to be closed. So we'll have pedestrian walkways on both locations. Also, if you go into Fenway Park, we ask you again to get there early because there's going to be restrictions up there. And when the game ends, you might be directed away from Kenmore Square to Newberry Street Extension or back down towards the Sears corner, which is the Landmark Center, because of the crowds in Kenmore Square, basically. Again, I ask for everyone's cooperation on this. The FAA obviously has a no-fly zone, like the mayor said. We have drone detectors out there, so we ask everyone to leave their drones at home. But, the mayor stressed, and I want to stress, I just spoke with my intelligence people who speak with the FBI. There's no threats to this race, so I want everyone to feel comfortable coming in. We have a great security plan. It's supposed to be a beautiful day, and it's going to be a great weekend in the city of Boston. So with that, I'd like to introduce Chief Jimmy Hooley, who, with the warm weather, could obviously have his hands full, but Jimmy's going to talk about their response on Monday.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. On behalf of all the women in Boston EMS, I just want to say that this is an annual event that we really look forward to. Yes, it's a lot of work. Yes, it always has its challenges preparing for, but it is a matter of pride for us to service not just this event, but the city that every year for that event. So for this year, as in years past, we have a multi-layered, very comprehensive plan. And the plan is not just simply focused on the participants, volunteers, or spectators for this great event, but it also builds out to make sure that we have adequate response capabilities on both sides of the race course, that we beef up our capacity in Brighton, Back Bay, South End, downtown, as well as the neighborhoods, because we are aware that any big event, 4th of July or big holiday, brings us challenges and more people in town. So we've beefed up considerably for that. There's I believe 14 additional ambulances going to be assigned to the streets that day, on, about, and in the neighborhoods. as well as probably a total of about 125 additional of our personnel above our normal complement. We're going to work very closely with the two main medical tents that we have downtown in the zone. Those tents play an important role because we have a lot of physicians in there. We can actually, minor cases can be discharged from there. Normally, we would have to bring these people to an emergency room. So a lot of these other patients, runners, what have you, that become ill or injured from the race, instead of going to an emergency room, they'll be able to be discharged from there. So that keeps the emergency rooms from getting overcrowded during that event. Another important thing is the Boston hospitals have staffed up incredibly for this. And that was even before the bombing attacks in 2013. The risk of warm weather or anything else which could cause us a surge in patients has the hospitals all staffed up extra, and they're well prepared for that as well. So the idea there is that folks who live in the communities, they shouldn't see any disruption of services coming in. And that's the basis of all of our special event planning. We want it to be safe and healthy for everybody who's attending the event, but we want everyone, whether you live in Hyde Park, whether you live in Brighton, East Boston, and you don't have a care about the thing, we want to make sure that your service isn't interrupted, and in fact, it should even be better on Monday. So thank you very much, and with that, I'll introduce Commissioner Van Duncan.
Thank you, everyone. You know, with the related activities taking place all weekend long and leading up to Marathon Monday, the Back Bay and the surrounding areas in Boston will be very active with large numbers of people walking along our streets and our sidewalks, a huge pedestrian influx in those areas. And we welcome people to Boston to celebrate this exciting event with us. This is something that we look forward to every year. But if at all possible, we ask people to please leave your personal vehicles at home. Take public transportation and really minimize the inconvenience to yourself and to other motorists, and leave your personal vehicles at home. Throughout the weekend, there will be parking restrictions on many locations within the vicinity of the marathon and the marathon route. Not only on the Marathon Monday, but actually starting today with the events in Copley Square and all weekend long. There are events, as the Mayor and Commissioner Evans indicated, for the BAA 5K, the Invitational Mile. It's also Patriots Day on Monday with parades through downtown Boston. So on Saturday, I'll just run through some of the street closures and the locations that will be impacted. Charles Street between Beacon and Boylston will close at 6 a.m., and the BAA 5K will begin there at 9:30 a.m. Streets will close as approximately 10,000 runners progress along the route from Charles to Boylston to Arlington to Comm Ave outbound via the Mass Ave underpass to Charles Gate West to Comm Ave inbound via the Mass Ave underpass onto Hereford, Boylston, and then back to Charles Street. So that's for the 5K. The Invitational Mile will begin early in the afternoon and will require the closing of Boylston Street between Hereford and Clarendon, and then Newbury Street between Clarendon and Fairfield, and Exeter between Newbury and Boylston. So that's for the Invitational Mile later on Saturday afternoon. The kids' relay race will also start on Saturday afternoon at approximately 2 p.m. in the Copley Square Park. And we're expecting about 1,000 children that will run on Boylston Street between Clarendon and Dartmouth. And the streets affected by Saturday's events are all expected to reopen on Saturday afternoon at approximately 5 p.m. On Marathon Monday, Boylston Street from Berkeley to Arlington will close at noon on Sunday, the day before, and will not reopen until the marathon is over on Monday afternoon. And on Monday, Charles Street, adjacent to the Boston Common, will close at 5 a.m. Boylston from Hereford to Berkeley will close at 6 a.m. And the streets east of Mass Ave will close at 8 a.m. All of these streets are listed on our website. Streets in Brighton leading to the marathon route will close at approximately 8:30 a.m. on Monday, and Boylston Street is expected to reopen on Monday night at approximately 8 p.m., and all other streets are expected to reopen shortly thereafter. All of this is posted on our website. Updates will be coming as things may change, but we want people to be informed. Again, public transportation is your best way to get around. You can see runners along the marathon route at different points, but with all of the events taking place, it makes it a whole lot easier and safer for everyone. Leave your backpacks and big bags at home and take advantage of everything that the city has to offer. This is a wonderful event, and we look forward to it every year. We work hard with our public safety partners and with the BAA to make sure that everyone knows what's going on and that they can take advantage of the games in Fenway Park and the events for Patriots Day. We want to thank all of our partners, particularly those at the BAA, and now it's my distinct pleasure to introduce the CEO of the Boston Athletic Association, Tom Grelk.
Thank you, Commissioner, and my message is a simple one from us at the BAA on our behalf and that of 40,000 athletes who will begin running tomorrow, and the 10,000 plus volunteers who will serve them, and the hundreds of thousands of people who will come out to watch. We are simply grateful. It is gratifying to be the beneficiaries of the services of all of the public safety professionals whose leadership is represented here on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. This is a group of people with all of their colleagues who set a standard to which others can only aspire, and we say thank you to all of them.
Thank you, Tom. I just want two more quick things. One is, as the Commissioner talked about, we talked about police presence. There will be a large police presence in town, but there will also be a police presence in the communities as well. We are not pulling resources from the neighborhoods to cover the marathon, number one. And number two, tomorrow is One Boston Day, so I ask anyone watching or listening to do a random act of kindness tomorrow. That's in spirit of the day. So there's you can go on the website and see the different events, but if you just want to sweep in front of your house or help a neighbor, feel free. Questions?
Every year, I know there are different security concerns. How is this year going to be different from last year and previous years?
Well, I think you've noticed one of the tactics they've used lately, and I think we've seen it, is driving the trucks into crowds. So I think you've seen it with the last couple of protests. You know, all along the route from Audubon Circle, we'll have large trucks and machinery that nobody will be able to drive towards the marathon route, and unfortunately that's a new tactic that ISIS is promoting in their magazines and whatnot. So that's something that we started at New Year's, and we continue to use that. So last year, you know, we didn't have to use it so much, but this year that's a main concern. We're continually trying to make that route as secure as possible. And again, there's no threats, but that's one of the main ones. We're really locking down this route for any access on both sides of the route.
Do you have numbers in terms of officers that will be out there undercover and also?
As part of our plan, we don't, but I want to stress, like the mayor does, we will not pull any resources from the other neighborhoods to police this event. We're very much concerned about what happens in the neighborhoods. You know, stopping the violence and staying on top of that is our #1 priority in the other neighborhoods. So we'll have sufficient officers throughout the city to accomplish our mission tomorrow.
Commissioner, can you talk about how you did the strategy for building barricades around people with using the DPW trucks? About how many would you be using, and what will people see so they know they're like inside the perimeter?
Well, I think if you went to the Women's March, where we had almost 175,000, you know, that whole route on every side street was a snow plow, a water and sewer truck, and people will be allowed freely to go by that. It's when they get closer when they'll have to go to also through a multi-layered approach where we have undercover officers having eyes on people approach. We've sent a lot of our officers away in the last couple of weeks on behavioral recognition training to look at the characteristics of anyone who might possess a bomb. They'll have their eyes as officers approach, as anyone approaches the barriers, and then there'll be bag checks. So it's a multi-layered approach, but the trucks will be out also providing a barrier should anyone want to drive a vehicle into the crowd. Again, I don't want to get people alarmed. There's no intelligence, but we live in a new world now where unfortunately, these are the things that we have to take into consideration.
Is there a lot of world using the new technology that you guys might be using? We've heard a little bit about the drones that are going to be monitoring the perimeter.
Yeah, again, we won't have drones in Boston. That's going to be used out at the starting line. We have the drone detection equipment that you might see on light poles along the route. Obviously, we have a lot more cameras than we ever had out there, giving us eyes and ears from our command center. We learned a lot of lessons from the tragedy that we had back in 2013. We have a major command center working with the BAA right inside the library. We have multiple command centers, the Emergency Operations Center run by Renee on Bragdon Street. We got quite an extensive crew of eyes and ears on that race, both physically as well as surveillance.
Commissioner, potential threat from vehicles, is this something that can only be defended with physical barriers, or can you potentially spot vehicles as they're heading toward the route? Is there increased surveillance?
Well, throughout the routes there will be, obviously in Copley Square all the way to Audubon Circle, so they'll both be physical as well as, fixed structures from anyone ever dreaming of doing something like that. Let's hope that hasn't happened. And again, it's just a precaution. Again, the 30,000 runners should have a great race, and they shouldn't feel, insecure in any way.
There's been a lot of protests, any rumblings of people trying to tag a protest down to the marathon or engaging with
No, I think tomorrow there was talk of some protests because it's a tax day and it usually happens anyway on that day, but we've been working with them, trying to keep them away, especially from the Memorial Day celebration. I think that's sacred, and I would hope anyone who's thinking of ever protesting the Boston Marathon think back to the lives that were lost and the limbs that were lost that day, and I plead with them, choose another target because this is sacred ground. Please don't protest it.
2 million people or so you're anticipating the weather's going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crowds are going to be huge. And, the spirit since the bombing has been amazing. And people are out there, some great causes, a lot of first-timers. So I encourage everyone to come out, cheer on everyone. There's nothing better than when you're hurting to have a crowd rooting you on at the end. So it's going to be a great day, and, it's going to be a great weekend in the city. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone. So that wraps up this Boston Marathon safety press conference. Again, the Boston Marathon is on Monday. Safety obviously concerned after that attack that took place there a few years ago. We're now going to give you guys a live look at the Stephen Jones trial. As you can see, they are still on recess there. The Stephen Jones trial, that's also known as the NAU shooting trial. Stephen Jones accused of shooting 4 fellow students, killing one of them. He claims self-defense. The prosecution would argue otherwise. We'll have more from the Stephen Jones trial later today. In the meantime, though, we do want to show you this video. It is Good Friday. Many events taking place on Good Friday in honor of the holiday. In Brooklyn, we had the Way of the Cross march there. Go ahead and show that to you now. Now this is the Way of the Cross over the Brooklyn Bridge. It's an annual procession held on Good Friday, emulating Jesus Christ's walk to Calvary. This is sponsored by the Movement of Communion and Liberation in New York. The Way of the Cross publicly commemorates 5 stations of the Passion of Jesus Christ. At each station, readings from Scripture will be offered along with hymns, reflection, and meditation. Now, according to the Way of the Cross official website, they suggest that all participants complete the devotion in silence in order to fully contemplate the suffering, death, and resurrection of Jesus and the new life he generates within them. All people are welcome at this event. We are now going to continue in silence out of respect. All right, everyone, we are going to go back to this procession in a little bit, but in the meantime, we want to take you live to the Stephen Jones trial. Another person testifying on the stand. Mary Kate joining you with more news now in just a few minutes.
My item 14 and Exhibit 322A is my item 15.
And those are both bullets retrieved from Colin Brew, is that correct?
I had no reference to item 14. I didn't see that labeling, but that was the labeling on item 15.
Okay. Can you go ahead and open up those packages, please? What did you open up?
I opened up Exhibit 222A, my item 15.
And what is contained therein?
In that exhibit is, this is my laboratory packaging. It also includes the envelope from the medical examiner and one fired bullet.
All right.
John, can I just ask the court to admonish the witness not to publish evidence until it's admitted? I don't know what's going to be coming out of his bags.
Mr. Weaver, don't show any evidence until it's been admitted.
And if you'll remind me which item, which exhibit was that, Mr. Weaver?
My item 15 was Exhibit 322A.
All right, State offers 322A.
Sure. Maureen, do we have that marked as 322? Because we had 319 A and B, but 322? Oh, I see what you have. I see we did mark it that way. Objections overruled.
So that was with regards to 322A, and that was your item 15, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And can you open up the next package, please?
This would be my item 14, Exhibit 322. And I opened one side of the envelope and removed the contents.
And can you just describe what you find inside there?
Inside Exhibit 322 is my laboratory packaging for item 14. That includes packaging from the medical examiner and also one fired bullet.
All right. State offers 322.
Same objection.
And 322 is admitted.
Thank you. And if you'll open up, and Terry, if you'll, I mean, Mr. Weaver, if you'll put the items back into the larger envelopes as we move through them.
Okay, I'm placing my item 14 packaging back into Exhibit 322, and the item 15 packaging back into Exhibit 322A. I'm opening Exhibit 321, which is my item 39.
And what do you find inside there, Mr. Weaver?
Inside this package is a plastic bag with the item 39 on it, another laboratory plastic bag that I created containing a plastic canister, and this was what I described earlier as what I thought was from the hospital, and one fired bullet.
All right. State offers 321.
Same objection, Your Honor.
321 is admitted.
And I am putting my item 39 packaging back into the Exhibit 321 envelope.
All right. And I'll collect that if I may. Thank you. If you'll go ahead and open up that last one.
And the fourth item is a plastic bag, or I'm sorry, a paper bag, Exhibit 321A. And this has my item 1094-1 label on it. And I've opened the end of that paper bag, and inside that is another sealed paper bag, and this also has my item 1094-1 label on it.
All right, if you'd open that, please.
And I open that interior paper bag and remove the contents.
And what do you find inside?
Inside the interior paper bag is my laboratory packaging, and it is labeled 1094-1. It contains a plastic canister, and it also contains one fired bullet.
All right. State offers 321A.
Some objections, Your Honor. Relevance 403.
321A is admitted.
And if you'll return that item to its packaging, please.
and I returned all that packaging to the exterior-most paper bag.
Thank you. By my approach, Judge?
Yes.
Mr. Weaver, can you, so with regards to the two reports that were issued on April 20th of 2016, can you describe to the jury what analysis you conducted?
On the items that we just described?
Those items, and we also, before the break, we talked about the other items that were submitted, including the firearm and fired casings.
I would have I did test fire the item SC-16 Glock pistol in the laboratory. I collected the bullets and the fired cartridge cases, and I compared those to the fired cartridge cases and the bullets, the item numbers that we've already described.
All right. And as far as the test firing goes, was the firearm functional?
Yes, I found no malfunctions with the firearm.
What was the caliber of the weapon?
It is a .40 caliber, .40 Smith & Wesson.
So you did test firing and then you made comparison, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you described that to the jury?
Your Honor, if it'll speed things up, the defense will stipulate that items 322 and 322A were fired from Stevens' pistol. Item SC-16 already admitted to evidence. The defense will further stipulate that item 321A was fired from Stevens' pistol, already admitted as exhibit SC-16. The defense will stipulate that item 321 was analyzed and it could not be, Stevens' pistol could not be ruled out or determined to be the pistol of origin. Defense will also stipulate with regard to the analysis performed on the spent casings that were recovered by the scene and analyzed by the witness.
Will you accept the stipulation?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
So Terry, you've now heard the parties have stipulated to your findings. If I may just have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Weaver, would you, so I think we have a stipulation to the analysis you did, the conclusions that you drew. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. With regards to at least those two April 20th reports, is that correct?
Yes.
And you issued one additional report in this matter, is that correct?
I did.
And when was that issued?
The date on this report is April 29th of 2016.
Okay. And what were you reporting when you issued that report?
If I may just read from the report. Per discussions with Case Sergeant O'Hagan and Deputy County Attorney Barker on the 20th of April 2016, the request for distance determination on items 10, 11, 19, and 35 was withdrawn.
What were items 10, 11, 19, and was it 35?
Yes, sir. These were all clothing items.
All right. Did you have an indication of the origin of those clothing items or what they were purported to be?
The indication that I had came from an addendum to the request for examination that I had.
All right. So they were all clothing items. Do you know who they belong to?
Item 10 on that addendum is described as black BLK pants dash Zyntech. Item 11, red T-shirt, Zyntech. Item 19, black BLK jacket, Zyntech. And item 35, black BLK T-shirt of Peering.
Okay. So those items, fair to say those items had been submitted to you, to your lab, for a specific type of analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what type of analysis was requested?
The request on this addendum was to please check for stippling on all 4 of these items.
Okay. And was that analysis done?
No, it was not.
Why is that?
I had a discussion with the case detective O'Hagan, and we clarified what the word stippling meant. I wanted to know if that referred to gunshot residue, and he was looking for a distance determination, and he verified that that was what the request was. The reason that that was not done was because of the evidentiary value that determining distance might have, or the lack of evidentiary value.
All right. So would you have had the ability to determine distance based on what had been submitted to you?
I would have had the ability to attempt to determine distance.
And you elected not to do that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Why?
Because, again, in determining distance, I have to ask what the evidentiary value is. And with distance determination, and my understanding of the scene, which is somewhat limited, was that the individuals at the scene were mobile. And in doing distance determination, I cannot determine who might be moving towards whom might be moving away from whom. I can't tell what may be going on in someone's mind with distance determination. And again, unless I have a very specific reason to do that distance determination, there is a lack of evidentiary value there.
All right. And so you indicated that to the case agent and the prosecutor, and then the decision to withdraw the request was made. Is that right?
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
One further question, Mr. Weaver. How many times have you done that type of testing in the past, and under what circumstances?
I've done variations of that testing. Maybe rough estimate would be about 10 to 20 times. And the circumstances are quite variable as to my reasons for doing that.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
If hypothetically you had done the distance determination analysis that was originally requested, saying generically, not just with regard to this case, what would the significance of the presence of stippling on clothing be?
I'd like to clarify the word stipulating. That is more commonly a term used by medical examiners. It's associated with red marks produced by gunpowder particles, and another term that is used is tattooing, and that refers to gunpowder particles that may be embedded underneath the skin. What I specifically look for in distance determinations is a nitrite pattern. When gunpowder particles burn, they form nitrites. I also look for possible lead wipe and possible vaporous lead using a test called a sodium rhodizonate test.
And tell me, if you could, please, what the significance is of any of those three tests and the result you get a positive result.
If I get a positive result, it would at least indicate the passage of a bullet through a garment. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Are you done?
Passage of a bullet, typically through a garment.
And you're talking about the lead wipe?
No, I'm referring to all three of those, the lead wipe, the vaporous lead, and the nitrite pattern.
Well, as it relates to distance determination, though, what inferences can be made based on the results of those tests?
There may be some examiners who will use vaporous lead as a distance determination, or possibly the maximum distance at which that may be found. However, the nitrite pattern in our laboratory is the determination of distance. And that pattern, which is basically a spotted pattern that is eventually transferred to photographic paper, is then reproduced or attempted to be reproduced using same ammunition and firearm associated with a case.
So let's say you have a nitrite test that's positive. My question again is, what inferences can be drawn with regard to distance determination?
With a positive nitrite test on an evidence garment, testing would be done into cloth, preferably the same type of material that the garment is made out of. And if that pattern can be reproduced, there may be the ability to determine a range at which the firearm was fired from that garment.
Is there a particular range that would be applicable to a positive test across the board, or does it vary from case to case?
It varies from case to case. On occasion, at closer ranges, closer distances, there may be a range within about 6 inches determined. However, as you move further out, in the past, I believe I've reported out ranges up to 1 foot.
So you indicated in order to do a distance determination, you need the firearm from which the projectiles were originally fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you need the ammunition, similar or of the same type?
Same type ammunition, yes, sir.
You had item SC-16 available to you for testing, did you not?
Yes.
That's the Glock 22, correct?
That's correct.
There were, I think, 6 unspent shell casings of .40 caliber cartridges available to you as well, correct?
Yes, I had those to use at least for reference determination.
Okay. But they were available to you?
Yes, sir.
And you had various clothing, evidentiary clothing, belonging to Kyle Zintek and Nicholas Peering, correct?
Yes.
And when this evidence was initially submitted to you by the NAU Police Department, the request was for you to do a distance determination.
The original request was to check for stippling.
The significance of which being that could be telling with regard to the distance between the muzzle of the gun and the location of the individuals who were shot.
Once we clarified what stippling meant, yes, that was the inference of the request.
Okay, let me, I'm being too wordy, and it's my fault, it's late in the day. Your understanding after having this conversation with the prosecutor, Detective O'Hagan, was that they used the word stippling, but basically they wanted a distance determination. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you had a conversation with them and said it's not appropriate to do a distance determination in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I used the word not appropriate. I believe the conversation was more directed towards what specific evidentiary value it might have.
What level of familiarity do you have with regard to the various witness statements and accounts of what happened at the time of this incident?
I've had no access to that information.
So you don't know whether it's a well agreed upon fact or a matter of deep contention that the person who fired the gun and the person who was shot were or were not mobile at the time the gun was fired, do you?
I have basically general information that there was some mobility there, but I did not have specific information.
The degree to which that was a contested or an uncontested fact of the case, though, is that something that you have any knowledge of?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you made the decision, I don't want to split hairs or put words in your mouth, but when you made the decision based on the perceived mobility of the players involved to not proceed with the distance determination, you did not necessarily know whether or not mobility of the people involved was established or not established.
No, sir.
If the mobility of the people involved was found to be non-existent, in other words, if the mobility of the people involved was determined to be such that they were stationary at the time the shots were fired, there would be value in doing a distance determination, correct?
I would have to have the detailed information, the very specific information, and then evaluate that information to perform that analysis.
So even if there is some measure of movement, either with the person who is shot or the person who fires the bullet, that doesn't necessarily render a distance determination impossible. It's just going to expand that range that you're going to get when you complete your analysis, isn't it?
I'm not sure what you mean by expand the range.
Well, you testified before that when you do a distance determination, the result is essentially a range of distance between the muzzle of the gun and the person who was shot.
That's correct.
Okay. My question to you, sir, is if there's some measure of movement, depending on the degree of it, is it going to make a distance determination test impossible, or is it just going to make that range a little bit broader so that your analysis is somewhat less precise?
The determination of movement or whether movement exists or does not exist is not something that the distance determination can make. And so if it is possible to make a distance determination, then I cannot say what the relative movement is between the gun and the garment that was shot.
But you can make a determination, or at least a range, as to the distance between the gun and the person who was shot at that very moment in time, even if the people are moving either apart from one another or closer to one another, can't you?
That's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. So whether they're moving and a second later they're going to be closer or further apart, you can still, with a distance determination, determine how far apart they are from each other at that critical moment when the shot is fired, can't you?
Possibly.
Now, we don't know if you could have done that in this case because you didn't proceed with the testing, correct?
That's correct.
Now, let's assume hypothetically, because I know you're, and I don't mean this in a pejorative way, I understand that your knowledge of the case is somewhat limited. Let's assume hypothetically that it's not at all a matter of dispute that the shell casings that were recovered and the bullets that were recovered were all fired from Stevens' Glock 22. Item SC16, I believe, was your evidence item. What, if anything, did your analysis add to that particular issue?
My analysis of those bullets and cartridge cases verified that, or demonstrated that those bullets and cartridge cases came from that gun.
But if we already knew, hypothetically, that those bullets and cartridge cases came from that gun, fair to say your testing didn't add anything, did it?
I would never make the assumption that those bullets and cartridge cases came from that gun. My purpose in the laboratory is to examine those bullets and cartridge cases and attempt to determine if they can be identified to that gun, or if possibly there may have been a second gun involved. And that is my job in the laboratory, to clarify that evidence if it can be determined.
Well, you talked earlier about the concept of evidentiary value. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's not an issue of dispute in a particular investigation as to the gun from which bullets were fired, what evidentiary value is it to perform the analysis that you did do in this case?
It's not a question of dispute. It's a question of examining that evidence and determining where that evidence may have come from. In terms of doing distance determinations, that is a different perspective on what evidentiary value may mean.
Okay. Let me move on. You had clothing, I think we established, I apologize if I covered this already, for Mr. Zintek and Mr. Peering.
Yes, sir, I believe that's correct.
As we sit here today, do we know whether any of those 4 items have evidence of nitrite deposits on them?
I do not, no, sir.
During the prosecutor's examination, sir, you had an opportunity to utilize the flashlight that was affixed to the pistol. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. And you described to the jury how the switch works. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can we agree that there's essentially 2 different ways that the light can be illuminated using the switch?
Yes, I believe I demonstrated that.
And I apologize if you went over this before, but just so it's clear to the jury, there's essentially one side of it that could be used as a toggle, like a light switch on a wall, and then another portion of the switch that acts as a pressure switch, correct?
Yes. When you refer to pressure switch, it locks the switch in place.
But is there not also a means by which the light can be activated by the operator or the user holding constant pressure on some part of the switch?
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. Holding the, as from the perspective of the shooter, holding that left side of the switch down will turn the light on. However, if you release it, the switch will automatically turn off. Holding the right side of the switch down will click the switch into place, and the light will stay on.
So it's certainly possible to utilize that light in a fashion such that it would automatically turn off once you release pressure off your finger from it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that it took you a fair amount of time to remove the light and to put it back on?
A fair amount of time is relative.
Okay. More than a few minutes?
No, I don't think it's minutes to take that light off.
How long did it take you, sir?
I wasn't timing myself, but I don't think it was 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Is it something that snaps on and snaps off in a quick release?
No, there's a bolt there that you can operate by hand. It also in it, I think it's designed to use like a coin in it. And so you have to twist that bolt to loosen it up enough to take off.
Similarly, you have to tighten that bolt to secure the light in place, correct?
Yes, sir.
So basically, you have to screw it down on that rail you were talking about.
Yes.
It's not like there's a lever that you just push in one direction or the other to lock it or unlock it, correct?
Unless I miss something, unless you can adjust the bolt, so you might be able to press it to take the light on and off. That's a possibility. I didn't look at it that closely.
If you were to look back at it again, would that refresh your memory?
It's something that I would have to play with, and I'd rather have it in the laboratory to be able to actually examine it.
Well, can we agree that when you unmounted and remounted the light today, you had to turn that screw as you described previously?
That's how I operated it. Whether it had been preset for a quick release, I can't answer that.
If I could have just a very brief moment, Your Honor. Sure. Did you perform any other analysis in this case other than what you've described so far?
When you say perform any other analysis, it's a little bit difficult because in, for example, examining the firearm, I go through a rather detailed worksheet with each of the cartridge cases, with each of the bullets. I go through rather detailed worksheets. I photograph these items, and so there is a lot more to what I did than what we have actually discussed.
I'm not suggesting that your analysis was something that was easily undertaken, but in terms of any other specific requests from the prosecutor or the police department or reports that were generated, have we covered everything?
In terms of my reports, as opposed to my notes and the results, I think we've pretty well covered everything.
Have you ever conducted what's referred to as an ejection pattern study?
I have done that on rare occasions in the past.
An ejection pattern study is essentially done to help determine the direction and distance from which a firearm will eject a spent shell casing after it's fired, correct?
That's correct.
If you know the direction and the distance that spent shell casings tend to go, and you know the location of where the shell casings are recovered, using those two pieces of information, it can help you get a better idea of where the gun was physically located when it was fired, can't you?
Possibly.
That wasn't done in this case?
No, sir.
Was it requested in this case?
I'd have to go through the request in detail, but I don't recall that being requested.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Judge. Just on that issue, Mr. Weaver, the ejection pattern testing, you indicated you've done that on rare occasions. Are there shortcomings to that type of analysis?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe those, please?
The shortcomings are the scene itself, and I'm speaking generically. If you have a scene with a hard surface, possibly a sloping surface, intervening objects, people moving around. Cartridge cases can roll on hard flat surfaces. They can roll more on hard sloped surfaces. They can hit objects and bounce off of them. People at a scene, including possible emergency personnel, can move cartridge cases around. So there are so many variables there that in order to do an ejection pattern, conditions have to be pretty much ideal.
And in addition to the scene, how about, is there any issue relative to how the weapon is held?
Yes, that's another variable. Depending on how the firearm may be rotated as somebody normally shoots a firearm, and I'm talking about a lateral rotation, that can greatly affect how cartridge cases are ejected.
Okay, and so what we're talking about here is when a weapon like this one is fired, a cartridge is ejected from, why don't you describe it? You'll probably describe it better than me.
This is referred to as a semi-automatic firearm. When cartridges are fired, the slide moves rearward. I don't know if you may have noticed the slide when I was handling the firearm at the top of the gun there. There's a hook of metal that pulls the cartridges from the chamber, the location where they fire, and then there's another pin of metal that ejects the cartridge cases away from the firearm.
Okay. And so that's in the pattern that counsel asked you about would be what pattern? Is that what it's called, ejection pattern testing?
Yes. However, the pattern determination is where the cartridge cases actually land, if that can be determined. I do a general ejection determination when I test fired the gun in the laboratory, and this particular firearm was generally ejecting cartridges to the right, and it also had a strong vertical component to it. In the trap that I fire into, there were cartridge cases that were actually landing on top of the trap in front of me, which is a little unusual.
If I may have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I apologize, Judge. I think I indicated one question. I do have another question, and this is going back to the distance determination that counsel asked you about. Mobility, I believe that the hypothetical questions that counsel was presenting were trying to control for mobility. Is mobility the only variable that causes you to have a concern about the evidentiary value of that type of testing?
The mobility is a strong aspect of that, but it is also the speed at which people can move. If a distance can be determined out to about 2 feet or possibly 3 feet, it can take a very short time for someone either moving away or moving towards someone else, or two people moving away or towards each other, to move within that range at which a distance could be determined or out of that range. With distance determination, if you get negative results, if you get negative results on that nitrite test, then you cannot draw the conclusion that somebody was beyond the distance at which those residues might be found. And the reason for that is because there may be intervening objects. The EMTs that may handle that evidence may shake that evidence off or may affect it. And the material itself, nylon jacket, may retain that evidence much more differently than a cotton shirt. So there are just a large number of variables there.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. Looks like we do, so I'll see counsel and court reporter at the sidebar. So, Mr. Weaver, the jury does have a couple of questions for you. The first question is, do you or can you estimate a muzzle flash distance on a Glock Model 22?
Muzzle flash distance is not something that we would do in the laboratory. We would, and actually I'm not familiar with that being done in firearms and tool marks, although somebody certainly may have worked with it. But normally what we would look for are the residues that are deposited that are associated with that flash.
The next question is, can you determine the strength of the flashlight's lumens?
No, I did not measure how bright that light was. I only determined if it was operating. And it's possible that if you looked up that flashlight, there should be a rating somewhere on how bright it is.
Right. Follow up.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver. What is muzzle flash? For those who don't know.
Common understanding of muzzle flash is actually a light that would be produced at the muzzle from the burning of the gunpowder.
As the gun is fired.
Yes, sir.
Essentially, and I'm trying to avoid using the word fireball, but basically it's a very quick light, similar in hue to a fire that momentarily exits the muzzle of the gun as it's fired, correct?
Yes, it is very rapid, and I think typically it's going to vary depending on the firearm and how the muzzle is designed. But I think typically it has a conical pattern to it.
Is it something you typically expect to see with a semi-automatic pistol like a Glock 22?
Without any kind of a suppressor on it, yes, I would expect to see a muzzle flash.
Thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Weaver, thank you for your testimony, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our final mid-afternoon recess break, 10 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, everybody, well, it looks like they are taking a short recess, about 10 minutes of this trial. If you guys are unfamiliar with this or you aren't in the Arizona area, this is the NAU shooting trial, the Northern Arizona University shooting trial, I should say. Stephen Jones is accused of shooting 4 people, injuring the 3, but killing 1 during that shooting. And he's accused of doing that, and you guys saw him a little bit earlier speaking with his lawyer. That's where the camera was shooting just a second ago, was with Stephen Jones speaking with his lawyer. But we've had the gun examiner up on the stand for most of the day now. As you can see, he's sort of explaining how they examine the gun, what it takes to examine all of the evidence. Let me move this camera up a little bit too, you guys. So just to give you guys a little bit of background on this Stephen Jones trial, he's a former NAU student who is accused of shooting 4 young men at a fight that happened on campus in October of 2015. Now, to the prosecution, Stephen Jones was, quote, an assassin emerging from the darkness, end quote. He went on a premeditated rampage, the prosecutor said, unloading 10 bullets into 4 young men, leaving one of them dead on the Northern Arizona University campus in October of 2015. But Jones's attorney says he was, quote, surrounded, bullied, threatened, and attacked, end quote, by strangers. He was in fear for his life and made a split-second decision to defend himself. Now, a jury over the next 5 weeks will have to make a decision. We want to hear from you guys as well. Let us know, what are your thoughts, opinions, questions about this. You can tweet us at our show handle, which is Fox 10 News Now, or let us know in the live chat section on our YouTube channel here. And the question really is, did Jones commit first-degree murder when he shot Colin Breaux, who's 20 years old, and that is the one who passed away from this shooting? And another question is, did he commit aggravated assault when he shot and wounded Nick Peering, Nick Preto, and Kyle, also all 20 years old? Or did he act in self-defense? Those are the questions that people have been asking during this trial. Again, that's a question I'd love to hear from you guys as you've been watching this trial live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that he was defending himself, or do you think it was murder? A 14-person jury, 7 men and 7 women, were seated on Wednesday afternoon in court, and at the end of the trial, 2 were designated as alternates. Now, the rest determine whether Jones is guilty of first-degree murder or something less. If convicted of first-degree murder, he faces a mandatory sentence of natural life in prison, meaning he can never be released. Prosecutors will not pursue the death penalty against him. That's what we know. And Jones, who's now 20 years old, wore an off-white dress shirt this past week and a dark tie as he sat at the defense table Wednesday. Now, we're streaming this live today, Friday. It's been going on every day, and it's going to keep going on for the next 5 weeks. He also had his parents sitting behind him during the trial earlier this week. Now, Colin Breaux, who is the student who passed away from this shooting, his parents were also there, sitting on the other side of the courtroom in the front row. Pulling up a couple more, some more information for you guys here. More than 35 witnesses are expected to be called. We've already seen a few come up there, as well as the gun examiner, which we were just streaming for you. And they're on a short recess right now, so it's going to be about maybe another 6 minutes until they're back. But all these witnesses that they're pulling up there, there's going to be about, let me see here. Okay, yeah, 35 witnesses expected to be called, and their stories really are going to form a picture of what happened in the early morning hours of October 9th, 2015, during this shooting. The deputy county attorney says it will be, quote, a picture of murder of an unjustified shooting, end quote. Now, Stephen Jones' defense attorney, however, said that the 18-year-old, he was 18 at the time, was just a couple of weeks into his freshman year at NAU when he found himself in a situation where he was, quote, surrounded, bullied, threatened, and attacked. Jones, quote, did what he had to do to protect himself. He didn't have the luxury of hours or even minutes to make this decision. He had seconds, end quote. That's coming from Joshua Davidson, his attorney there, who you've been seeing Stephen Jones talking to as the camera pans over from the witness stand. That's who is being accused of this shooting. Scrolling up a little bit in the chat, I want to hear from you guys. What do you have to say about this trial? So Pete in the live chat saying, Mary Kate, he walked to his car to retrieve a gun. He had options, chose the wrong one. That's exactly what people are saying. Some people are arguing it was self-defense, he was being bullied. Others are saying that he went all the way to his vehicle and retrieved a gun. So that doesn't sound like a split-second reaction. So everyone has different opinions about this, so that's interesting you say that. Pulling up a few more opinions here from you guys. A lot of you saying, well, you see, yeah, the man who was just on the stand that we were showing you guys, that was the gun examiner for this case. So he's sort of explaining, you know, not even... He's explaining this specific case, but also explaining in general how he examines guns and the sort of damage that this particular gun can do when it's fired off. So he did say a few things when they tested the gun out were unusual when he shot the gun himself. So they're still going through that, interviewing the gun examiner on what he's found and what the gun can really do that the accuser or the accused man used during this shooting. Let me pull up just a few more things for you guys before this recess wraps. They will be getting back in court pretty soon. So I just want to update you guys. For anyone that's sort of unaware of this trial, maybe haven't heard of the trial, or some of you that know about the trial but don't know the whole story, let me pull this down. So this is what the prosecution says. So the prosecution is saying that says Barker painted a picture of the incident saying Jones was on a, quote, rampage, and it was because his pride was hurt, end quote. Jones and his friends were outside the apartment complex where Colin and Peering lived, the two of the boys that got shot. So Stephen Jones and his friends were outside of this apartment complex where a bunch of guys were in there throwing a party. And that's where a lot of many parties are actually winding down, I should say. Now, Barker said that one of the friends of Stephen Jones knocked on the door, and that's when Colin and his friend came out to confront them and ask them to leave. Then a young man who had nothing to do with the confrontation suddenly punched Stephen Jones in the face, knocking off his glasses and running away. Again, this is all coming from the prosecution. So outraged, that's when Jones walked more than 150 feet to his car, retrieved his gun from the glove box, and then walked more than 90 feet to where a verbal discussion was taking place. Jones was, quote, armed for battle, but it was a battle only he knew about, end quote. Prosecution says that they were unsure what the connection with Colin had to be, what connection Colin had with the verbal discussion. Again, Colin is the boy that died during this shooting. And when Stephen Jones, they say when Stephen Jones shot Colin, Colin had his hands at his sides. That's what the prosecution is saying. Now, Colin's friend was running towards Colin when he was shot. The other two friends were shot when they came to help as well. Sadly, Colin died in the landscaping rocks where he was shot that night. The other three students were rushed to the hospital, one of them with very critical injuries. He was shot twice in the back. one that was piercing his bowel, and doctors had to remove a kidney to save his life. That's Zintek, one of the boys there. Now, Peering was shot in the arm and the hip, suffering a fractured pelvis. So they might not have passed away, but they obviously suffered some very serious injuries during this shooting. Now, the third boy, Prado, was lucky. The bullet went through his neck, only a centimeter or two from his artery, which, if that was hit, the main artery there, the prosecution said, quote, that would have most certainly have killed him. Now, this is what the defense is saying. The defense painted a picture of a young man who acted in self-defense with only seconds to respond to physical threats. Joan was, quote, sucker punched, I should say, so hard that his glasses flew off. As he ran to his car in the parking lot, he turned and saw at least 2 people chasing him. The defense doesn't dispute that Jones went to his car, retrieved his gun, and then walked 90 feet to where a crowd was gathered. Jones announced he had a gun and was trying to protect himself. They even said that they say, quote, he was just trying to protect himself, end quote. And when Colin turned and lunged at him, that's when he was trying to protect himself. Again, this now coming from the defense side. Evidence presented during the trial will show that the presence of stippling, that is gunshot residue around Colin's wounds, indicates that he was only 2 feet away, if not closer to Jones, when he was shot. The defense also said that the other shootings were unprovoked. Or he disputed that, actually, that the other shootings were unprovoked. Defense is saying that the other boy was shot as he came up behind Colin and jumped over a bush toward Stephen Jones. Where, the prosecution is saying, well, he was running towards to help his friend Colin. Defense is saying he was running towards Stephen Jones, and that's why he got scared and shot him. Jones then tucked his gun into the back of his pants, kneeled, and tried to offer aid to Colin. A group of students then began to sort of jump on Stephen Jones. Defense said that someone uttered the words, quote, we're going to kill you, to Stephen. At that point, Stephen fired multiple shots in the air to disperse the crowd that was running towards him. And the bullets that were shot in the air hit the 2 other boys. This, again, coming from the defense. This is what they are saying happened. Jones made a decision in a, quote, split second when he had to protect himself, end quote. Now, the trial is happening today. I just explained to you guys both sides from the defense and the prosecution. It's really a big debate right now of what people think happened. Do they think it was self-defense? Do you think it's murder? You can see that the prosecution and the defense have different sides of the story. So I'd love to hear from you guys. What do you think about it? Again, they're just on a short recess right now. Should wrap up in about 2 or so minutes, and we'll be hearing again from witnesses on the stand. Possibly the gun examiner again. We've been talking to the gun examiner all day, who really takes a look at the evidence, takes a look at the weapon that was used, and explains to the jury what kind of damage that weapon can do. And let me just scroll up here in the live chat to see what you guys have to say. I'd love to hear some opinions from you guys. Interesting. Big in the live chat saying, yeah, because you run towards someone with a gun that just shot your friend. Yeah, so you're saying that the boy that ran towards Stephen wasn't trying to run towards Stephen, he was trying to run towards his friend. That, okay. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Let me pull up, scrolling up here a little bit, trying to read some opinions from you guys here in the live chat while we wait for this recess to end. Oh, looks like they're back. All right, everybody, let's turn up the sound.
solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
Can I see counsel up here before we begin?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Abby Norcutt, Norcutt.
Abby, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. And are you in school right now?
No, I graduated in December.
And can you do me a favor? Just pull that microphone right up to your face. Yep. Pretend it's not even there. You graduated when?
December.
From where?
NAU.
Okay. And what are you doing now?
I am substitute teaching at Kinsey Elementary.
All right. Good for you. Abby, I'm going to ask you to refer back in your mind to October 9th, 8th to 9th, that evening of 2015. Do you recall that evening?
Yes.
All right. Is that a moment that stands out in your mind?
Yes.
Let me ask you where you were, where you were living at that time.
I was living in a house in Ponderosa Trails.
Okay. Were you attending school?
I was.
At NAU?
Yes.
All right. What year in school were you at that point?
I was a junior.
And at that point, were you also dating one of the witnesses in this case?
Yes, Nick Prado.
Okay. And how long had you been dating at that point?
A little under a year.
All right. On that evening, that particular evening, were you with Nick Prado?
Yes.
And where were you that evening?
We were at our friend Nick Acevedo's house at the courtyard on Franklin.
Okay, and we've heard testimony about the courtyard before. Is it a complex of houses or units?
Yes.
All right, and which one was Nick Acevedo's unit?
I don't know how to describe it. I don't know the number of it. I can point it out.
Maybe we can bring out some images in a minute. Suffice it to say, it was one of those units in the courtyard.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, we just have to say out loud.
Right.
And was there a gathering, a social gathering at that point?
Yes.
And how many people would you estimate were there?
I'm not quite sure. It was a Thursday, so not a ton, but there was a group of people there, yes.
And what time did you arrive?
Maybe around 10?
That's
11
in the evening?
In the evening, yes.
Okay. Did you arrive with Nick Prado, or was he there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was a bad
We got
question.
there together.
All right, thank you. Were other people there that you recognized that you knew?
Yes.
Let me ask you, okay, I'm going to ask a few names and tell me if they were there. Colin Brew, was he there?
Yes.
Nick Peering?
Yes.
Kyle Zentek?
Yes.
Nick Pletke?
Yes.
Is there another Nick? Nick Acevedo?
Yes.
How'd you keep all the Nicks straight?
We call them by their last names.
Okay, all right. So, and these were friends of yours as well?
Yes.
Other people were there that you didn't know, is that true?
That I what?
That you did not know?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know every single person there, but I knew the majority.
Let me ask you, during that evening, what was happening at this party? What was the atmosphere?
Just music playing, people hanging out.
Was there drinking?
Yes.
Did you have anything to drink that night?
I remember carrying around one bottle of beer all night.
Okay, and so did you finish the beer?
Yes, probably.
All
I
right.
don't remember exactly, but...
So one beer or less that night
Right.
for you? Did you notice if Nick Prado was drinking that night?
I don't remember watching him, no.
Okay. You weren't paying attention if he was or not?
No, I was talking to other people.
As that night progressed, did something occur that caught your attention?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. At some point, did you decide to leave that party?
Yes, around 1 o'clock.
That's 1 a.m. on October 9th?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you leave with, or were you planning to leave with Nick Prado?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go as you were leaving the party? Which direction?
Out of the door into the courtyard to wait while Nick found us a ride.
All right. Waiting for what exactly?
A ride home.
So you had not, did you drive there with Nick Prado or?
I don't remember exactly how we got there.
Okay. So someone was going to pick you up, take you and Nick Prado somewhere else?
Yes, home. We both lived in that house.
All right. As that was happening, did you see Nick Prado later on? Let me ask a different way. Did he come back with someone with a ride?
No.
All right. What happened next?
I went to see if he had. So I walked towards the parking lot at the courtyard to look for him. And I saw him standing near the street. And so I walked towards him.
Okay. And this is Franklin Avenue?
Towards Franklin, yes.
What was he doing out there?
I remember looking up and seeing him, and he was just standing there. And he was looking towards the parking lot of Mountain View.
Okay. And we've seen photos before, the jury's seen these, but Mountain View would be right across the street from Courtyard?
Correct.
So as you looked at Nick Prado, he was looking toward the Mountain View parking lot?
Yes.
How far away were you from him at that point?
I'm not sure. I don't know exactly. I just remember I was on the north side of Franklin in the Courtyard parking lot, and he was either in the street or on the other side of the street.
Okay. Prior to that, did you notice any disturbances at the party?
I did not.
No fighting or anything happening before that?
No.
Did you notice any disturbances outside in the street?
No, I did not.
What happened after you noticed Nick was there on the street or near the street?
I started walking towards him, and that's when I heard the first shots go off.
Okay. And at the time, did you know that these were gunshots?
I did not.
What did they sound like to you?
They sounded like the fire snap or the fireworks that you snap on the ground.
Okay. Did you know where this sound was coming from?
Yeah, the parking lot of Mountain View. I remember looking up, wondering what they were doing over there.
And how many shots do you recall hearing?
Around 5, I would say.
And were they all together, like one after the other, or was there a pause?
Pretty much right after each other.
All right.
Very shortly.
What did you see happen, or what did you observe after you hearing those shots?
People started running across the street, and that's when I started getting worried, so I started running too.
Okay. And you say people. How many people were out there in the street area where you were?
It's hard to say. It was like people doing the same thing as us, trying to get home, going out to rides or walking, and I can't say exactly how many. I just remember there was a handful of people out there.
Okay. You said you started running. Where did you run to?
Towards the Mountain View parking lot.
And why did you decide to run toward the Mountain View parking lot?
Just to see what was going on. I wasn't sure what was happening because I couldn't tell that they were shots. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and when people started running, I was getting worried, and so I started running towards them.
Okay. Did you see other people running toward that area?
Yes.
Do you recall today anyone else that was running with you?
No.
Did you see where Nick Prado went?
No.
As you ran up, describe the direction you went and what you saw.
Just from my memory, I just went straight to the parking lot, and the first thing I saw was Nick peering, laying on the ground with blood.
When you say to the parking lot, we've seen images where there's a sidewalk area going into the Mountain View. You know what I'm talking about? Did you run up that or into the actual parking lot?
I believe into the parking lot.
Okay, onto the actual black pavement.
I'm not sure how far I got.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And Abby, we're just looking for your best memory today. So as you ran up there, you said you first saw Nick peering?
Yes.
And where was he when you saw him?
He was laying on the ground. I can't say exactly where.
Okay. Anything else you observed at that point?
I could tell there were people around me. It was chaotic, but I kind of had tunnel vision. I could only focus on one thing at a time.
Okay.
And, Nick Peering was the first person I went up to.
How many people do you recall being in that area at that point?
I can't say exactly because I didn't look at them. I could just tell there were people around me.
You said earlier that Nick Peering, there was blood around him or on him?
Yeah, on his shirt.
What did you do, if anything, with Nick Peering?
He was saying things. He was saying, I got shot, call 911. And so I was pretty panicked. I got my phone out and I dialed 911.
Okay, while you stood in that area?
Yes, I stayed by him.
And I said stood, I don't know if you indicated, were you standing or crouching or what was happening?
I can't remember exactly. I know I was standing around him. I don't remember if I kneeled next to him or not, but I remember standing up, calling 911.
All right. Did you see anyone else on the ground at that point?
No.
Later on, did you?
No.
Did you see anybody with a weapon of any sort?
No.
Did you hear what people were saying at that point?
Not specifically.
All right. What was the emotion like, or the?
It was just chaotic noise around me, people moving. I don't know exactly because I wasn't looking exactly at them.
Were people scattered, or were they in a clump, or describe that area?
Like I said, I had tunnel vision. I didn't look at the crowd. I didn't look at the people standing next to me. I was focused on Nick Peering and my cell phone.
Okay. Once you made that phone call to 911, what happened after that?
I remember it being busy, and that confused me. I never expected calling 911 and it getting a busy tone. So I just kept focusing on that, getting through.
Did you just keep redialing?
Yeah, I dialed again, and around that time is when I heard the shots again.
Okay. So you're talking about a second series of shots?
Yes.
Could you estimate for the jury how much time do you believe passed between those first shots that you heard and the second round of shots?
About a minute.
And how many shots do you recall hearing in the second round?
I'm not sure exactly. One or two.
Okay.
I would say. It was less than the first time.
Okay. And do you recall how close these shots were compared to the first shots?
Very close.
Did you see who was shooting? Could you tell the direction of the shots, where they were coming from?
No. I heard them next to me, and I just didn't want to leave Nick Peering's side, so I kind of ignored it.
Okay. After hearing these shots, what happened?
After I heard those again, I thought of Nick Prado, and 911, calling 911 was the best I could do for Peering at that time, and people were running back across the street towards the courtyard. So I ran back. So I followed. I was running back towards the courtyard, yelling for Nick Prado.
Okay. And so you're going back the same way, essentially, you'd come?
Yes.
At some point, did you find where Nick Prado was?
He had already been back across the street because he was running back towards me, yelling my name too. And that's when I saw him holding his neck, the left side of his neck.
And where did you see him exactly?
In the middle of the street.
And is this Franklin Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Was he standing, sitting?
He was walking. Yeah, he was walking towards me, yelling my name, and we met in the middle of the street.
Okay. What happened after that?
I think that's right when I got through to 911, because I remember just hanging up the phone, and after that, it gets fuzzy. Okay. I can't remember where I went after that.
And why is that?
In a certain time. The next thing that I remember is I don't remember going into Nick Peering and Colin's house in the courtyard on the other side, but I do remember walking out of it onto the street to go look for a police officer.
Okay. You mentioned it was fuzzy. Why is it fuzzy for you?
I don't remember anything that has to do with Nick Prado, basically between the time I saw him holding his neck and the time that the ambulance showed up and I knew he was going to be okay.
Okay. When you saw Nick Prado, you said he was holding his neck
like this
with his hand.
Mhm.
Okay, and you're demonstrating for the record.
Yes.
Did you see any injury?
I couldn't. The first thing I saw was his hand, and then after that, I
Okay.
don't really remember.
How long did it take for the police or paramedics to arrive?
I'm not sure. But I went out. I remember going back and forth to the street to look for someone to come in and help.
And did you eventually find somebody to come help?
Yes. The first officer I saw pulled up on Franklin Avenue a little bit down the street, and I went up to him and I told him that I needed help and that I needed him to come with me.
Okay. And where did you go? Where did you take the officer?
I remember walking with him back to the house that Nick Prado was in Nick Peering and Collins' house. But I don't remember walking in or anything. The next thing I remember, Nick Prado had been taken out to the street. He was laying on the street on Franklin, and the ambulance were showing up.
Okay.
And then I did see his neck, yeah.
Did you ever after that go back toward the scene, back where you heard the shots? No. Where did you go after the paramedics arrived?
I got in the passenger seat of the ambulance, and I rode with them to the hospital.
Okay. At some point later on, did you speak to the police?
I did.
Was it that same night or that
Yes,
morning?
it was probably an hour or so after we'd gone to the hospital. I'm not sure. It was still late or early in the morning. It was still dark outside, and I was in the waiting room waiting to be able to see Nick.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Abby, in a minute, we're going to show what's been admitted as 316. Do you recall what Nick Prado was wearing that night?
He was wearing a long-sleeve white shirt and a dark-colored hat with Cali written on it. And that's, to my memory, that's what he was wearing.
Okay. Let me show you what's been admitted as 316. Abby, do you recognize this area?
I do.
What is it?
That's the courtyard between the apartments.
Okay. And you mentioned you were at Nick Acevedo's place. Do you recall where that is in this image?
Yeah, it's to the right. It's that one. It's the corner one.
Okay, and you should have a laser pointer up there. Do you see one?
Yes.
Can you just point out?
Right there.
Okay. And you mentioned that that's where the party was at, and then you were waiting for a ride. Where were you when that was happening?
Right, like on this side of the fence over here in this area.
All right, by
in
that
front
table?
of the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you went looking for Nick Prado, which direction did you go?
That way, towards this parking lot right here.
I'm going to switch views here. Where were you standing when you saw Nick Prado?
I believe right around here, because I could see that way.
Okay.
Around the cars and the trees.
All right, and you're gesturing towards Mountain View.
Yes.
Where was Nick Prado, if you can see in this image?
I'm not sure exactly how close he was to the street, but in this area.
All right, maybe we can get a better view. Let me check. Does this help out at all?
Yes.
So are we now looking at Franklin Avenue?
Yes.
Do you recall from this view where Nick Prado was?
I can't say exactly. I don't remember.
Okay. Can you indicate where you went after you heard those first shots?
I was on the north side of the street, so I ran this way across, and I'm not sure exactly where I stopped over on the other side.
Did you at any point see or recognize that Nick Prado was in that area?
Nope. No, I didn't.
And if you could, Abby, indicate in this view, if you need a different view, let me know where Nick Peering was when you arrived.
It was really dark outside. I can't point exactly out where he was.
Okay. Was it in this parking lot that we're in?
Yes, it was in this area.
And then you indicated that after calling 911, you returned back toward Franklin Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you indicate where you saw Nick Prado holding his neck?
Right in the middle of the street, right here.
And again, that was after the second round of shots?
Yes.
Thank you. You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. McGowan.
Which view? Burgess?
I think the view you have is good.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Abby.
Hi.
Try to make this brief for you. In a moment, they're going to put that exhibit back up 316 so we can look at that view. If you can go to the Franklin Street view.
That one?
Maybe the one up further up.
Up here?
Yeah. Okay. That should work.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, Abby. I know you don't remember going into the unit, but can you point out for the jury the unit that you came out of?
Nick Peering and Collins. That one.
That unit. Okay. Now, going back, when you went into the Mountain View parking lot, I just want to clarify, aside from seeing Nick Peering, was there anyone else out there that you recognized?
I didn't see them.
Okay. Now, going forward to when the ambulance arrived, the ambulance took you both to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And you were in the waiting room?
Yes.
Okay. There are a number of other individuals that you knew in the waiting room?
Yes.
Who else was in the waiting room?
Nick Plecky was in the waiting room. Just the whole group of our friends that were there that night. Garrett Snyder was in the waiting room with me. A group of girls that were there that night was in the waiting room with me. Most of the people that were there that night, I can't remember specifically. I just remember seeing those people, but I know there was a bigger group of our friends that were there.
Okay.
It was full.
Do you have an estimate of the number of people?
There were maybe 25, 30 people in the waiting room.
Were there police officers in the waiting room?
Yes.
Were they there continuously?
I believe so. They were standing by the emergency room door.
Do you know how many officers were there?
I think 2.
Were either of those 2 that you recall the one that you spoke to later?
That I gave a statement to?
Correct.
No, I don't think that was one of them.
Okay, so a different officer showed up to get your statement. Did you get the statement there in the waiting room?
No, we went outside.
Okay.
Redirect.
Just briefly. Abby, you talked about with the council just now a group of people at the emergency room, waiting room. And you mentioned Nick Plecki, right?
Yes.
A group of girls, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some other folks.
Yes.
And you said they were there. What do you mean by there?
Most of the people that were in the waiting room had been at Nick Acevedo's house that night.
Okay, so there being the party or the group,
Yes.
the gathering. Do you know if they were at this shooting?
No, I don't know.
Was there a big discussion about what had happened at that point?
No, people were pretty much quiet.
Just waiting to see what happened?
Yeah, and they were sitting with me because I was very upset.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. Does not appear that we do. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, folks, just some logistics for next week. As I indicated at the very beginning, one of these weeks is going to be my duty week, and it is upon me next week. So we will get started at 9 a.m. There are matters that I have to attend to, mostly initial appearances and changes of pleas and things like that I have to do at 8:30. So please be in your jury room. By 9 o'clock, we'll get started around 9. All righty? Thank you, folks. Please have a good weekend. Thank you all for your hard work. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, you guys, well, as you can see, trial has wrapped up for the day. They'll regroup next week. Thanks for watching with me live here on Fox News Now. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next 30 minutes of the show here. Then Mike Page coming up after me to host for the next few hours, and then I will be back on again at 7. So we're taking you through the whole day here with breaking news events for you guys. I want to pull this up just to keep you guys updated on what's going on. This is a train derailment in New York. Originally I said it was a fire. I want to correct myself. This is a train derailment in New York City. Let me just pull up some information here for you guys. Give me one moment. You're watching live on Fox News Now. Okay, you guys, I've gotten the updates. This is law enforcement used a taser on a suspect at Penn Station after major delays. Let me update this lower third for you guys. I'm going to say police situation right now just because we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. I'm going to update. So it's at Penn Station in New York City, everybody. Okay, so here's what we know so far. A disabled New Jersey transit train caused delays at Penn Station and across the area for today's commute heading into the holiday weekend. As frustrated passengers crowded the packed station, there was also a brief incident that caused mass panic. A police officer, not the NYPD, but a different law enforcement agency, used a taser on a suspect, which people may have mistaken for the sound of a gunshot, and that's what caused the panic there. The NYPD says reports of shots fired in the station and surrounding area are unfounded, so they don't believe that there were any shots at this Penn Station today. Now, the New Jersey Transit train lost power in the Northeast Corridor Tunnel as it came into the station around 3 o'clock, and approximately 1,200 passengers were trapped on board for 3 hours, you guys. The stranded passengers have now been returned to Penn Station. That's good news. And the FDNY responded to treat 6 people who weren't feeling very well. You can imagine sitting there for 3 hours and people were also panicking isn't a good situation. Now, New Jersey Transit officials said that they would like to speak to the travelers about their experience and called the incident, quote, unacceptable. Officials said passengers traveling between New York and New Jersey can expect to experience delays of about 90 minutes. And New Jersey Transit said tickets and passes will be cross-honored on path. Lots of tweets also on social media as people were upset about being on the train for so long, 3 hours again. And Amtrak crews are working to restore power in the south tube of the Hudson Tunnel. In the meantime, trains coming through the north tube will be going down to a single track. So this caused a lot of commotion today. As you guys can see, it's pretty dark there, so it's hard to tell still what's going on. You can see a few emergency vehicles there right now, but that's about it. But wanted to keep you guys updated on that breaking news situation. Pulling up for you the next top story here in the show. Let me get this up for you guys here. 1 second. I have a couple events I want to take you guys to. This is an update coming out of Orlando, Florida. Let me pull this up. This is out of Orlando, where police officers have located a man who was wanted for questioning in an armed kidnapping and robbery of a woman. So let's hear what police have to say. And let me pull this up as well, get the volume ready for you guys. Okay, here we go. Whoops, let me work on that sound for you guys. Looks like you couldn't really hear it. Hold on 1 sec, you guys. Yeah, looks like the sound on this is a little, it's not working right now. I'll take you back to that as soon as I fix that audio issue, you guys. But in the meantime, let me take you to the next event here, keeping you guys updated on all breaking news here today in the show. Let me change that lower third so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live here on Fox News Now. Okay, let me make sure this sound is working. Yes, this sound is working on this, you guys. Appreciate your patience. So this is a different story now. Officials discussing Daryl Lumpkin, the man who shot and killed Prince George's County firefighter and injured another firefighter who was Lumpkin's brother. This story coming from our sister station in D.C. So here we go. Let's see what they have to say.
Reconsider the 4-year sentence that was issued for Mr. Lumpkin, as we believe that his prior criminal history and the facts of this case, him having accepted responsibility just for possession of the firearm, should not have resulted in a sentence of 4 years. And so our plan is to ask the court to reconsider that sentence, to potentially reduce that sentence, and allow him to do a portion of that period of time under home detention.
You say he is remorseful. Explain his thoughts. Could you reiterate what you said, what he says to these folks?
Well, you were in court. I mean, he's sorry that this happened, right? It's not something that he intended to happen. He did not intend to take the life of Officer Snyder. I think the court did responsibly acknowledge the fact that he was a diabetic and was suffering from a diabetic episode. It was his brother that came and asked for some assistance because he couldn't make contact with his brother. And so, it's just an unfortunate circumstance, and Mr. Lumpkin is remorseful for the loss of Mr. Snyder's life. But he certainly wants the community to know that that was something that he did not intend, and quite frankly, he was not in full mental capacity at the time that he made the decision to really protect himself from what he thought to be an intruder coming into his home.
Was he having a diabetic episode at the time of the shooting?
It's our understanding that his blood sugar had gotten low, and he was having a diabetic episode at the time of the events, which is the same reason why his brother ultimately got shot as well. And I said in court, and I'll say it again here, Mr. Lumpkin desired to shoot Mr. Snyder about as much as he desired to shoot his own brother. That was not his intention. And the fact that his brother was shot, I think, reveals and is evidence of the fact that it was not his intention to cause any undue harm to anyone.
Sir, going back to the sentence itself, the judge said, if he had followed the law all along and he wasn't supposed to have the gun, this would have never happened. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that it's not an untrue statement. Obviously, if he didn't have a firearm, there wouldn't have been a firearm to discharge. At the same time, though, I think it's the duty of the court to make sure that he's being sentenced for what it is that he's actually accepted responsibility for, which is possession of the firearm. And I would challenge anyone to look at any defendant with the same criminal history as my client has and to find a 4-year sentence. I doubt that you would find that, which reveals to me that a large part of the sentence was influenced by the fact that there was certainly the loss of life here, which is concerning, and then also the injuries to the other officers that were on scene.
Would you say the sentence was unfair?
I would say that I was hopeful that the court would have given him a lower sentence.
Is that his brother who was with him?
That was his brother. That was the same brother that was with him who had sought the assistance of law enforcement on the day that his brother had the diabetic episode and was shot. It's a very traumatic situation for him as well. I mean, it's been a lot of attention paid to, some of the other folks who were injured. Not so much attention paid to the fact that his brother was also injured in connection with these events. So his brother feels some type of way about that. And so he wasn't really in a hurry to have any real discussion during the course of the sentencing. Yeah. Thank you.
Steve,
Thank you.
to your left, get the shot.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, that was the update on those 2 firefighters who were shot in D.C. Taking you to one more event here in the show. Let me pull this up for you guys. This is the weekly address from President Trump. So let's hear what he has to say, everybody. Here we go.
My fellow Americans, this is a season of great hope. This week, Jewish families across our country and around the world celebrate Passover and retell the story of God's deliverance of the Jewish people. The story of the Exodus is a story of freedom. It is a story of an incredible people who were liberated from oppression and raised up the face of humankind. Down through the centuries, the Jewish people have lived through one persecution after another, and yet they persevered and thrived and uplifted the world beyond measure. And now the state of Israel stands as a monument to their faith and endurance. Another day of faith and celebration is also upon us. This Easter Sunday, Christians celebrate the resurrection of Christ and the promise of eternal salvation. It is a holy day of reverence and worship. It is a sacred time that fills the spirit of our nation with the faith of our people. America is a nation of believers. As families gather in houses of worship across the nation, we are grateful for the tremendous blessings of this land, our home. We have a beautiful country, an abundant countryside, and an amazing people with a truly bright and wonderful future. From the beginning, America has been a place that has cherished the freedom of worship. That is the promise the first settlers saw in our vast continent, and it is the promise that our bravest warriors have protected for all of our citizens in centuries since, a long time ago. Sadly, many around the globe do not enjoy this freedom, and one of the gravest threats to religious freedom remains the threat of terror. On Palm Sunday, as Christians around the world celebrate the beginning of Holy Week, ISIS murdered at least 45 people and injured over 100 others at 2 Christian churches in Egypt. We condemn this barbaric attack. We mourn for those who lost loved ones, and we pray for the strength and wisdom to achieve a better tomorrow, one where good people of all faiths, Christians and Muslims and Jewish and Hindu, can follow their hearts and worship according to their conscience. With God's grace, life always triumphs over death. Freedom overcomes oppression, and faith extinguishes fear. This is the source of our hope and our confidence in the future. I also want to give a special message to those struggling Americans who have felt for too long the bitter taste of hardship. I want you to know this White House is fighting for you. We are fighting for every American who has been left behind. We are fighting for the right of all citizens to enjoy safety and peace and to work and live with the dignity that all children of God are entitled to know. As long as we have faith in each other and trust in God, we will succeed. Thank you. Have a happy Easter, a happy Passover. God bless you, and God bless America.
Okay, you guys, well, we've got some severe weather out of DeMitt, Texas, where there's a possible tornado that could be coming through. Let's take a look at the scene
Pull
here.
back and get the shot of that large rotation. Oh, man.
Just hang tight, hang tight.
Working to get you guys all the latest
Wow.
information. This is
Tornado on the
pretty
ground.
crazy weather that you guys are seeing here. This is a very big deal. Possible tornado in DeMitt, Texas. Give us just a few moments.
Okay, I'm good, I'm good.
I'm not.
It's moving north of the highway. It's on the ground right there. It's moving away from us. That is extreme motion there.
Yeah, I can't really see what's going on past the house.
It's on the ground on the other side of that house. Look at those trees. Man, oh man. It's right there. All this is RF. Hear it? Hear it? Okay, we need to be able to look at this. I know. Hold that for a second. I want to try and back up. We need to get a better shot. Is there anybody right behind me? Man, that thing is on the ground, big. On the other side of that house. Okay, let's go over here and look north. There we go, better shot. I see debris flying. Oh man, this is a large tornado. I'm gonna point that way, just get a wide shot of that real quick. You can hear it? You can hear that thing? That is a strong, strong tornado.
Wow. Power flash.
Power flash, okay. Strong tornado right there. Getting bigger too, large circulation. It's really not moving very fast.
Hang tight.
Okay, we're on our camera. We're almost pulled out. We're pulled out as far as we can go. That's how close it is right in front of us. It's not moving either. Not moving very fast. We've got west winds gusting 70, at times up to 70, and it's just north of us. Okay, I'll hold this. How do I get it back? I was trying to clear that message off of there.
Someone's actually saying, "Why are you so far away?"
That was Corey. He was joking. It was Corey Butler.
That's not nice. Okay, here you go.
All right, this is I would almost say, you know, if we could see it, it would be a wedge tornado when it was all fully on the ground right there. It's still on the ground. It's just, oh, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it's on the ground. It's a large tornado right there. Now, condensation fully on the ground. Condensation fully on the ground. I don't know how the contrast is. The contrast is really good on the phone here.
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah. All right, let's go east. Yeah, you know, that's almost a wedge tornado right there. All right, it's north of the highway, maybe a half a mile to 3/4. North of the highway, half to 3/4. I think we need to find a better road. You want to hold this for me? But it's not moving very fast. I mean, really, it's slow. And this house, the people at that house back there are very lucky because it just missed you by a 1/4 of a mile or less than that even. Yeah, it's on the ground, still on the ground. It's a large tornado, man. This is, it's hard to see because there's so much rain. It's hard to see because it's pretty rain wrapped. This thing is cycling. This thing's cycling over. What is that behind us? Straight behind us. Is that another funnel? Straight behind us.
Yes, it is.
All right, we got another tornado trying to form behind us. It's not. Power line's down right here. Power line's down. This is where this. Anyway, power line's down. Right there it is. Okay, well, so we're gonna look. We had a funnel with the new updraft right behind us, but it's gone. So we're gonna stay with this one here. Power lines are down. Oh, look at little damage on that house right there. A little bit of damage. Okay. So this is nothing going on here. So we'll turn back around. Okay, look. Let's look here real quick.
There's power lines.
Oh my goodness.
Don't hit the power line.
I know. It's hanging, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, I'll back up a little. That tornado is just beyond that house. It's just beyond that house. Look how wide that thing is. I have my camera now pulled out fully, and it goes back further than 1-to-1. Now, that tornado's not moving. I feel sorry if there's anybody over there. Let's go on the other side of this house and take a look at it. I hope they're in the cellar. Wow. Oh, that thing is less than a 1/4 of a mile in that field. Right there. Big tornado. Big rain-wrapped wedge tornado. I mean, this thing's fully a wedge. I see the side of it. There's one side of it right there, just to the right of the pole. The other side is over there somewhere, and my camera's pulled out as far as it'll go. All right, we need to get back on the road, figure out what this is going to do, and figure out how to stay right near it. house looks okay, just superficial stuff. Yeah, it looks like they were doing some brickwork on it, so maybe it's not damaged. Oh, I know the poles are down right next to it though. Okay, I think the one to our west was a false alarm. It lifted back up. We're gonna stay on this one. Wedge. This thing is a wedge tornado. A large wedge. Look at that. Look at the size of that thing.
You want to hold that?
Yeah. Look how big. I'm gonna pull off, and I want you to get the whole thing and the back edge of it, especially the back edge of it. All right, right here. I'm gonna stop right here. Okay. Look at the back edge of this thing. Look at that. Get the camera to the left. Pan it left.
Oh, what's going on?
Power lines just
Power
fell
lines
down.
are down.
Okay,
They just
look
fell.
over there.
They
Look over
fell
there.
right next to it.
Look, get the camera. Take the shot. Here, hold this. Hold this.
We just had power lines
Okay,
fall right on
okay,
top of
okay,
it.
okay. I got it.
All right.
Look at that thing.
I see it. All I know is we need to stay safe.
No, we're getting south winds. Oh, what's that right there next to us?
They're power lines, Val.
Okay, power line just fell right next to it.
You cannot go that direction. We need to get out of here, I think. I'm not comfortable with this. Please shut the window.
Yeah, but power line across the road. Okay, we can't go any further east. We cannot go any further east because the power line fell right next to us. You hear that loud pop?
Yeah.
I don't know what that was. We gotta find another way to do this.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's probably a half a mile wide.
It's at least a half a mile wide. I think it's bigger.
Half a mile wide tornado right out our window. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that up here and look at it again. That was from, those poles went down from the inflow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the back edge of it right there. I want to go back and look.
No.
I'm going to go back here and look because that's our best way is to go east. If there's any way to get around that pole, those power lines. It's still on the ground, but it's really, really rain wrapped now. I can see rain curtains just. I can see rain curtains just streaming at warp speed around this thing. We got rain all over the inside of our windshield. Our brakes are pulling hard to one side. Is that a dog?
See those power lines up there?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that broke.
Oh
right
my
next to us.
goodness. That's that loud pop we heard.
Yeah, there's no going across here.
Okay. You see that? Okay, I don't know if you can see those power lines across the road. They're suspended 3 feet in the air. There's no way to get around that. Man, if we'd have just went across it a little earlier. And there's the power lines that snapped right next to us. We were sitting right there on that road. We're sitting right there on that road and snapped. And that went down from inflow, from south winds. Well, we got to figure out. I say we gear up for the next one because this one's in the rain.
All right. Well,
this one's a lost cause.
Our road situation is messed up, so.
Yeah, it is messed up. We got to go back south. Now we're getting west winds. North and south. Get back to this road here. to go east. Power lines across the road. The way the thing's been behaving, it's been forming a new base. That curve is to the south, and we're going to have to play that. There's no going east here. To the south. Alright, start looking for that new base.
I just want to look at the radar for a second.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's insane. Alright, let's go with that. Okay. So, yeah, it is massive. Still on the ground, last scan.
Let me see the radar and see which way it's heading.
113 miles per hour. Cheers. Well, anyway.
We need to make it over to Dimmitt. Okay, what about this road here, County Road 617, Infants? Oh, that's the one that's muddy. Never mind. Alright, we're going to have to backtrack, guys.
I'm going to try to put this in motion and see if it's going more east or northeast. The vector shows northeast, but...
Well, once it gets through with this one, it's going to do something again.
Oh my stars. Look at that rat.
Oh, man. Are we still on live?
No, that's previous video. I shut it down.
Okay.
I was having a nervous breakdown. Right.
Are we still on? Back on with? Look, give me my phone back and unhook me from that phone.
I asked them if they could take the stream from zero, so I think it's too much to try to manage.
It is, since we don't have any way to. Yeah. Okay, this is Val. Can you hear me? Val to Gettner. Val to Gettner. Val. Yes, I can now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Take it off record. My, did we stay connected that whole time? Did you see the wedge? Okay. Oh, man! That thing wedged out right before our very eyes. I mean, it went from nothing to a wedge. Evolution right there. The way this thing's been going, we couldn't go any further east because the power line, did you see the power line snap right next to us? Okay, we heard this loud pop, like a gunshot, and these large double power lines snapped from the inflow. It was from the inflow. That thing was maybe a quarter of a mile to our north, and it was the south winds. We must have got an inflow jet right there or something, but it just snapped those lines, I mean, literally 20 feet from us. And backing out of there, I almost backed into it, but it was stretched across the road, 3 feet above the road, and there's no getting across that. So we're having to backtrack now. The wedge is lost in the rain anyway. It might come back out, but I would not be surprised if that thing is larger than a half mile wide. Is it really? Man. So I think we counted probably, I lost count, but there was 8 for sure. 8 separate tornadoes. Did you know we drove right through a satellite tornado? I don't know if the camera was pointed away, but there was a rope basically formed first, and we were driving south. It was moving northeast at us, and we were going to try and beat it. And there was another circulation just a quarter of a mile northwest of the rope. Okay, the rope was weakening. But the rope was a little further east, and the rope evidently came right on the road. When we were trying to clear the stronger circulation, and it was probably 100 yards when we cleared it, but we ran right through the rope. I mean, couldn't have hit it more square. I'm not kidding. I mean, there was. Let's just talk to Amy. She's got any words for me, I think. But we went right, it was right on the road, we went right through it, the truck got pushed right and left. But, you know, we were probably driving 70 when we went through it.
Okay, we are live, so. How far to our east road?
Okay, well, thank you for saying that. He tried to call us when we were right doing a live stream. I had to. Vaughn, you there?
All right, everybody. Looks like they may have lost their feed there. We were just following those two storm chases out there in Texas, and boy, did they have some really amazing footage there. They got very close to that wedge tornado. I do want to show you, just in case maybe if you're just coming into the stream, what it looked like just moments ago. Take a look at this.
Yeah, it's on the ground. It's a large tornado right there. Now, condensation fully on the ground. Condensation fully on the ground. I don't know how the contrast is. The contrast is really good on the phone here.
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah. All right, let's go east. Yeah, you know, that's almost a wedge tornado right there. All right, it's north of the highway, maybe a half a mile to 3/4. North of the highway, half to 3/4. I think we need to find a better road. You want to hold this for me? But it's not moving very fast. I mean, really, it's slow. And this house, the people at that house back there are very lucky because it just missed you by a quarter of a mile or less than that even. Yeah, that's on the ground, still on the ground. It's a large tornado, man. This is. It's hard to see because there's so much rain. It's hard to see because it's pretty rain wrapped. This thing is cycling. This thing's cycling over. What is that behind us? Straight behind us. Is that another funnel? Straight behind us.
Yes, it is.
All right, we got another tornado trying to form behind us. It's not. Power line's down right here. Power line's down. This is where this. Anyway, power line's down. Right there it is. Okay, well, so we're going to look. We had a funnel with the new updraft right behind us, but it's gone. So we're going to stay with this one here. Power lines are down. Oh, look at little damage on that house right there. A little bit of damage. Okay. Oh, this is nothing going on here. We'll turn back around. Okay, let's look here real quick.
There's power lines.
Oh my goodness.
Don't hit the power line.
I know. It's hanging, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, I'll back up a little. That tornado is just beyond that house. It's just beyond that house. Look how wide that thing is. I have my camera now pulled out fully, and it goes back further than 1 to 1. Now, that tornado's not moving. I feel sorry if there's anybody over there. Let's go on the other side of this house and take a look at it. I hope they're in the cellar. Wow. Oh. That thing is less than a quarter of a mile in that field. Right there. Big tornado. Big rain-wrapped wedge tornado. I mean, this thing's fully a wedge. I see the side of it. There's one side of it right there, just to the right of the pole. The other side is over there somewhere, and my camera's pulled out as far as it'll go. All right, we need to get back on the road, figure out what this is going to do, and figure out how to stay right near it. Well, the house looks okay, just superficial stuff. Yeah, it looks like there was some brickwork on it, so maybe it's not damaged. Oh, I know the poles are down right next to it, though. Okay, I think the one to our west was a false alarm. It lifted back up. We're going to stay on this one. Wedge. This thing is a wedge tornado. A large wedge. Look at that. Look at the size of that thing.
You want to hold that?
Yeah. Look how big. I'm going to pull off, and I want you to get the whole thing. And the back edge of it, especially the back edge of it. All right, right here. I'm going to stop right here. Okay. Look at the back edge of this thing. Look at that. Put the camera to the left. Pan it left.
Oh, what's going on?
Power lines just
Power
fell
lines
down.
are down.
Okay,
They just
look
fell.
over there.
They
Look over
fell
there.
right next to it.
Look, get the camera. Take the shot. Here, hold this. Hold this.
We just had power lines fall right on top of it. Okay.
I got it.
All right.
Look at that thing.
I see it. All I know is we need to stay safe.
Yeah, we're getting south winds. Oh, what's that right there next to us?
They're power lines, Val.
Okay, power line just fell right next to it.
You cannot go that direction. We need to get out of here, I think. I'm not comfortable with this. Please shut the window.
Yeah, but power line across the road. Okay, we can't go any further east. We cannot go any further east because the power line fell right next to us. You hear that loud pop? Yeah. I don't know what that was. We gotta find another way to do this.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's probably a half a mile wide.
All right, everybody, now we are going to take you back out live right now. This is
They're
now
sprayed there.
live
Do
storm
the-
chasers once again.
The other bottle, not the one next bottle. The other one. Do the other one. Yes. Yes, do it. We've got rain. We had a gob of rain flow in on us on the inside of our windshield from, I don't know, we had at least 80 mile an hour, maybe more, winds all around that tornado. So she's cleaning the windshield. Okay, so what we're looking at, we're going to try and get back up the storm. Now this storm did something we call a occlude. It occluded. It wrapped the circulation, wrapped right up into the rain.
Smell firecrackers.
And it wrapped right up into the rain and got rain wrapped when it was a wedge, when it was a large one. And so about 3 times now, It's done that, not with a large tornado, but with smaller ones, wrapped up in the rain, and then reformed another lowering, another updraft base, and reformed a separate another tornado. It's done that 3 times at least. So we're going to look for that, something to emerge out of the rain, a new base to form, and we think that might going to be happening maybe just to our west here. So if you can see the shot there, that's kind of looking north at the base of the storm. I smell smoke somewhere. I've smelled that for a long time. I hope it's not coming from the truck. Oh, my winch, my mirror got broken. It was already cracked though. No worries. That was the bad one that got broken. Okay, good. I replaced one mirror. It's okay. The one I didn't replace for some reason.
All right, everybody. Now I'm joined by Dave Muncy, our very own Dave Muncy, here to talk about the weather there in Texas, and they are seeing a massive storm there.
Yeah, that's a real good storm system that's coming through there, and you can see here. The folks can't see this. We'll show them this in a little bit, but you can see, Mike, that is a direct hit on Dimmitt, Texas. I mean, it couldn't be more central.
Yes, you're right.
It's just going through there, just a hit. Now, the nice, or the good news out of all of this, if there is some silver lining to the cloud, is that is a isolated storm. There are other storms in the area, but they're north, they're south, they're a little east of this particular area. So they're going to take this hit, and then I think they're going to be okay for the rest of the night. And there's a lot of damage there. They need to be okay for the rest of the night so they can clean things up and of course, see if there are people hurt that need to be helped, or any emergencies that need to be taken care of. But at least I think they're going to get some time after this storm system passes through. And you can see it's pretty much through the city at this time. There'll be a little bit of a wraparound, which is stuff that kind of comes back in as the storm passes by. It wraps around that low pressure system that is causing the hurricane or the tornado at this time, and so they're going to see a little bit of that happen, and then through the night they should clear up, and no more storms that I see other than, as I said, to the north and to the south of them. So they'll get a little break on that, but that is a powerful storm system.
Yes, definitely.
And you can also see from the radar picture that I have here, you folks aren't seeing this, we'll show it to you in just a second.
They're seeing it right there in their top right.
Yep. Okay, you can see, watch this thing, it just pops up. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
And then watch, all of a sudden, right there, oh, okay,
just
gonna
explodes.
be a storm, yeah. So that's a lot of energy, a lot of moisture meeting at the same time, and boom, they just developed into a big thunderstorm. That kind of goes away and then redevelops in Oklahoma once again, that we've been seeing. In fact, I can kind of show you that, give you an idea of what's going on there. Here's some tornado watches, some severe thunderstorm warnings, excuse me. Here is a severe thunderstorm watch. The others were warnings. And then we open the door and we give you a look at that system. You can see it redeveloping in northeastern Oklahoma, and then you see more in the Big Bend area of Texas, another storm developing there, but the Panhandle area is being left alone at this particular time. So as you can see, there are some more storms around Texas, but they're going to get a break in the Panhandle as soon as the storm gets out of it.
And look, you can still see those light flashes there, though, in the distance there with that. Look at that, and the lightning. And
yeah, there's still lightning. This is a big storm complex. This is huge storm complex, and I'm sure that it's very confusing to them because they didn't see it coming.
Yeah, you're right. It just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere. I'm sure that there was an anticipation with the information that was being fed into their computers. There was an anticipation of something, but it really did just pop up out of nowhere. Sure. You can take mine down now, and I'll recycle it so we can get back to the Denton area. But these live shots that you're showing give you an idea as well. And you also have to remember these storm chasers that were killed, one of them from the Peoria area, I think it was Peoria. This is very dangerous work that these guys do as well. So all of the folks that are chasing the storms, we wish them well, and of course be very, very careful out there because there's just so much going on. It's very hard for them to, for people to remember exactly how things where things are. You know, these folks apparently in this last storm reduced visibility, speeding along the road, and missed a stop sign. So, yeah, we
Look at all that lightning. And
yeah,
then,
there's a lot of lightning, and that's pretty heavy rain that they're having throughout that area as well.
and Dave, earlier when we were just listening to the storm chasers there on the feed, they were saying that the tornado was a wedge tornado. What
a wedge tornado would be a tornado that's very close to the ground.
Okay.
It's kind of compressing
Yes.
things in. It's hard to get away from. It's right there. It's on top of you. But yeah, it just means it's very, very close to the ground.
Okay.
And that can be very destructive as well, that kind of a tornado. So you can put that back up now and give them an idea of the area. You can see Amarillo and Lubbock in there apparently. It's to the northwest of Lubbock and south of Amarillo that we're looking at here. Now we'll zoom in and show you the actual storm going through the city of Dimmitt. But that is very powerful. And still in there, as you can see, that part of Texas is not overly populated. So there's a lot of area in there that's very open space. But as you can see, there are homes and businesses, even though they're spread out and far away from each other. There are still things in the area. I see a grain elevator back there as well. The last thing you want is tornadic activity around one of those.
Sure.
A lot going on there as well. Look at the farm implement company there. Think of the damage if a tornado went through there and started destroying all of that.
Yeah, and started picking up those equipment.
Yeah,
oh my God!
Throwing it around, it becomes very dangerous and as well. So yeah, there's a lot going on other than just the weather. There's a lot going on there.
Yes, there is. Yeah, that's something how you showed it, how it really just popped up on their, I mean, it exploded on that radar screen.
If you
Look at
watch
this.
that for a few minutes, it's not there, and then there it is.
Whew, wow.
And the folks in Lubbock, it's developing pretty close to that area as well, so they're lucky it didn't go straight. It was moving kind of in a northeasterly direction at that time. So they got a little break there too, but boy, that is look at how big that gets, just instantly. And still pretty big, still very big storm system. And you can see also, look at how it's moving along right here. Moving. Now it just kind of slows down.
Yeah, then it just sits right there.
Down a little bit. So once again, we will keep our eye on it. And I'm going to run and check some information. I'll come back over here and check with you if this thing persists.
All right. Thank you so much, Dave Muncie, everyone. Thank you.
Be aware and see what's going on, but I see a new updraft base forming just southwest of Dimmitt. You can't see it because it's behind me. New updraft base forming southwest of Dimmitt. I'm going to turn around and see if we can get a shot of this. Yep, that's what's going on. That's what happened before.
Yeah, look at velocity.
Exactly.
All right, folks, looks like we may have temporarily just lost that shot. Let's hope we do get it back here for you. What I'm going to do is just re-rack the tape a little bit more here for you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You guys are watching worldwide right now.
1-to-1. Now that tornado's not moving. I feel sorry if there's anybody over there. Let's go on the other side of this house and take a look at it. I hope they're in the cellar. Wow. Oh, that thing is less than a quarter of a mile in that field. Right there. Big tornado. Big rain-wrapped wedge tornado. I mean, this thing's fully a wedge. I see the side of it. There's one side of it right there, just to the right of the pole. The other side is over there somewhere, and my camera's pulled out as far as it'll go. All right, we need to get back on the road, figure out what this is going to do, and figure out how to stay right near it. else looks okay, just superficial stuff. Yeah, it looks like there was some brickwork on it, so maybe it's not damaged. Oh, I know the poles are down right next to it though. Okay, I think the one to our west was a false alarm. It lifted back up. We're gonna stay on this one. Wedge. This thing is a wedge tornado. A large wedge. Look at that. Look at the size of that thing. Yeah. Look how big. I'm gonna pull off, and I want you to get the whole thing and the back edge of it, especially the back edge of it. All right, right here. I'm gonna stop right here. Okay. Look at the back edge of this thing. Look at that. Look the camera to the left. Pan it left.
Oh, what's going on?
Power lines just
Power
fell
lines
down.
are down.
Okay,
They just
look
fell.
over there.
They
Look over
fell
there.
right next to it.
Look, get the camera. Take the shot. Here, hold this. Hold this.
We just had power lines
Okay,
fall right on top of it.
okay.
Okay.
I got it.
All right.
Look at that thing.
I see it. All I know is we need to stay safe.
Now we're getting south winds. Oh, what's that right there next to us?
They're power lines, Val.
Okay, power line just fell right next to it.
You cannot go that direction. We need to get out of here, I think. I'm not comfortable with this. Can you shut the window?
Yeah, but power line across the road. Okay, we can't go any further east. We cannot go any further east because the power line fell right next to us. You hear that loud pop? Yeah. I don't know what that was. We gotta find another way to do this.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's probably a half a mile wide.
It's at least a half a mile wide. I think it's bigger.
Half a mile wide tornado right out our window. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that up here and look at it again. That was from, those poles went down from the inflow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the back edge of it right there. I want to go back and look.
No.
I'm going to go back here and look because that's our best way is to go east. If there's any way to get around that pole, those power lines. It's still on the ground, but it's really, really rain wrapped now. I can see rain curtains just. I can see rain curtains just streaming at warp speed around this thing. We got rain all over the inside of our windshield. Our brakes are pulling hard to one side. Is that a dog?
See those power lines up there?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that broke.
Oh my goodness. That's that loud pop we heard.
Yeah, there's no going across here.
Okay. You see that? Okay, I don't know if you can see those power lines across the road. They're suspended 3 feet in the air. There's no way to get around that. And if we'd have just went across it a little earlier. And there's the power lines that snapped right next to us. We were sitting right there on that road. We're sitting right there on that road and snapped. And that went down from inflow, from south winds. Well, we got to figure out. I say we gear up for the next one because this one's in the rain.
All right. Well,
this one's a lost cause.
Our road situation is messed up, so.
Well, it is messed up. We got to go back south. Now we're getting the west winds. road, the way the stream's been behaving, it's been forming a new base. That curve is to the south, and so we're going to have to play that. There's no going east here. To south. Alright, start looking for that new base.
I just want to look at radar for a second.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's insane. I understand that. Okay. So, yeah, it is massive. Still on the ground, last scan.
Let me see the radar and see which way it's heading.
113 miles per hour. Shears. Well, anyway.
We need to make it over to Dimmitt. Okay, what about this road here, County Road 617, Infants? Oh, that's the one that's muddy. Never mind. Alright, we're going to have to backtrack, guys.
I'm going to try to put this in motion and see if it's going more east or northeast. The vector shows northeast, but
We know once it gets through with this one, it's going to do something again.
oh my stars. Look at that rat.
Oh, man. Are we still on live?
No, that's a previous video. I shut it down.
Okay.
I was having a nervous breakdown. Alright.
Are we still on? Back on with. Look, give me my phone back and unhook me from that phone.
I asked him if they could take the stream from 0, so I think it's too much to try to manage.
It is, since we don't have any way to. Yeah. Okay, this is Val. Can you hear me? Val the Gettner. Val the Gettner. Val. Yes, I can now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Take it off record. My, did we stay connected that whole time? Did you see the wedge? Okay. Oh, man! That thing wedged out right before our very eyes. I mean, it went from nothing to a wedge. Evolution right there. The way this thing's been going, we couldn't go any further east because the power line, did you see the power line snap right next to us? Okay, we heard this loud pop, like a gunshot, and these large double power lines snapped from the inflow. It was from the inflow. That thing was maybe a quarter of a mile to our north, and it was the south winds. We must have got an inflow jet right there or something, but it just snapped those lines, I mean, literally 20 feet from us. And backing out of there, I almost backed into it, but it was stretched across the road 3 feet above the road, and there's no getting across that. So we're having to backtrack now. The wedge is lost in the rain anyway. It might come back out, but I would not be surprised if that thing is larger than a half mile wide. So I think we counted probably, I lost count, but there's 8 for sure. 8 separate tornadoes. Boy, that was just handed right. Did you know we drove right through a satellite tornado? I don't know if the camera was pointed away, but there was a rope basically formed first, and we were driving south. It was moving northeast at us, and we were going to try and beat it. And there was another circulation just a quarter of a mile.
All right, everybody, for those of you joining us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we are going to be stopping this stream, but you always join us on fox10phoenix.com.
Evidently came right on the road. When we were trying to clear the stronger circulation, and it was probably 100 yards from we cleared it, but we ran right through the road. I mean, couldn't have hit it more square. I'm not kidding.
All right, everybody, that was a lot of action there in Texas, and those storm chasers get really close there. But amazing video. We clipped it on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. You can see it there in the video section whenever you'd like. That's something that we do for you. It's a little DVR service. You could watch it whenever you like. You could even watch it tomorrow if you like, on your TV, your smartphone, any tablet that you consume media on. You could get us there too. Don't worry about it. Hope everyone's having a great Friday evening, folks. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to take you now out to New York, where there is going to be a press conference right outside the Penn Station, as officials will describe what exactly happened, where an individual had to be tased inside Penn Station. So let's take you there.
All right, guys. Chief Bill Morris from Manhattan South. Morris, common spelling. Deputy Chief Tom Carrero, C-U-R-R-A-O. He's from Division 1 here in Manhattan. And then Division Chief Nancy Gilligan from EMS. So we'll be good to go in about 60 seconds. Bill Morris. He's the Manhattan South Chief. All right? Phones are on mute, right? Phones are off. They're on mute. Done. You guys, come on. Just on the other side there.
You've introduced us and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I have a brief statement. At about 6:30 tonight, we received numerous calls for shots fired in and around Penn Station. As officers responded, we learned that the Amtrak police had deployed a taser, the likely source of the sound, and the ensuing 911 calls. We received several dozen 911 calls from Penn Station and on 34th Street from 7th Avenue to Broadway. All of those calls were determined to be unfounded. Given our experience dealing with similar situations, we were able to quickly review all of the 911 calls and determine that there were no actual shots fired. This highlighted our ability to quickly respond with patrol, the Critical Response Command, and emergency service officers to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. The situation was declared unfounded, and the area was determined to be safe by approximately 7:10 this evening. Turn you over to the fire.
Good evening, everyone. Tom Correo, Deputy Chief for the FDNY. We were on scene already. About 3:30 this afternoon, we received a call for a disabled train, New Jersey Transit, going westbound. Approximately, we were told about 1,200 passengers. We were on scene, both fire and emergency medical service units. We were in the process of having that train come back to the platform. Those passengers were taken off the train. At that point, we had about 6 patients that we treated, all non-life threatening. We were about to start to wrap up our operations when we saw the ensuing panic begin to start on the platform. We deployed just with law enforcement just to take care of any patients that were injured because of the stampede. We had approximately 16 patients, all non-life threatening at this time.
All right, we can take a few of your questions. It's very preliminary and the information just came in, so.
Thank you.
Can you speak up?
Thank you. Deputy Chief, can you tell us what the nature of the incident that caused that taser to be deployed? Do you know what that was?
What happened was the police department had been notified about the disabled train. We had members of the NYPD deployed to Penn Station to deal with any potential crowd situations associated with the disabled train. A member of the police department was down in Penn Station, saw a crowd begin to move, and was informed by a member of the Amtrak police that they had deployed a taser. That's all we know at this point.
So do you know why that happened?
That's still under investigation at this point.
That's Amtrak, okay? The taser on that train at some point?
You would have to speak to Amtrak about that.
Anyone else? We don't know.
I can't hear the person. I have been informed the person is in custody, yes.
All right, good. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we did get an update there from New York officials about that incident that happened at that Penn Station. Looks like everything has been resolved there. It's almost coming up about 9 o'clock there in New York City. All right, going to take you now to an event that happened a little bit earlier today. Lawyers for the man charged in the I-85 collapse speak out there in Atlanta. Let's take a look right now at that.
Mary, can you come down, please? Saliba, can you come down, please? Next to Martin. I was laughing. Laura, come on. Sit down right next to yeah.
We all ready? You ready?
Put it on top of my laptop.
Yeah. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, first of all, the presence that we have behind us, it speaks to unity, it speaks to power, it speaks to community with an emphasis on unity, all here in support of Brother Basil Ellaby. And I want to make sure we're clear. This is a coalition. This coalition consists of various organizations, whether they be well-established grandfathered civil rights organizations, whether they be grassroots organizations. This coalition consists of advocates. This coalition consists of mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers, all operating under one message, and that is something that is extremely unique, and we hope that it sends a ripple effect, not just through this state, but also through the nation, on what can take place when people put their differences to the side, their egos to the side, and they operate under one umbrella, one common denominator, and that simply is justice. My name is Marcus Coleman. I am founder and CEO of Save Ourselves, the organizer of this coalition, but I want to just make sure that what's understood is we all work in unison. There are three conveners, myself, Dr. Francis Johnson, and Sister Taliba. Just a little history on how we got here. We got here simply because Save Ourselves does an annual free legal clinic, and a number of these firms, I want to make sure that the number is clear too. We have over 25 organizations that have signed on and 6+ firms. There are only 4 attorneys that are representing Mr. Ellaby, and they'll come up shortly, but there are a slew of attorneys that are working behind the scenes because they understand the national implication of this case. But the legal clinic provided Save Ourselves with a database of law firms that come out annually. The call was put out, and instantly it was a resounding yes. The connections and the resources from the initial firms that our organization reached out to caused a ripple effect, and you see what is standing behind us now. And this is just folks that were able to be here today. Again, there are a slew of others. We want to make sure we set the record really clear on this. We know that this case, this tragedy happened 2 weeks or so ago. But this group here works very surgically and methodically. You know, this is our first public presence. And we want to make sure that we send a message to GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation, that we are putting you on notice today. We want to make sure that we send a message to the Department of Transportation that Mr. Ellaby will not be the fall guy or scapegoat in this tragedy. We want to make sure that we send a message to Department of Transportation that if it's your policy, and I understand they've been quoted in the press by saying it's not against policy to house these highly flammable materials. Well, if it's not against policy, we're here to tell you that we're about to change that policy. Yeah. If it's not against policy, we're here to tell you that you will bear the burden when it comes to the outcome of the investigation and the trial. We want to make sure that we send a message for the national implication, which is we know that Department of Transportations across the nation house hazardous, highly flammable materials. Just so happened here in Atlanta, Georgia, there was an incident where a fire arose and brought down this bridge. Listen, we know the story here, but we're here to tell you without those materials standing there, that fire would not have reached the capacity that it did in order to bring down that bridge. So you cannot have the individuals or the culprits that are responsible for the intensity of the fire not to be held accountable and try to railroad this individual who is a homeless individual. We have some that will speak on the homeless population. This individual also has issues dealing with mental conditions. As one of the attorneys stated here earlier, you cannot leave a loaded pistol on the nightstand and somebody comes along and ends up injuring somebody with that loaded pistol and think that you don't bear some of the responsibility. It's asinine. We see time and time again that Big Brother, that government likes to not only pick on the little people, not only criminalize the little people, not only demonize the little people, but use them as scapegoats. So before I bring up other members of this coalition, we think it's extremely important to know that this coalition here that is growing by the second will not stop. This coalition here, of course, that has the representation of Mr. Ellaby to make sure that the 25 years he is facing does not happen. This coalition also understands that U.S. Attorney Horn's office at this time is considering federal charges. Well, we want to make sure we send a message that in their consideration process that they also include the Department of Transportation, who we feel like are the actual culprits of this tragedy. With that said, we have 3 conveners that I just named. Now I will call up State President of the Georgia NAACP, an attorney as well, and a reverend as well, to touch on Good Friday and other messages on behalf of this coalition. Dr. Francis Johnson.
All right. I want to thank Marcus Coleman for his passion and his organizing effort in bringing this very broad-based coalition together. My name is Francis Johnson. I'm president of the Georgia NAACP, and as the state's oldest and largest civil rights organization, we are a significant portion of this coalition because for 108 years we've been trying to do what this coalition is attempting to do with Basil Ellaby, which is prevent a miscarriage of justice, prevent another man from being tried unfairly and punished unjustly. And this rings even more true on Good Friday, when the wounded Christ that the world celebrates today is hung there in Palestine by a system that did not give him a fair trial, did not afford him due process, did not look at all of the facts. And so this coalition has come together in defense of Basil Ellaby, because Basil Ellaby could be any one of us. And let me be very clear about that. Basil Ellaby could be your son, your brother, your uncle, your father. He could be one of the 2,000 people that will sleep on the bridges, on storm crates, in the back alleys of restaurants, anywhere they can find a safe and warm place to close their eyes tonight. That's here in Atlanta. 2,000 people will sleep as Basil Ellaby slept. And that is sad. That is an indictment on our society. And on this Good Friday, we must do more than lift up a sanitized Christ in our Good Friday services.
That's right.
We must look at Christ as he is, wounded and dirty. Christ looks more like Basil Ellaby than many of the reflections of the crucifixions in our gilded churches, in our stained glass cathedrals, and in our pious sense of what Christianity should be about. The Christianity that I have come to know, as well as reflected in all of the world's religions, is premised on this condition: treat others as you want to be treated. That what you do for the least truly matters. As a matter of fact, Jesus himself said this in the Gospel of Matthew, according to chapter 25, verses 37 and 40. What you have done for the least, you have done it even unto me. And so this coalition has come together for the least among us. And in a real sense, when you think about the quality of American justice, which is a fundamental part of our democracy, this democracy which our sons and daughters fight for on distant soils and stand in defense of here at home, it's important. The quality of that system should be measured not by how it treats the most affluent, who can walk into this courthouse and expect one level of justice, one measure of justice, one level of accountability, one measure of accountability, and for those who have not, who cannot expect that same. The quality of this system will be measured on how it treats the least. Now, Basil Ellaby has the finest legal team that can be assembled here in Atlanta, and they will speak to you soon. This coalition doesn't speak for Basil Ellaby and his legal defense. This coalition speaks for the very many Basil Ellabys who are homeless, the very many Basil Ellabys who continue to suffer from the lack of affordable housing, the very many Basil Ellabys who suffer from substance abuse and can't get to treatment centers, the very many Basil Ellabys who suffer from mental conditions, who need appropriate resources. all in a climate where budgets are being cut and slashed at the national level and at the state level. On this Good Friday, you must do more than just lift up your sanitized Christ. Look at the wounded Christ among us, those who have conditions that cry out for humanity to help. Now, in conclusion, as we go forward, I want you to know that this coalition needs your support, and there are ways that you can support this coalition. You can support this coalition by logging on and give us your information and what issue is important for you and what you want to work on. You can log on to the website at www.basilelaby.org. Go to that website, find information on how you can support this particular coalition, how you can be an advocate for the homeless population here in Atlanta and around Georgia, how you can support greater resources for mental health and substance abuse treatment, and how you can give, if you are so led to give, to support the work that this coalition is trying to do. Again, that's www.basilelaby.org. On behalf of freedom fighters all over this state, on behalf of the NAACP and the other coalition partners, we say Good Friday. And if this is truly going to be good, that good cannot be measured in what you do for yourself, but what you do for the least of these. Thank you.
In the spirit of bringing up legal counsel, we want to make sure for the record that it's noted that this coalition does support Congressman Hank Johnson's effort to put forth legislation that would basically govern all DOTs and their practices all across this country. We will now hear from the legal representation of Mr. Basil Ellaby, Attorney Mowley Davis, Attorney Tiffany Roberts, and Attorney Lawrence Zimmerman. I'm sorry?
Good morning. I'm Lawrence Zimmerman. I know that most of you here today. Thank you for coming. I've been a lawyer for about 19 years, and I've known Marcus for many years, and he does a lot of work in the community, and he's reached out to me from time to time when he sees what he thinks is an injustice. As a criminal defense lawyer, I get to help correct what I think is also an injustice. When I heard about Mr. Ellaby's arrest and Marcus contacted me, I was watching the Khalif Browder story on Spike TV, which, for those of you who don't know, you need to watch it because a young 16-year-old black child was illegally arrested and kept in Rikers Island for 2 years for crime he didn't commit. And Marcus called me during that time while I just finished watching one of the episodes. It was very moving, and I saw Basil's story. And I also thought this also is an injustice. And I wanted to be able to lend my abilities to help out. And so I agreed to help to defend Mr. Ellaby, to help right what I believe is a wrong. And so I'm honored and thrilled to be able to stand here with everybody, with all the lawyers, the activists, to be able to lend my voice, my skills, and what I hope is a good legal ability to help clear this man's name. Thank you very much for being here today.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Roberts. I am one of the 4 attorneys representing Mr. Ellaby in Fulton County Superior Court. I too am an activist, an organizer, and a person of faith here in Atlanta. When I was asked to assist with providing legal counsel to Mr. Ellaby, it was a very simple yes. And one of the reasons is because I worked for many years as a member attorney of the Fulton County Public Defender's Office. And on behalf of the legal team and Mr. Ellaby, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank every employee of the Fulton County Public Defender's Office for what they have done already to both represent and protect Mr. Ellaby. What we know is that when he was arrested, there were a rush of a lot of people without good intentions. But the members of the Fulton County Public Defender's Office work day in and day out to represent, as Brother Francis said, the many Basil Ellabys who are incarcerated here in this city, here in this state. And we take on this case not because of a lack of faith in the Public Defender's Office, but actually as an honor. It is an honor for us to carry on the mantle that they have set forward already. And we want for everyone to remember that the public defender offices all across this nation need the support of the public. One of the coalition organization members is Gideon's Promise, an organization that supports public defender training across the country. And we ask that in this moment, we don't forget the many Basil Ellerbys who will need public defenders from here until forever. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Maoli Davis of the Davis Bozeman Law Firm, and I am thankful that Brother Marcus, Brother Francis, Sister Taliba are leading this coalition. I'm thankful that they called upon us to offer our legal services, to offer our legal expertise and our training and our experience in service to Basil Ellerby. I want to take a moment to do two things. First, I want you to get to know what Basil Ellerby is feeling right now in this moment. When we visited with him and we spoke with him, he was distraught and devastated by these accusations and the way that he has been depicted in the media, as if he were an evil man with evil intentions that was absolutely committed to doing something horrific and horrible and placing the lives of innocent people and first responders in harm's way. He was devastated that that was the message that has been put out there about him. So it's been very, very difficult for him as he languishes in Fulton County Jail, accused of a crime that he is adamant that he did not commit and was not involved with. And so we stand here with a burden. But it's not a burden that we're unfamiliar with or that we're afraid to accept. A burden of standing against a system prepared to dispose of someone that at least appears to be least of these in our community, someone that is disposable. And so we just, again, thank this coalition. We ask that you not rush to judgment. In fact, we ask that you take a step back and that community members take a step back and for a moment think logically through the evidence that you have heard thus far. And I believe if you do that, it will cause you pause. It will cause you to reflect and question some of the assumptions that have been put forward. The last thing that we ask is that we know that there are witnesses out there. We have investigators that are volunteering their time, and we're asking people to call a 1-800 number. It is 1-800-237-6072, 1-800-237-6072. This is a proud day just not to stand with these brothers and sisters in coalition, but for the law students and the lawyers who have committed their time to checking this number and helping us fully investigate this case on behalf of Mr. Ellerby. I want us not to forget that while we go through this holy weekend, there will be a man that sits in a jail. His face has been plastered all over the news, all across the country.
Oh, yes.
That is saying, that is not me. What you have depicted, how you depicted me, what you said about me, it is not true. And so we're, again, honored. We're thankful. We look forward on behalf of Gary Spencer as well, who could not be here because he's involved in a trial right now. The four lawyers that are attorneys of record are attorneys of record. But there are lawyers that are supporting us who are not of record, but they are of good conscience, and they will continue to work with us and continue to help us defend this man and ensure that he is not railroaded. Someone asked me the other day if I thought this was a railroading. This isn't just a railroading, this is a railroading on steroids. It really is. It is not just an ordinary railroading. It is something that it is unthinkable that you would try to frame your lips and say he's responsible for all of this devastation. So with that, again, the legal team looks forward to the support of the coalition. Mr. Ellerby thanks everyone who who has been in prayer with him and for him, and all that is being done on his behalf, because now he knows he has not been forgotten. Thank you.
Nora.
I'm sorry.
No, we got Keisha in the spirit of other attorneys working cohesively and outreach for information to the public, we want to bring up now Nora Benavidez, and also Attorney Gerald Griggs, and also Attorney Keisha Davis.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I am Attorney Nora Benavidez. I am a civil rights and constitutional law attorney. And so today, part of why I'm here is I want to take a moment and thank the media for being here, because it's so crucial what we are about to ask for. In the spirit of government, of supporting government transparency, we would like to ask, and not only ask, but urge government public employees and members of the public who may know or have seen anything to visit the Basil Ellaby website and to contact us. And so I would like to repeat that one more time for you. It's Basil Ellaby, BASILELEBY.org. And our colleague Maoli Davis gave the hotline number. It is a 1-800-237-6072. There is not only a network of attorneys of record supporting and representing zealously Basil Ellaby, but there is a network of attorneys here, along with my colleagues standing next to me. We are prepared to provide a network of support and legal encouragement for members of the public or those who may work with the Department of Transportation who want to come forward. And so we invite and we urge those employees to do so. Thank you. And now my colleague Taliba. Thank you.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I thought Alter River. No? Okay, I'm sorry. We'll now hear from Taliba Obu, which is a convener of this coalition, along with Kalanji Chamachanga. They represent the organizational preparation in defense for Mr. Ellaby.
So, free to land, and I bring you greetings on behalf of the Malcolm X grassroots movement. I am Taliba Obuya, and I feel very honored and privileged, and as our duty to answer the call that came out for collective unity and justice and accountability. And so that's what you see before you. You see the community here, and as we are talking to you through the media that's here present, we want to say that what we are here for is support for Mr. Ellaby. We are here for the truth and justice. We are here for full accountability. What we are not here for is the continued criminalization of the poor. We are not here for the continuous scapegoating of one individual where we know that there are many that should be held responsible. We have named them today in this coalition announcement. What we also are here for is an invite and an invitation, that this is an opportunity for the city of Atlanta that has many slogans. A city too busy to hate. We are the city of civil rights. We are here to ask you to answer the call to look into homelessness, to prevent and stop ourselves from the criminalization of the poor, for those who may use drugs, for those who want to continue and stop the social services. We say that we want you to invest in Atlanta, to be held accountable to the residents and the citizens of Atlanta, even when they come in forms in which ways that we say are no longer valuable, that we do not value as a part of our society. So we stand with them, and we invite all of you out there who are listening, who have posts, who have took that pause, as Brother Davis asked you all to do, and said this doesn't seem right, to stand up, to show out. We invite you to court on Tuesday, 9 a.m., when Brother Ellaby will be arraigned. That's in courtroom 5D. We know that this responsibility is our collective responsibility. We know that it is our duty to fight.
Yes.
We know that justice has always come by the footsteps and the shouts and the demands of the people, and you will not get anything less now in here. As we stated, we are 25 organizations and counting. We are those who hear the call. We are students who will volunteer to answer calls. We are investigators who will say we will seek justice. And so that is our commitment. And not only to Mr. Ellaby, but to the way that we know that the city of Atlanta can show up. But we know that we can take this opportunity and be thankful that there was not more casualties, that we can demand on our city to show up as a first responder to issues that plagues us and crosses our paths of all of us. Again, whether this is homelessness, we quoted 2,000 people in the city of Atlanta, where we have a new atrocity out in zone 1 of a dome that's coming up. So we ask for you to come out, to be fearless, to heed this call, whether you identify with Martin Luther King, who is home placed here, where you identify with just someone who wants to grow up in a world that we can be proud of. But we say we will not pin the full accountability on one where there is many. Well, we say that we will not continue to criminalize, but we will heed the call and make a world that we want to live in. And so, again, we ask you to join us, to definitely contact the website if you want to participate and plug in, and then show up on Tuesday. We know that this is our collective responsibility. Thank you.
My name is Kalanji Changa. I'm the coordinator for the National Coalition to Combat Police Terrorism. We feel that Comedy Central should be out here today because it's almost comical that in 2017, here in the city of Atlanta, a place that they call the Black Mecca, that such an atrocity is taking place. First of all, it is a criminal act. It is an act of neglect and negligence by the state of Georgia, by the Department of Transportation, and we feel like we will not sit back and allow Mr. Ellaby to be a scapegoat. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of them investigating and coming to task and coming to terms with the fact that they house hazardous materials, that they house highly flammable materials, and that they put citizens of Atlanta at risk and other citizens who travel through that highway, instead they decided to flip the script and tried to criminalize Mr. Ellaby. Mr. Ellaby is already criminalized because he's homeless. You understand what I'm saying? The fact that we live in the city of Atlanta, and this is supposed to be the Black Mecca, and you have thousands of homeless people sleeping under bridges. The first thing they want to talk about is the fact that they want to talk about he had a drug addiction, and the fact that he might have smoked crack, and that may have caused the fire by him setting a sofa or a couch on fire. We think that's ridiculous, and we think that whoever came up with that cockamamie story, they should be drug tested. You understand what I'm saying? We have to realize that right now, I would say that you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm talking to the state of Georgia. I would say that, but there's no shame in a criminal society like this. There's no shame when you have a president like Trump. There's no shame like when you have a governor who refers to his citizens as colored people. You understand what I'm saying? There's no shame when you have the Kasim Reed regime. You understand what I'm saying? But we will not sit back and allow this. It's not going to go down on our clock. We know that Mr. Ellaby is a victim. He's a victim, and we're looking for victim justice.
That's right.
Free Mr. Ellaby.
We have one other speaker in closing. But make no mistake about it, this case has already reached national attention. I mean, the White House at that. It's our understanding that the officers, the first responders, were honored by President Trump, as they should be, for being heroic. But also in that meeting, it's our understanding that President Trump talked about the need for better infrastructure with our bridges. So we want to make sure, again, that the narrative is also focused on the bad policy and the negligent placing of highly flammable materials that has the ability to bring down major structures of our interstates and highways. In closing, we have Reverend Derek Rice of Sankofa. And after that, I believe council will take some questions on the side, but that will conclude this press conference. Yeah, we got everything set up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we had a meeting before this meeting.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or morning? Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Derek Rice. I'm the pastor of Sankofa United Church of Christ and the vice president for Concerned Black Clergy here in Atlanta. And what I'm hearing and feeling as everyone has spoken is the fact that history has a very ugly way of repeating itself when we refuse to get the message that God has been trying to give us. Some 2 years before Jesus was even born, in a town called Sepphoris, there were 2,000 men of color who were crucified. In a real sense, they were engaged in a state-sponsored execution. They were crucified, much like Brother Ellaby is being crucified right now. And just last week, on Friday, most of us who are believers in the Christ, we celebrated what we call Palm Sunday, and we shouted Hosanna. And we shouted Hosanna, meaning we were celebrating, praise God. But the other definition for the word Hosanna is that we want to be free right now. So we want to be free of all of the oppression and all of the supremacy that has pervaded our everyday lives. And so what we're saying today is, much like Jesus knew that the people who were yelling would turn on him in just a few days, we're asking that everyone who's watching today makes a commitment to not turn on this brother who's being crucified. This is a state-sponsored execution. Absolutely. And if you don't dial 272, what's the number? 1-800-272-3702. Is that the number? If you don't, 237-6072. If you don't dial that number, you're participating in a state-sponsored execution. And so we're asking that you play a role so that we might be able to see justice come to light. What we recognize is this is not the end of the story. This is the day that Jesus was crucified.
Oh, yeah.
But in the allegorical third day, he rose again.
Yeah.
And he rose again if we do what Jesus has taught us to do. And so we're asking that you would take part in this liberation work that God has called all of us to take part in. God bless you.
All like-minded spirits, please repeat after me. Not on our watch.
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 All power to the people. Thank you.
Yeah, we can.
Now the legal team, are there questions for the legal team?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. One more.
No question. He said no comment.
Sidebar.
Come down. Yes. We're limited in the questions that we can answer. So we will answer those that we can. Okay. It's a railroading on steroids because you have this catastrophic outcome, and then you come pick this one little guy as he's the reason for the entire collapse of I-85. It's absurd. There were two people that we at least know had been contacted and were initial suspects, and then somehow all of that turns onto this one man. And we think that is, again, an attempt to scapegoat.
Do you concede he set the fire?
We concede nothing. No. We do not concede that he set any fire whatsoever at all. Zero. No, we're going to defend zealously Mr. Ellaby. And we believe that in defending Mr. Ellaby, that all parties that were involved in storing materials are going to have to be held accountable. They have to account for what was down there. They have to know that bridges are places, unfortunately, where those that are folk that are homeless have been seeking shelter. So it just, you got to think about, if people are down there, is this the right place for these kinds of materials to be stored? We say absolutely not. And we know that the coalition will address those issues with the DOT. But our primary focus first is Mr. Ellaby, his arraignment on Tuesday.
Does anybody know what was stored underneath there?
We do not have an inventory of what was stored. Again, we are in the investigative stages. There's a lot for us to investigate. We have been getting calls. Mr. Zimmerman's office has been receiving calls. My office has received calls. We're expecting that over the weekend and Monday for us to receive hundreds of calls, because we know that there are people out there that have information about this that can help Mr. Ellaby in his defense.
But are they helpful calls? Are they people that actually saw something, or just people who suspect?
Right now, we're screening all the information that's coming to us.
The state fire marshal tells me that there were two people who saw Mr. Ellaby start this fire. Are you calling into question their credibility, those two people?
I think that anytime there is an alleged witness of an alleged eyewitness, that the best way for us to seek the truth is through a thorough and sifting cross-examination. I have never seen any investigator do a thorough and sifting cross-examination like Lawrence Zimmerman or Tiffany Williams or Gary Spencer. They will have to be cross-examined for us to really seek the truth. So I think that is what is required. Just because someone says they saw something, we don't know what their motivation is. We don't know what their relationship is to the incident itself. Again, we're not going to accept on face value the information that is gathered by law enforcement in this situation. We never do that as attorneys. We have to do our own independent investigation.
Did Mr. Ellaby tell you he did not set this fire? Is that what he looked at you and said?
That is not something that we can discuss at this point, Morris.
Angelique, to your question, though, our understanding is very preliminary, is that the other two witnesses are boyfriend-girlfriend. So, sort of question their motivation because the two of them who have a love relationship. That's what our early investigations told us.
Has anybody seen this supposed surveillance?
We have not seen any video, any surveillance video. We have not.
Have you?
No.
If you all see it, let us know. We can't talk about what he has told us, but I can tell you his mood was one of frustration, devastation, just dismay, because he sees himself being projected as someone that was capable and would in some way get some joy out of something as catastrophic as this. He is not that man.
Do you believe he has any responsibility at all?
None at all. Zero. None.
Do you believe that whoever started the fire has any responsibility?
We don't know. Again, we think it's too early to determine who and or what started the fire. Unfortunately, because of all that was stored down there, the intensity of the fire itself destroyed most of the evidence, which places us all at a great disadvantage. But we're, again, prepared to investigate, and that's what our role is. And the outpouring of support has really been overwhelming to see the number of people across political, ideological lines saying, we don't believe this. The overall sentiment that we have received is that we don't believe that this man did this, period. That has been the overall sentiment that we've received via social media, via communications to our offices. I mean, it's very, very broad support for Mr. Ellaby, as you can see by this coalition that stood here with us.
Do you concede he was inside the fence area?
We concede nothing. Again,
sorry.
Go ahead.
It's too early to really get into any of the facts. We just got involved in this case. As you know, we have an arraignment Tuesday. Once the case progresses, you'll be able to see, we'll be able to hear more of the evidence. This, as we've always discussed, is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And we hope to cross the finish line with our hands raised high. But it's going to take a while to learn all the facts. We just know some of them. The district attorney's office is obviously operating maybe with some more, maybe not. And it's their investigation seems to be very small at this point too. We think it's a rush to judgment. Okay? A lot of people think it's a rush to judgment. Mr. Ellaby will plead not guilty and sign the indictment saying he's not guilty, and then we'll get a scheduling order from Judge Glanville.
Are you going to try to get a bond reduction?
We are talking about that, absolutely. Thank you so much. One more question.
You heard anything from the feds yet in terms of their investigation?
We have not heard anything from the feds. They know at this point that we're in the case, along with Attorney Gary Spence, so they know we have dealt with a number of federal prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the past, so they know how to reach us. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. So you heard from lawyers and community members there in Atlanta regarding the I-85 bridge collapse. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, folks, and we haven't had it for a while, I should say. The State Department briefing, but let's show you that one right now.
To my understanding, it is a singular group at this point. Sorry, just in terms of the working group's mandate, it's still being worked out, the exact details. there's been some speculation this is kind of a return to the bilateral presidential commission. That's not the case. But I think this is a group that's going to focus on looking at some of these irritants and looking at ways that we can possibly find opportunities.
When you say mandate is being looked at, does that include the membership of it?
I believe so.
Who would
yeah,
be on it?
who will be on it?
All right,
yes.
and then you said that they went over the history of why we're at where we're at. Was this like the airing of grievances or something? I mean, how far back did they go?
I don't know. I was told a short history. I don't know. Look, I think it was helpful to hear for both sides to hear each other's perspective on why we're where we're at. I mean, none of this is going to come as news as anybody in this room who's followed how we've gotten to where we are. But I think it's important in any kind of bilateral situation like that to hear the other side's point of view. He did that, Secretary Tillerson, and again, it's part of an effort to appreciate their perspective. It's not one we agree on, but it helps us understand so that we can find a way to work forward.
Right, but I mean, is the idea that they would focus on smaller issues and not huge differences like Syria or NATO expansion or?
I wouldn't necessarily even qualify it that way. I think they're looking at where we can find common ground. I mean, look, even out of Syria, there was the common ground that they found that, you know, we all agreed to what end state we want to see in Syria, which is a Syria whole and with all religious groups and minorities represented. But it's how we get there. That's a difficult. I get it. That's a difficult challenge.
That's been the common goal since Geneva won.
You're right. But it's the getting there that's difficult. But I think
so. What's the point of agreeing to something that you've previously agreed to, and then I mean, was there any? If there's no progress on the means to get to the end, then I don't understand why it's so productive to, you know, for the two sides to run down a list of what pisses you off about the other side. I don't get it.
Well, I think again, I'll just say as part of this effort to find common ground. Find areas of cooperation, not common ground, but areas of cooperation. There was a good faith effort for each other to listen to the other's grievances. Yeah, go ahead, Liz.
Just to come back, so you don't know when the working group is going to start?
I
guess
if we get more on that, I'll let you know, but I think it's TBD.
Okay, and I know this, was there maybe a discussion about a follow-up meeting between the two? Between Lavrov and the Secretary?
Secretary Tillerson.
Are you aware of anything?
I'm not aware of any physical meeting. Of course, they'll obviously follow up by phone, I expect. Nothing to announce in that regard, too. But I have no expectation yet of a follow-up meeting.
Do you, you probably saw that the AFP had an interview today with Assad. Who called it? Who called the accusations of a chemical attack for fabrication? You saw earlier this morning the Syrian army statement, which the U.S. then hit down, saying that the U.S. airstrikes against ISIS had hit a chemical weapons depot by ISIS. What's going on here? Day after these meetings, there seems to be pushback. This doesn't look like somebody who looks like he's about to change course.
Well, it's sadly it's vintage Assad. It is an attempt by him to throw up false flags, create confusion. Frankly, it's a tactic we've seen on Russia's part as well in the past. There can be little doubt that the recent attacks and the chemical weapons attack in Idlib was by the Syrian government, by the Syrian regime. And that it wasn't only a violation of the laws of war, but it was, we believe, a war crime.
Mark, I just want to follow up on this. But before that, I want to ask you about Russia. The president said that, basically sort of toned down the rhetoric, and he said that ultimately everybody will come. The president, the president of the United States, President Trump, said that everybody will come back to their senses, and they were going to have better relations and so on. Is that a result of the conversation between Secretary Tillerson and the president? Is that the outcome? Because that a bit down or more hopeful about the future relations with Russia than it was yesterday.
Well, certainly I'll let the president's tweet stand for itself. I just say that, the president also made this point in his press avail with the NATO Secretary General yesterday, and it's simply that the world is a complicated and difficult place, and there's enough hard challenges out there that we would like to be able to have a constructive relationship with Russia, but we're not there. And I think our ultimate goal is to find, as I said, areas small at start, but areas where we can rebuild that trust that's sorely lacking.
And on the Assad interview, now he keeps saying that you have irrefutable evidence. I mean, today, the United States is saying that they intercepted some communications between the pilot and some chemical scientist and so on how to do this. I mean, that seems to be the evidence. I find that difficult. I mean, isn't it a bit odd that the pilot would be talking to whoever the scientists are and so on to drop this bomb? Is that the only?
I'm not aware of that report.
That's what CNN said, because they were told by a high official and so on.
Well, what I am aware of, and I think there was a backgrounder done on this by some of the of our intelligence officials who looked and analyzed this data. What went into our analysis and our ultimate conclusion that this was a chemical weapons attack that was carried out by the Syrian regime, and that was laid out, I think, in some articles the other day. They briefed on background, given their status as intelligence officials, but it's pretty clear cut in our book. Look, that said, as I think Secretary Tillerson said, there are, we have the Joint Investigative Mechanism, we have other mechanisms, the OPCW has these mechanisms to investigate, conduct an impartial investigation into these allegations. We know what happened. We have reached our own conclusion. We carried out the airstrikes. But by all means, those independent mechanisms should be allowed to carry out their investigations. But again, what we saw yesterday was, what did Russia do? It vetoed a UN Security Council resolution that would have allowed those investigations to go forward.
There's a lot to go through there, but if let's say you have an investigation, and the investigation somehow, this concludes that there was no Syria chemical strike. I mean, you already struck, you already destroyed that air base. So how would that be dealt with?
I can only say that we undertook that action with the utmost confidence that we were hitting the airstrip and the air base rather that carried out that strike.
And lastly, I just want you to clarify something because I don't understand it. What is it that the U.S. Army, who was supposed to dispose of these chemical weapons, and in fact they did, they destroyed something like 600 tons, which is, all the chemical weapons that was at least declared by Syria at the time. Isn't that true? Would you clarify that for us? Because you keep hearing that Russia was responsible to guarantee that these weapons are destroyed or accounted for and so on.
Right. Well, they were, in fact, as signatories to that agreement. Right. Russia pledged to assure that the Assad regime, and the Assad regime also pledged to ensure that it would give up its declared chemical weapons. There were, I don't have the exact amounts in front of me, but there was a massive amount of chemical weapons that were, in fact, taken out of Syria and neutralized. So you can't say that effort was in vain. It wasn't. It got chemical weapons out of that conflict area. But that said, clearly, either they remained their capacity to produce additional chemical weapons or they didn't declare all their chemical weapons.
You said the
yes, sir.
Security Council resolution yesterday would have allowed an investigation. My understanding was that the agreement back in that you just referred to, that allowed for investigations. So is it actually correct?
Sorry, I apologize. It sought to hold the perpetrators of the chemical weapons attack accountable and called on the regime to cooperate with an independent international investigation. I apologize.
Right, but an investigation, yesterday's resolution was not required for there to be an investigation.
Right. My understanding is that these bodies, I mean, that's what they exist for, is to carry out these investigations.
It did not need
to pass.
They didn't need a new authorization from the Security Council to conduct an investigation.
That's my understanding, yeah. Go ahead, sir, and then I'll get to you.
I have a question. All right, folks, we are going to step away from that State Department briefing, take you out to San Bernardino, California, where there is a vigil going on right now for the teacher that was shot earlier this week, if you remember that attack that happened earlier this week at that school, that murder-suicide situation. Let's take you now to San Bernardino, California. You're watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and your host Mike Pace is going to be here with you for the next 15 minutes, and then you have Mary Kate for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Have the same kind of characteristic and personality. I didn't have to know her personally to know that she was an ambassador of the kingdom. I didn't have to know her personally to know that she operated in her ministry of reconciliation. And I did not have to know her to know that she was a blessing to those that she came in contact with. And to know that, and to know that she lived her life as in obedience to Christ, reminds us of the passage that Scripture in 1 Thessalonians that tells us that God will not have us ignorant concerning them but our sleep, that we sorrow not like those who have no hope. Because we know that the Bible says to be absent from this body is to be present with the Lord. And whenever moments like this happen, I'm reminded of the quote of Vance Havner, who corrects us in our language when he says the term, and these times when we say, I'm sorry that you lost your loved one. He says that that's incorrect vocabulary because you haven't lost anything when you know where it is. Right. And when Sister Karen is in the presence of the Lord, we lost her. She's with Jesus. Amen. And because she's with Jesus, we know that we shall see her again. Amen. And the hope of our faith is that this is not goodbye. This is just see you later. We're hurt by the way she left. We're hurt by the tragedy that took her life. She's going to create a void for a moment, and we're going to miss her. But even in our missing her, we have an expectation. And that expectation is to see her again. I've been given the charge to pray for the civil servants and the first responders. And tonight I just want to give a recognition, accolades, and congratulations and applause to how swiftly our civil servants and our first responders arrived at the school. I understand it took anyone less than 7 minutes for them all to get there. And just about every agency that you can think of was represented. Our school police, our sheriff, our police departments, the highway patrol, and they were there. They got the place secured, and they had the place safe, and they had it locked down, and our children were safe and protected. And I just want to give recognition to the chief of our city, and to the chief of our school police, and to the responders. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we do thank you and praise you for the men and women who work daily to secure safety for us in our city, in every role that they play, from our police department to our fire department to every aspect of civil service. God, we thank you for these men and women who have dedicated their lives to service. God, they go to work daily hoping things like this don't happen. But when they do, God, we thank you that they are prepared. And when they are prepared in such a way, they give us a sense of comfort and a sense of security. So bless the men and women and who arrived and did what they had to do on that day. Comfort them and encourage them, and even minister their souls and spirits, God, because they were affected. They were emotionally touched. They were emotionally challenged by what they saw, even though they may not have known the individual personally. Because they were there on the scene, God, we praise you and thank you for their service. But we pray that you continue to minister and strengthen them as they continue to do their jobs, as they continue to work daily to secure and make our community safe and allow us to live our lives in safety. Thank you for our leaders in our community, our chief of police, our chief of our school department, our chief police of our schools. We thank you for all the civil servants and the work that they do. Strengthen them, bless them, continue to endow them with your power and with your strength. You remind us in the word that they are your servants. And so, God, we thank you for each and every one of them. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I have been given a task to pray for our community. And as we prepare to do that, I'd like to just say to the family again, we come to provide our support to you. We thank God for the life of our dear sister. The evidence was clearly in her life whenever we fellowship and we experienced her gift. The Bible records a city that's set on a hill cannot be hid. Sister Smith, light couldn't be hid. Wherever she was a spark plug. And that spark will help us in the days ahead as we lift you up and as we lift up this community. Let us pray. In the Bible, it is very clear in Chronicles, 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and I will heal their land. Lord, we know now that our community is wounded. We know that there's pain. We know that our teachers are in pain, the staff are in pain. But one thing we know, love is the unbreakable chain. It will bring us together in great time of need. The Lord said in Psalms 34:18, the Lord is close to the broken heart and save those who are crushed in spirit. Matthew, he says, come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. I know that there's a great team in this city, that all our leaders working together, we can solve any problem with God directing us. And I know he'll get us through because he's done it before. And we know that God is eternal. Emerson said, it is the secret of the world that all things subsist and do not die, but only retire a little for a sight and afterward return. We will continue working for the greater cause of this city, and that is to uplift one another and to care for one another. And when someone is challenged, we step in to lift them up. Lord, we thank you. And we pray as Jesus taught his disciples to pray. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Be blessed.
This time we're going to music, and it's important to introduce this young man because this young man is brave enough to be able to sing under these circumstances. He is Rod Smith Jr., and he is the son of Karen. He attends the Shield of Faith Church in Long Beach, and he leads the worship there. And my notes tell me that his mother inspired him to become a worship leader. So would you give him a warm welcome? Rod Smith Jr., if you sing. Come on, give him a real applause and tribute as he comes to share with us. Bless you, son.
song I'm about to sing is a very special song to me. It's one of the songs that my mother would play often. She taught me a lot. And I just want to share this gift with you guys that she taught me. In the morning when I rise,
Maybe there's never been a song more perfectly chosen than that. That just about says it. Amen? Thank you, Jesus. So we've had prayer and scripture and some music. Now we're going to have comments from some of the clergy. I'm going to call the names that I know of those that are here. Bishop Copeland. I'm going to ask you to come, please, in this order. Bishop Copeland, Bishop Fred Alexander, who is an uncle to Karen, and Bishop Brian Goins, and also Bishop Arling Alexander is here, and Dr. Simeon Alexander. Are there other members of the clergy that we have not called? I just want to leave space for all of them. All right, will you come, please, men of God, in that order? Bishop Copeland, Bishop Fred Alexander, Bishop Brian Goins, Bishop Arling Alexander, Dr. Simeon Alexander, and it has been requested that you'll limit to 2 minutes. And so I understand, thank you, son. Bishop Copeland is not here, so I'm going to ask Bishop Fred Alexander to come this time.
Praise the Lord to all believers. Certainly we are saddened at the occasion for which we are here tonight. Our hearts are likewise made glad by the fact that our dear beloved sister has gone on to be with the Lord. Amen. Certainly the city does not need any more events such as this. In that regard, we are compelled to appeal to the unity of the body of brotherhood, that we come together and try to work together and inspire one another, that we might have a city and community and a world that is exemplary. I've been blessed to be serving in the city of San Bernardino for about 6.5 years. And it has been my pleasure to come here and serve, even when some question the wisdom of this particular move. I know that the Lord has directed us here, and He has blessed and prospered our ministry, and we have served both children, youth, and adults, and seniors as well, and it's been my absolute pleasure. Sister Karen will be sorely missed. She was a great, wonderful, compassionate niece. I didn't know her like I came to know her in her latter times. I was so fortunate to do some tower work for her, and it ended up being very laborious, even much more than either she or I had contemplated. She had me, all of a sudden she decided she wanted the towel laid on a 45-degree angle. I said, oh my God. It was very challenging, but it gave me an opportunity to really see who the real true Karen was. She was a very loving, compassionate, and when the job was finished, and she was very satisfied with it, she paid me considerably more than I was going to be charging, and I thank God for that. I just wanted to share just one scripture that I feel exemplifies what the life of Sister Karen was all about. in the brief time that she was here. I believe it opens the first division of Psalms, which says, "Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, neither does he sit in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord." We know that that exemplifies who Karen was. She loved God without end and without reserve. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in this law does he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters. Karen did some amazing things for our ministry as we got it off the ground a few years ago. She came and she served. She hit the streets with us. She organized. She taught the young people. I remember when we had our opening day service, the church was filled to capacity, and Sister Karen found herself with 85 young children that she had to take outside and minister to. I didn't even know they were out there. They were so quiet. That's what Sister Karen was capable of. We love her dearly, and we're going to miss her unreservedly. God bless the family. I can relate also by the fact that I also was serving secondary education with the city of Los Angeles, so I know what the teaching job is about. And I applaud her again, once again, for giving her services to the community. I believe that this community is resilient. I believe that this community will bounce back. I believe we can do it. I believe we can work together to make this community a model city here in the city of San Bernardino. God bless you and God keep doing it.
As Bishop Goins is coming, I want to acknowledge my friend Elder Claude Carter and ask you to please have remarks also. Thank you, sir.
To the family, your paramount importance at this time of your loss. And most of you I've known all my life. I'm up in church together. And I want to get our condolences from your sister, City Riverside, just over the road, and that you know that we care and that you very much matter in this time. I didn't know Karen personally, but just I knew the family. And just hearing the testimony and the sharing that you know how caring and compassionate she was to take care of children, special needs. It takes a special person, a special type of patience and care. And that within itself is a testimony. On my way preparing, working today, and preparing to come here, I was thinking about how troubled we are in the world today. And I thought about something that there are those of them that don't know God. And they are not afraid to die because they don't know God. But because we do know God, we are not afraid of this. Because we know that this is not our home and we're just passing through. I want to say to the first responders, and I've worked with them for the past 20 years as a chaplain with the Riverside County Sheriff Department. I get called on homicides, suicides, and unattendeds. In fact, this evening on my way preparing to come here, I got a call from my chaplain and wanted to know if I could respond. And I said I'm already responding to a place where a tragedy is taking place. And I want to say to the city of Riverside, San Bernardino, that you all have suffered a lot. You really have. And God cares. He has you on his radar. He loves you. And your neighboring cities, we care about you. We love you and you're special. And we pray that Lord will help us to heal through this time. Many years ago, we had Riverside Community Hospital was in Riverside. And I got there, and some of my deputies were reluctant to talk to, at that point in time, the shooter's wife. And the nurse, they didn't want to deal with at that time, the challenges. And I told them, I said, the worst in them brings out the best in us. And I want you to know that even though this has happened, God will bring out the best in us. There will be some good that comes out of this. It's not all bad. Even though we know that she's in the present, I know we come cut from the same cloth. Everybody may not understand it, but I know where she is in the presence of the Lord. And that's a beautiful thing. So there's a healing process that has to take place here. I'm here to tell you a word from the Lord that God will heal your heart, heal your wounds, and restore your seed. God bless you.
So I said, praise the Lord. I said, hallelujah. Thank the Lord for being here today. It's a blessing because I've been through a lot, but God is still good. And give honor to the apostle, to the pastor of this church, to the body of Christ, to all my clergy friends. I really didn't know Karen, but I know that a mother and father, I preached many times at the church, and that smile. And I was looking at Karen, and I said, the Lord had blessed her in many ways, naturally and spiritually. She was a worshiper, they said. Not only she was a worshiper, she worshiped God on this earth, and now she's going to worship God in eternity. She made preparation for this day, being baptized in the name of Jesus and filled with the precious gift of the Holy Ghost. And I don't know about you, but as the apostle said, as Sister Karen, they went 6,000 miles, and she said, turn right. And I don't know about you, but the right hand of God is powerful. She was a righteous child of God. She made preparation that she was going to see her King of Glory. And I don't know about you, but as they was journeying to St. Louis and going to where they was going, it was a long journey. Karen made a long journey from earth to glory. To see the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. And I don't know about you, but all us children look up to the hills, which cometh thy help. Thy help coming from the Lord. And I'm going to let you know that your grandmother, your mother is still in you what about Christ Jesus. No matter what you're going through, God is able to equip you for the heavy journey ahead. So Evangelist Sykes, Deacon Sykes, I love you. You'll always be an uncle and auntie to me. I love y'all all.
To the family, to the great city of San Bernardino, all of its executives. We come this evening with a heart that is heavy, but at the same time, we rejoice. I speak as a bishop of Shield Faith Christian Center Church in Long Beach. And I also speak as a former member of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, 30 years with the fire department. I understand and appreciate, as I looked and saw what a fantastic job the first responders did, I understood completely what it took. So I thank you for that. And I understand that all the teachers that taught with Karen are here present on this evening. And I think that's a great, it speaks a lot to who Karen was and is. Yes. When I look back Karen's mother, Ron Sykes, is my sister. And I was here on the scene 20 years before Karen. I remember when she was born. And Karen always seemed to be such a person of purpose. It's my conviction, I believe with all of me, that Karen always knew what she was here for and what she was about. I remember during the 60s, during the terrible time of the 60s that I grew up in, people were always wondering, what is my purpose? Why am I here? Well, that wasn't Karen. Karen knew, seems like from the very beginning of her existence, she knew who she was, she knew what her task was. She fell in love with Jesus immediately. From a child, I have one picture that's very dear to me. I was home from leave from the Army, and my sister Arma and her husband Richard, they took me to the airport going back. I was dressed in my uniform, and I had little Karen standing right next to me. She always had a heart for God, for God's people. And I saw how, as a young child, she took up with my father and my mother, her grandparents, and she went to church with them on a regular basis. In the 60s, those of us who were in the church, we walked with God, and our heart was to do the right thing. And can I say to you, can I confess to you, some of us fail along the way. But the Lord was gracious, and He brought us back. But Karen she was always steadfast. She never drifted away from her purpose. She knew who she was. She knew what she was here to do, and she did it with all of her heart. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be seated. I'm reminded that the scripture says, I fought a good fight. Yes. There was no question about who I was. I came here knowing that I was a soldier. Yes. And so I fought the fight that was set before me. She said, and I finished my course. Yes. She said, I went through everything that was set there before me that caused me to be able to do the task that I was brought here for. And she said, not only did I finish the course, she said, I kept the faith. Yes. And I'm excited because we know in our hearts, sometimes, now, you all have to understand this. Let me say this to you, and hope you'll not misunderstand me. I've preached a number of funerals. And in preaching some of the funerals, you're almost tempted to make up something. And I've said to the Lord, I said, Lord, let me preach one funeral that I can say something that's good about an individual and let it come from down in here. Well, I want to say to you today, I'm not preaching a funeral. Y'all excuse me. I'm not preaching a funeral, but I say I know whom I have believed in. And I know who Karen believed in, and I'm persuaded that He is able to keep us until that day. And Karen is not lost, as it has been said. She's in the presence of the Lord. And so shall she ever be, because she served her God, and she finished her course, and she kept the faith.
Good evening. I wish I had come ahead of Bishop. I don't know how he knew everything I was going to say. But I can just say amen to what he has said to Deacon Sykes, to Dr. Sykes, and the entire family, to each of you. As we gather here on this occasion, our hearts are heavy, full of sadness, and at the same time our hearts are full of joy. Karen did know her purpose in life. Karen was a wonderful person. Gentle, kind, loving, compassionate, giving, caring. Professionally, she was a blessing to those she served. Just to know Karen was a blessing. Karen's purpose in life is the same as yours. If you allow me to tell you why you were born, you might not agree with me, but the reason you were born is to give God glory. The reason you were born is so you could be born again. While we appreciate all of our accomplishments in life, and we appreciate those kind things that we're able to do one for the other, and we're glad because God gives us a heart of service, and we service one to the other. And I want to compliment each of you on that. I want to compliment you on coming. We're determined to pick San Bernardino up. We're determined to lift it up with prayer. We're determined that Satan shall not have dominion. We're going to rise above it. Let me tell you, Karen understood. Again, Karen, as a young person, as a young teenager, before she reached her teens, perhaps, she knew that she had a work to do for God. And I remember Karen talking about things that she was going to do. She expected to be involved in ministry. From the time that she was a young girl, and she prepared herself to be to work in ministry for the Lord. And she's done a wonderful job. She served well in the kingdom of God. But I want to say the one thing, that her purpose in life was to be saved. We have no reason to really let our hearts be heavy. The Word of God tells us to reap not as those that have no hope. We reap, but we don't reap like people that don't have a hope. While we're reaping, we've got a hope. Our hope is in the fact that the dead in Christ is going to rise. And we which are alive and remain are going to be caught up together to meet the Lord in the air. And St. Paul said, and thus shall we ever be with the Lord. I want to say to the Sykes family, you've done a good job. Deacon Sykes and Dr. Sykes, you did a good job. You did a good job raising Karen. You've done a good job raising all of your children. And I want you to know that your efforts are not lost. Now Karen is in the presence of Jesus. She's already in the presence of Jesus. She's not going to heaven yet, but she's in the presence of Jesus. And you will see her again. And I want you to take comfort. Those of you who are able to minister to Karen and help her be the wonderful person that she turned out to be, I want you to take comfort in the fact that you had an opportunity to minister into her life and to help her accomplish what she accomplished, and that is to spend eternity with the Lord. God bless you. It's so impressive that I want to mention that three great leaders in our area are here. The mayor of our city, Mayor Kerry Davis, is here. Let's give God praise for that. And also the superintendent of San Bernardino City Unified School District, Dr. Dale Marcy. Give praise for that. And then the president of the Board of Education, Dr. Margaret Hill. Now, let's praise Dr. Dees. And what I want to do, I want to ask them to come just now, but just before they do, there's one other uncle who has just come in, and we would be remiss not to hear from him. And then following him, then we're going to ask from Mayor Davis and Superintendent Marston and Dr. Hill. But before that, the last of the Alexander uncles, Bishop Thomas Alexander, will come and have his remarks. Please receive him. I give my greetings to everybody that's here today. It's very appropriate that we be here on this day in particular. Who knows what's special about this day? Somebody said Good Friday. So while we're remembering a life that was taken from us, seemingly untimely, seemingly evil prevailing over good, but it's appropriate that we be here today to say we remember a life before our time,
Yes. A life that forms a framework of who we are and what we believe in. Right. A life that was given up 2,000 years ago. Yes. Seemed like it was defeated, it seemed like it was in vain, but it's been the foundation for everything good that's in the world today. And I will take a long time, although I am a preacher. It's okay to give a microphone to a preacher. But I'm going to refer to what St. Paul said in 1 Corinthians 13. He said, there are many things taken from us. There are many gifts we have. He said, the gifts don't last. They are superseded. He said, but when everything else fails, there are three enduring things that last forever. He said, there are faith. Somebody say faith. Faith. Who knows the second one? Hope. And what is the third one? Love. Tell somebody faith, hope, and love are enduring values that will sustain us through this tragedy. Out of everything that's happened, we still have faith that we have a God that is in control, that nothing is in vain.
So now this is going to be something that's a little interesting.
I wanted to just come on camera real quick, you guys, to let you know that we are going to a police chase. It might have just ended, but let me take you back to it.
Telling the officers in the area to back off because this is a person with a weapon. This is the old Tire Pros right off of Van Nuys Boulevard near the corner of Van Owen. Officers got the car cornered, kind of stuck out here in that parking lot. I'm going to clean the shot up best I can for you guys. Give me a second here. They're starting to shut down some major streets out here. I'm hearing them talking about shutting Van Owen and obviously Van Nuys Boulevard. So that's going to, Van Nuys Boulevard's going to be a lot of traffic. You see a lot of agitation in there, some movement inside the car. The guy appears to be male. We heard that earlier on. Don't know exactly what his plans are right here, but if this person has a weapon, he best be moving very, very slowly this afternoon. Hands out right now. You can see that that stands, but look at the number of officers. Look at the arsenal that these guys have in their hands. Apparently that one officer is giving them commands over the PA. There you go. He's out of the car, no weapon seen, but until those cuffs are on him, this thing is not going to be over. Since we're on the web, and this is kind of coming to an end, I don't know if anybody's local out here, but this is the old Super Shops. I don't know if you guys remember that. But now it is a Tire Pro right here off of Van Nuys Boulevard. That suspect now assuming the position there on the ground. Officers from LAPD taking him into custody. Some really dangerous moves, though, this afternoon. Some pretty close calls, but luckily nobody was hurt in this chase right now, though. That suspect in custody being taken back to the car. And they're definitely going to check that vehicle, but we're pretty sure it was just one person inside the car. They're going to pop that trunk, make sure that his dirty laundry will be taken care of. I always wonder what they're talking about down there when they talk to him right now. What do you say to that guy? Hey, do you know how fast you were going? Littering and... Yeah. Do you know the reason why we pulled you over today? Yeah, why not? Oh, you know what? Not yet. Simon Desk, is there anything you would like from us from this scene? I can. Give me 1 second. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. All right. Hey, if you guys are watching on the web, thanks for joining us there. It was a really quick one. You know, it was pretty quick moving, a lot of close calls, especially for those civilians involved. Sorry that we got a little sidetracked there. We had to take care of some technical issues, but in the end, we got it all together. We got all the good shots, and, you know, always love the love. Haven't been able to look on there. If you want to follow us on Twitter. I'm more active on Twitter than I am on Facebook, but at any rate, any social media love is always welcome, and you know what? I love you, CBS loves you, and thank you for watching us this afternoon.
Okay, you guys, well, you can see that police chase coming to an end in Van Nuys, California tonight. For any of you that might have missed it, I'm going to do a replay right now for you guys. Here we go.
Back off, because this is a person with a weapon. This is the old Tire Pros right off of Van Nuys Boulevard near the corner of Van Owen. Officers got the car cornered, kind of stuck out here in that parking lot. I'm going to clean the shot up best I can for you guys. Give me a second here. They're starting to shut down some major streets out here. I'm hearing them talking about shutting Van Owen and obviously Van Nuys Boulevard. Oh, so that's going to, Van Nuys Boulevard is going to be a lot of traffic. You see a lot of agitation in there, some movement inside the car. The guy appears to be male. We heard that earlier on. Don't know exactly what his plans are right here, but if this person has a weapon, he best be moving very, very slowly this afternoon. Hands out right now. You can see that that stance, but look at the number of officers. Look at the arsenal that these guys have in their hands. Apparently that one officer is giving them commands over the PA. There you go. He's out of the car. No weapon seen, but until those cuffs are on him, this thing is not going to be over. Since we're on the web, and this is kind of coming to an end, I don't know if anybody's local out here, but this is the old Super Shops. I don't know if you guys remember that. But now it is a Tire Pro right here off of Van Nuys Boulevard. That suspect now assuming the position there on the ground. Officers from LAPD taking him into custody. Some really dangerous moves, though, this afternoon. Some pretty close calls, but luckily nobody was hurt in this chase right now, though. That suspect in custody being taken back to the car. And they're definitely going to check that vehicle, but we're pretty sure it was just one person inside the car. They're going to pop that trunk, make sure that his dirty laundry will be taken care of. I always wonder what they're talking about down there when they talk to him right now. What do you say to that guy? Hey, do you know how fast you were going? Littering and... Yeah. Do you know the reason why we pulled you over today? Yeah, why not? Oh, you know what? We're not yet. Simon Desk, is there anything you would like from us from this scene? I can. Give me 1 second. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. All right. Hey, if you guys are watching on the web, thanks for joining us there. It was a really quick one. You know, it was pretty quick moving, a lot of close calls, especially for those civilians involved. Sorry that we got a little sidetracked there. We had to take care of some technical issues, but in the end, we got it all together. We got all the good shots, and, you know, always love the love. Haven't been able to look on there. If you want to follow us on Twitter. I'm more active on Twitter than I am on Facebook, but at any rate, any social media love is always welcome, and you know what? I love you, CBS loves you, and thank you for watching us this afternoon.
You're watching live here on Fox News Now. This is a replay of that police chase ending in Van Nuys, California. We're streaming from the news chopper there. That's the reporter's voice there in the news chopper that you were just hearing. We appreciate you guys watching with us here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. All right, you guys, well, we appreciate you watching that ending of a police chase in Van Nuys, California tonight. We just showed you the replay. We were only able to really get the ending of it, but we're still, streaming that for you guys here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We appreciate you guys joining us for that breaking news event. If you want to continue the conversation and the coverage with us, head to YouTube. That's Fox News Now, or search for Fox 10 Phoenix. We'll be streaming all night. And, of course, any other breaking news events, we'll be sure to stream again on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well. Thanks for joining us. Taking you to a live look of the Capitol building right now while I pull up the next top story. All right, you guys, moving on to other topics here in the show tonight. Thanks for watching with me. Happy Friday. TGIF, everybody. What's everybody doing this weekend? Let me know in the live chat on our YouTube stream here. I'd love to see what everyone's up to. I know a lot of you are watching from all over the United States, not just here in Phoenix. So let me know, where are you watching from and what are you up to this weekend? I was just checking movies that were coming out this weekend. Nothing really, I didn't see anything too crazy. I mean, the new Power Rangers movie, there's a new Fast and Furious movie, so a couple options. But yeah, so let me know what your plans are this weekend, you guys, while I'm pulling up the next top story here in the show. Give me 1 second here. I want to pull up a few things for you. Okay, this is in case anybody missed it from earlier today. I know a lot of you might have already seen this, but just in case anyone missed it, and this is one of the big stories of the day here, is Aaron Hernandez, who was already serving a life sentence in 2000 for the 2013 murder, and he was acquitted in the 2012 double slaying. So let's pull this up and see this event that happened earlier today, everybody. Let me make sure the sound is good. And I believe, give me 1 second here, you guys, because I do want to show this to anybody that might have missed it, and everybody was watching this earlier today when we were streaming it, so I know that some of you might still be interested in this. And actually, let me change the title of our show, because I know a lot of people are going to tune in and think we're still covering a police chase. So let me pull this up here. I'm just going to title it, Aaron Hernandez acquitted. So, all right, let's get this up and, okay, perfect. I hope that this has the correct sound on it. Hold on one sec, guys. Okay, it's got the right sound, because sometimes I'll go to a live event or you know, an event from earlier in the day and the sound's not working, and then, you know, that's the last thing you want this to happen for. Again, this is Aaron Hernandez, who was already serving a life sentence for the 2013 murder and was acquitted in the 2012 double slaying. The jury reached the verdict in the trial today. So let's take you to this, and of course share your thoughts or comments with me in the live chat section, you guys. Here we go.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offenses charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a firearm, victim Aquilino Freire. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of this offense as charged?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16, 2012. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Guilty of the offense as charged.
And what say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Not guilty.
Members of the jury, hearken to your verdicts if the court has recorded it. You, upon your oath, do say that in indictment 2014-10417, offense 001, charging the defendant with murder in first degree, victim Daniel D. Abreu, you find him not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 002, charging murder in the first degree, victim Safiro Furtado, you say the defendant is not guilty. On indictment 2014-10417, offense 003, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Aquilino Freire, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 004, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Gerson Lopes, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 005, charging armed assault with intent to murder, victim Rashidis Sanchez, you find the defendant not guilty. With respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, firearm, victim Aquilino Freire, you find the defendant not guilty. respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not homework, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16, 2012. You say the defendant is guilty of this offense as charged. And with respect to indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation, you find the defendant not guilty. So say you, Madam Foreperson?
Yes.
So say you, all members of the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the verdict slips be filed.
They may. Please be seated. Let me say to all jurors, both our deliberating jurors and our alternates, how much I thank you for the time that you have given to this case, now approaching 2 months in duration since we first saw all of you. You have given, you've made an enormous sacrifice in giving us your time and your attention, and I thank you for it. I thank you on behalf of the parties. I thank you on behalf of the court. You have faithfully discharged your duty in this case. To our deliberating jurors, by my count, you've spent approximately 37 hours staring at one another and reviewing the evidence in this case and coming to an agreement upon that evidence and what that evidence showed. And I thank you again on behalf of the parties and the court for your careful attention to the evidence and your deliberations. Your service is now concluded, and you will be discharged with the thanks of the court. And having served here, you are all now disqualified from jury service for the next 3 years. So we cannot again impose on you until, what will it be, early 2020. I'm going to ask if the jurors would return to the jury room. I'd like to come up and speak with you personally. But your service now is formally concluded, and you are discharged with the thanks of the court. Jurors may be excused.
All rise, please. Jurors, please step out.
Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the one offense the defendant was found guilty on, the Commonwealth moves for sentence.
Do you want to be heard?
The Commonwealth requests not less than 4, no more than 5 years from an active sentence now being served.
Defense?
Defense would ask for 2 years.
Based on the evidence that's been presented and on the jury's verdict, I'm imposing a sentence of 4 to 5 years at state prison, and that should run separate and distinct from any other sentence the defendant is now serving or to be served on the Bristol County case. That is, this is from and after any other sentence. Anything further?
Not on behalf of Mr. Hernandez.
Very good. The court is in recess. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, David. Mr. Sheehan has to make the formal announcements and discharge the defendant as to all other counts.
Aaron Hernandez, the jury having returned verdicts of not guilty with respect to indictments 2014-10417, offenses 001 and 002, each charging murder in the first degree, offense 003, 004, and 005, each charging armed assault with intent to murder, offense 006, charging assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, and on indictment 2015-10384, offense 001, charging witness intimidation. With respect to these indictment offenses, the court orders you formally discharged, and you are to go without day unless held on some other process. The jury having returned a verdict of guilty with respect to indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license. The court, in consideration of this offense, orders you committed to the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Cedar Junction for a term of not more than 5 years and not less than 4 years. that is to commence from and after the sentence from and after the sentence now serving out of Bristol County on docket 13-00983. You're notified of your right to appeal to the Appellate Division of the Superior Court within 10 days for a review of the sentence. You are notified of your right to appeal the judgments of this case to the Appeals Court pursuant to Rule 65 within 30 days for a review of this verdict. You are notified of your obligation to provide a DNA sample if you haven't already done so, and to comply with all the rules and regulations established by the Director of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. And the court deems you to have served 322 days while awaiting disposition of this matter. That is calculated from the date of May 28, 2014 up until April 15th of 2015. The court imposes a $90 victim witness fee, and at this time, sir, you stand committed.
We're in recess.
All right.
All right, you guys. Well, I just wanted to take you to that. In case anybody missed it from earlier today, the Aaron Hernandez trial, acquitted, but already serving a life sentence for that 2013 murder, everybody. Okay, let's move on to the next top story here in the show for you guys. Let me pull this up. My co-host Mike Pace showed me a little bit of, or showed all of us actually, a little bit of the State Department briefing. I'm going to show you the rest of it here just to keep you guys updated. So let me pull this up. I believe he showed you the first 5 minutes, so I'm going to pick up where he left off. All right, everybody, here we go.
They were able to acknowledge that with this understanding in place, there's a way for the two countries to find ways to rebuild some of that trust, find opportunities. And with that respect, I think that's, the idea of this working group is to look for those opportunities or ways to kind of rebuild
So it's
trust.
singular, it's not multiple.
To my understanding, it is a singular group at this point. Sorry, just in terms of the working group's mandate, it's still being worked out, the exact details. There's been some speculation this is kind of a return to the bilateral presidential commission. That's not the case. But I think this is a group that's going to focus on looking at some of these irritants and looking at ways that we can possibly find opportunities.
When you say mandate is being looked at, does that include the membership of it?
I believe so.
Who would be on it?
Who will be on it?
All right,
yes.
and then you said that they went over the history of why we're at where we're at. Was this like the airing of grievances or something? I mean, how far back did they go?
I don't know. I was told a short history. I don't know. Look, I think it was helpful to hear, for both sides to hear each other's perspective on why where we're at. I mean, none of this is going to come as news as anybody in this room who's followed how we've gotten to where we are. But I think it's important in any kind of bilateral situation like that to hear the other side's point of view. He did that, Secretary Tillerson, and again, it's part of an effort to appreciate their perspective. It's not one we agree on, but it helps us understand so that we can find a way to work forward.
Right, but I mean, is the idea that they would focus on smaller issues and not huge differences like Syria or NATO expansion or?
I wouldn't necessarily even qualify it that way. I think they're looking at where we can find common ground. I mean, look, even out of Syria, there was the common ground that they found that, we all agreed to what end state we want to see in Syria, which is a Syria whole and with all religious groups and minorities represented. But it's how we get there. That's a difficult. I get it. That's a difficult challenge.
That's been the common goal since Geneva won.
You're right. But it's the getting there that's difficult. But I think
so. What's the point of agreeing to something that you've previously agreed to, and then I mean, I just was there any? If there's no progress on the means to get to the end, then I don't understand why it's so productive to, for the two sides to run down a list of what pisses you off about the other side. I don't get it.
Well, I think again, I'll just say as part of this effort to find common ground. Find areas of cooperation, not common ground, but areas of cooperation. There was a good faith effort for each other to listen to the other's grievances. Yeah, go ahead, Liz.
Just to come back, so you don't know when that working group is going to start?
I
guess
if
that.
we get more on that, I'll let you know, but I think it's TBD.
Okay, and I know this. Was there maybe a discussion about a follow-up meeting between the two? Between Lavrov and the Secretary?
Secretary Tillerson.
Are you aware of anything?
I'm not aware of any physical meeting. Of course, they'll obviously follow up by phone, I expect. Nothing to announce in that regard, too. But I have no expectation yet of a follow-up meeting.
Do you, you probably saw that the AFP had an interview today with Assad. Who called the accusations of a chemical attack a fabrication. You saw earlier this morning the Syrian army statement, which the U.S. then hit down, saying that the U.S. airstrikes against ISIS had hit a chemical weapons depot by ISIS. What's going on here? Day after these meetings, there seems to be pushback. This doesn't look like somebody who looks like he's about to change course.
Well, it's sadly it's vintage Assad. It is an attempt by him to throw up false flags, create confusion. Frankly, it's a tactic we've seen on Russia's part as well in the past. There can be little doubt that the recent attacks and the chemical weapons attack in Idlib was by the Syrian government, by the Syrian regime. And that it wasn't only a violation of the laws of war, but it was, we believe, a war crime.
Mark, I just want to follow up on this. But before that, I want to ask you about Russia. The president said that, basically sort of toned down the rhetoric, and he said that ultimately everybody will come. The president, the president of the United States, President Trump, said that everybody will come back to their senses, and they were going to have better relations and so on. Is that a result of the conversation between Secretary Tillerson and the president? Is that the outcome? Because that a bit down or more hopeful about the future relations with Russia than it was yesterday.
Well, certainly I'll let the president's tweet stand for itself. I just say that, the president also made this point in his press avail with the NATO Secretary General yesterday, and it's simply that the world is a complicated and difficult place, and there's enough hard challenges out there that we would like to be able to have a constructive relationship with Russia, but we're not there. And I think our ultimate goal is to find, as I said, areas small at start, but areas where we can rebuild that trust that's sorely lacking.
And on the Assad interview, now he keeps saying that you have irrefutable evidence. I mean, today, the United States is saying that they intercepted some communications between the pilot and some chemical scientist and so on how to do this. I mean, that seems to be the evidence. I find that difficult. I mean, isn't it a bit odd that the pilot would be talking to whoever the scientists are and so on to drop this bomb? Is that the only?
I'm not aware of that report.
That's what CNN said, because they were told by a high official and so on.
Well, what I am aware of, and I think there was a backgrounder done on this by some of the of our intelligence officials who looked and analyzed this data. What went into our analysis and our ultimate conclusion that this was a chemical weapons attack that was carried out by the Syrian regime, and that was laid out, I think, in some articles the other day. They briefed on background, given their status as intelligence officials, but it's pretty clear cut in our book. Look, that said, as I think Secretary Tillerson said, there are, we have the Joint Investigative Mechanism, we have other mechanisms. The OPCW has these mechanisms to investigate, conduct an impartial investigation into these allegations. We know what happened. We have reached our own conclusion. We carried out the airstrikes. But by all means, those independent mechanisms should be allowed to carry out their investigations. But again, what we saw yesterday was, what did Russia do? It vetoed a UN Security Council resolution that would have allowed those investigations.
There's a lot to go through there, but if let's say you have an investigation, and the investigation somehow, this concludes that there was no Syria chemical strike. I mean, you already struck, you already destroyed that air base. So how would that be dealt with?
I can only say that we undertook that action with the utmost confidence that we were hitting the airstrip and the air base rather that carried out that strike.
And lastly,
Yeah.
I just want you to clarify something because I don't understand it. What is it that the U.S. Army, who was supposed to dispose of these chemical weapons, and in fact they did, they destroyed something like 600 tons, which is, all the chemical weapons that was at least declared by Syria at the time. Isn't that true? Would you clarify that for us? Because you keep hearing that Russia was responsible to guarantee that these weapons are destroyed or accounted for and so on.
Right. Well, they were, in fact, as signatories to that agreement.
Right.
Russia pledged to assure that the Assad regime, and the Assad regime also pledged to ensure that it would give up its declared chemical weapons. There were, I don't have the exact amounts in front of me, but there was a massive amount of chemical weapons that were, in fact, taken out of Syria and neutralized. So you can't say that that effort was in vain. It wasn't. It got chemical weapons out of that conflict area. But that said, clearly, either they remained their capacity to produce additional chemical weapons or they didn't declare all their chemical weapons.
You said the
Yes, sir.
Security Council resolution Russia vetoed yesterday would have allowed an investigation. My understanding was that the agreement back in that you just referred to, that allowed for investigations. So is it actually correct?
Sorry, I apologize. It sought to hold the perpetrators of the chemical weapons attack accountable and called on the regime to cooperate with an independent international investigation. I apologize.
Right, but an investigation, yesterday's resolution was not required for there to be an investigation.
Right. My understanding is that these bodies, I mean, that's what they exist for, is to carry out these investigations.
It did not need
to pass.
They didn't need a new authorization from the Security Council to conduct an investigation.
That's my understanding, yeah. Go ahead, sir, and then I'll get to you.
I have a question about yesterday's meeting in Moscow,
Yeah, sure.
but in frame of Ukraine issue. So yesterday, Secretary of State said in Moscow that he discussed Ukraine and Minsk agreement with Foreign Minister Lavrov. However, there was no acknowledgement that Mr. Tillerson talked about it with Mr. Putin. So could you give more detail on that, and was the Ukraine issue raised during the meeting with Russian president?
So I can, as you noted, I can say that he did raise Ukraine in his bilateral meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov. I don't have the details, full details of his bilat with President Putin, or his meeting with President Putin. I can't confirm, I'm sorry, that Ukraine was raised in that setting. I think it probably was, since they went through the range of issues where we don't see eye to eye with Russia on. Secretary Tillerson has been very clear that on those issues that we don't see eye to eye on, he'll continue to raise those in his meetings with Russian officials. I just can't confirm absolutely that it was raised in that meeting. I just don't have that level of clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of a pivot.
Okay.
Russia's hosting multi-nation consultations on Afghanistan
Sure,
tomorrow.
yeah.
What, if any, role will the U.S. play in those talks? And is there concern that through those talks, Russia is trying to expand its role and influence in Afghanistan?
Good question. So first of all, we don't plan to participate in these regional talks. I think they're April 14th, which is tomorrow. They have been organized by the Russian government. We do generally support regional efforts that work with the Afghan government to build support for a peaceful outcome in Afghanistan. And I think going forward, we do plan to work with Russia and other key regional stakeholders to enhance dialogue on Afghanistan. It's long been our argument that all countries in the region need to form a unified front with respect to Afghanistan and make it very clear that the only way to end that conflict definitively is through peace talks between the Taliban and the Afghan government. And we've said, also made it perfectly clear, Taliban have no viable alternative but to enter into direct talks in order to achieve their goals. I think just to end it, we just felt that these talks, it was unclear to us what the purpose was. It seemed to be a unilateral Russian attempt to assert influence in the region that we felt wasn't constructive at this time.
Staying on Afghanistan.
Go ahead, and then I can.
Thank you. Follow on Afghanistan.
Yes, sir.
As far as, thank you very much, Mark.
Of course.
As far as U.S. bombings in Afghanistan is concerned, it's not a big surprise to the high-level Afghan officials because they were here, advisor to the president of Afghanistan and also foreign minister of Afghanistan were here, and speaking with the reporters and also the think tanks. What they were saying that the terrorism problem in Afghanistan is being created by Pakistan. And all the terrorists are coming into Afghanistan and back and forth because there is no check and balance and they are not holding them. My question is here that as far as this bombing to eliminate those ISIS and Taliban's, is this because of those high-level officials who also met somebody here at the State Department? And also recently, you just issued a travel warning to Pakistan.
When you say this bombing, I think you're referring to the bombing that took place just a few hours ago?
That's right, yes, sir.
The mother of all bombs.
Yeah, White House announced just in the briefing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was on that. Look, a couple points. One is I'll refer you to what's already been said about this airstrike that took place in Afghanistan. I think it was aimed at a network of tunnels that was being used by terrorist organizations. I can't say that this was an immediate outcome of any conversations we had with the Afghan government. I think it's part of our ongoing efforts to take the fight to the Taliban, to take the fight to ISIS affiliates that are operating in that territory, Al-Qaeda affiliates that are operating on Afghan soil, and that's going to continue. You spoke about Pakistan and their role in this. We've been very clear. While we understand that Pakistan has made efforts to confront terrorism and terrorist organizations on its own soil, that there are still what we call safe havens that exist for terrorist groups to operate from and carry strikes out on Afghanistan. That's a problem. Again, it's in Pakistan's interest to work constructively with Afghanistan to address those security concerns.
I have one on India, please.
I'll get back to you, I promise. Michelle, go ahead.
I have a question on Turkey
Yep.
and the Pastor Brunson case.
Let me just get to her, and then I promise I'll come back to you. Sorry.
Vice President Pence has written a letter to the family talking about how this is a top priority for the Trump administration, so I'm wondering what specifically the U.S. is doing to win his release, and then I have a follow-up.
Sure. You're talking about
Andrew Brunson.
Yeah, of course. So we can confirm that Turkish authorities detained Andrew Brunson on October 7th, 2016. Since his arrest, I can tell you that consular officers have been able to visit him regularly. We continue to provide appropriate support, consular services, to Mr. Brunson as well as his family. Goes without saying that we take very seriously our obligation to assist any U.S. citizen, but certainly in this case, who are arrested abroad. With respect to his legal case, I'd have to refer you to Mr. Brunson's attorney.
So when Tillerson was in Ankara, he was asked, and Çavuşoğlu, the foreign minister, was asked about it, and he said that we're about to finalize the charges against him. And I wonder if there's been any movement in that case. I mean, as you say, he's been held since October.
Excuse me. Well, we have asked Turkish officials to consider releasing Mr. Brunson from custody, subject to whatever judicial conditions or controls that may be appropriate while his legal case is resolved. I agree he's been in detention far too long, and this has been done with other individuals under investigation. And of course, we call on Turkish authorities to resolve his case in a timely and fair manner, respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the protections of a fair trial guarantee that are necessary for his defense. So our position in this is, and we've made clear our concerns to the Turkish government. We're going to continue to offer whatever support we can to Mr. Brunson and his family. Again, our desire is to see this resolved as quickly as possible. Sure thing. Let's stay on Turkey, and then we'll get back to Syria, because I know TJ was looking at me. Sure.
On Turkey, just today, UN experts issued a report regarding referendum on Sunday, and they concluded that if the constitution amendments pass on Sunday, there will be existing major violations of social and cultural rights in Turkey will even increase. And not only UN, but also EU, other international watchdogs, Venice commissions, and many other experts basically conclude the same. If the constitutional changes pass, Turkey's democratic standards, separation of powers, and many other values will be basically wiped out. What is your conclusion? I am sure you have seen the proposal so far.
The proposals of, I'm sorry.
Proposal of the constitutional changes that will be voted.
Look, I just say we're obviously following this issue very closely. As I said the other day, we are concerned about the quality of Turkey's democracy. These are discussions that we have on a somewhat regular basis with the Turkish government. Because we're strong allies and partners, we can have those kinds of conversations. I don't think I have much to say beyond what I said the other day, which is that you spoke about the OSCE's final report. We're looking at that and studying it very closely, but we're going to obviously watch this very closely and as it moves forward, the referendum, and hope that it's carried out in such a way that guarantees and strengthens democracy in Turkey.
But so far, the standards and the conditions already, don't you think the fairness of the freedoms of the elections already under huge questions since we have seen the severe limitations on the campaigning in Turkey?
Several limitations?
Severe
limitations.
Okay.
I mean, look, we never want to see, in any case, as part of any kind of free and fair electoral process, any kind of limitation on all sides to express their viewpoints peacefully. So again, we're watching this very closely. In the back, and then.
Aren't you concerned about the environment in which the referendum is going to be held? I mean, hundreds, if not thousands, of dissidents, including the leader of the main Kurdish opposition party, are in prison. How can they campaign for the no voters? I mean, is this referendum not going to be really a fair referendum according to the United States?
Well, again, there are election observers on the ground. We're going to let them look at and analyze this referendum and that's going to include in the lead up to it, and pronounce their judgment of whether it was free and fair. I'm going to withhold comment beyond what I have said already, which is, of course, we're watching this, we're monitoring it very closely. Sure, but let me, I'll get back to you, I promise. I'm just in the middle there. Sorry, you?
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to go to Asia. So
we can go.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, Prime Minister Abe said that North Korea may have the capacity to deliver missiles with sarin nerve gas. I know sarin nerve gas is in the news a lot recently. So first, I want to ask you, do you agree with that assessment? And then I have a follow-up.
You know what? To be perfectly honest, I have not seen those reports. Obviously, we're concerned about North Korea's pursuit of nuclear weapons and the ability to deliver those nuclear weapons in the region and even to the United States. And that continues to be a major concern or a primary concern. But, excuse me, it also goes without saying that North Korea has shown itself willing to pursue other weapons of mass destruction. I can't say whether those reports are valid or not. I just don't know, but it's something we would take very seriously.
And then, so then just the other day as well, Sean Spicer said that there's no evidence that North Korea has the capacity of a nuclear strike at this time. And of course, a lot of eyes are on the country this weekend because of the holiday. So are you saying that either both with sarin gas and nuclear weapons, like the country doesn't have capacity for either? Or,
well, they're clearly pursuing ballistic missile testing. They're clearly trying to, I mean, we've seen this multiple times that they're, in the past 6 months alone, that they're trying to test out systems that can deliver whatever, whether it's a nuclear weapon or something else in the region. And that's why, frankly, we are so utterly seized with the threat that North Korea now poses. And it's also one of the reasons why, and this was made very clear in the President's meetings with Chinese leadership last week, that, the time for action is now. And by that, we need to look at ways to put increased pressure on North Korea in order for it to recognize the reality that it needs to pursue denuclearization, that it needs to answer the international community's very real concerns about its ongoing efforts to pursue nuclear weaponry and the means to deliver those in the region. We're going to stay in North Korea, sure.
Yeah.
Let's go through all these questions and then
Yes.
kill this topic. Sorry.
Thank you. The last time Secretary Tillerson said that the strategic patience is over and need a new approach to the North Korea. What is the United States new approach toward North Korea? What specifically included?
Well, good question. I think that, as I just said, provocations from North Korea have grown, frankly, too common, too dangerous to ignore anymore. So we're working with the international community, and that includes our partners in the region. Certainly, Republic of Korea, Japan are among those stalwart partners and allies who we're working with to address this concern. But we're looking at how we hold the Kim Jong-un regime accountable for its reckless behavior. And the way we're doing that is pursuing right now efforts to isolate, to cut off North Korea from the rest of the world. And that's being done through diplomatic efforts, but it's also through security and economic measures as well. All of this is with the aim of persuading North Korea that its pursuit of nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them is only going to take it farther from what it professes to want, which is a prosperous, engaged role in the world. Please. Well, I think there's been lots of talk.
And North Korea wants to be
lots of discussion within the six-party talks that they want. Sorry, I'm answering two questions at one time. That they want prosperity. That they want to be heard. That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean by saying it's too dangerous to ignore anymore? Is this administration's position that the previous administration and the ones before it ignored North Korea?
I think it's no, but I would say that there's look. I think in the past several months, we have seen only an acceleration of North Korea's efforts to, as I said, to pursue nuclear weaponry, but also the means to deliver it. So I think there's a realization that the time for talk, the time for some of this, if I could put it in this kind of long-term negotiation strategy and engagement, is past.
Well, it's a crowd-pleasing line, isn't it, to say that like it's too dangerous to ignore anymore? But like, it's one thing, as the secretary has said, that the policy of strategic patience or such has failed, but that doesn't mean that previous administrations, whether it's the Clinton administration, Bush administration, or Obama administration, ignored the problem. They just didn't deal with it in a way that has been able to abate it. What do you say?
I would say that
Are you saying that strategic patience is akin to ignoring North Korea?
No, and that's a fair point. What I would say is that we can no longer, I think, engage in that kind of longer range approach to North Korea, that we need short-term solutions. And, that's not the, look, the secretary is also very clear, we're not looking for regime change here.
Well, do you need short-term solutions, or do you need, I understand, it sounds like you're mixing your metaphors a little, because yes, you need, I understand what you're saying about not looking
spokespeople do.
For a long-term, thinking about long-term negotiations, but a short-term solution is not going to deal with the North Korean problem in the long term. I don't think. A short-term solution is a short-term solution.
Look, let me try
You don't want to curb the,
right.
Are you,
So,
that's just.
Okay, so there is an urgency to the situation that wasn't necessarily there in the past because of, the actions that they've taken over the past 6 months. And so I think that's been made very clear by Secretary Tillerson, by President Trump, and we've made that clear to the Chinese as well as our other allies and partners in the region.
President Trump said that if China is not helped to resolve North Korean nuclear issues, the United States will take its own actions. What do you expect from China to do so?
Well, I think we expect China to obviously assert its leverage that it has. I think just today it was talking about even though it's enacted all of the UN Security Council resolutions or UN Security Council sanctions rather regime against North Korea, it's also got a very robust trading program with North Korea. So clearly, it has economic influence over North Korea. We're looking at it to leverage its unique relationship with North Korea to persuade the regime in Pyongyang to reconsider.
Let's finish this.
I'll get back to you another time.
There is an internal memo that went around, as well as something that was updated online, that even though the OMB lifted the hiring freeze, the federal hiring freeze, that the Secretary Tillerson, that the State Department is going to maintain its hiring freeze. Do you know what led to that decision?
Sure. So OMB
and what
on
is it about?
okay. So the OMB on Wednesday announced the lifting of the hiring freeze, as you noted, and provided also extensive further guidance to all the various federal agencies on the implementation of and requirements pursuant to the OMB memorandum, which is called, I think, Comprehensive Plan for Reforming the Federal Government and Reducing the Federal Civilian Workforce, which is a mouthful. Apologize.
Yeah.
And this document, this memo, provides guidance on new requirements on the presidential memorandum that was initially issued on January 23rd. This is the one that issued the hiring freeze, as well as the executive order issued on March 13th that required a comprehensive plan to reorganize all the executive branch departments and agencies. So as part of that process, the department and the secretary are going to be undertaking a reorganization later in the year, and the decision was taken that the hiring freeze will continue until that plan is fully developed and agreement is reached on its implementation. And this is just part of prudent planning. We can't be onboarding people when we don't know what our reorganization is ultimately going to look like. But until then, and this is an important point, the Secretary does retain authority to waive the ruling of the hiring freeze, and will do so in instances where national security interests and the department's core mission responsibilities require.
So it doesn't break any federal law that he's done this?
It does not. It's his decision to
even though
maintain this hiring
even though
freeze.
the Congress has the appropriations has approved money for it, or even if the Congress has said that that's fine to lift it. So there is a law, a federal law that, you know, that if the appropriations has moved on some kind of spending or whatever,
Right.
and he says no, I'm not going to touch that, isn't that against a law?
My understanding is that he has the jurisdiction to basically to keep this freeze in place as we go about this presidentially mandated
Are we
reorganization
talking about civil and foreign service officers, political appointees?
across the board.
So wait a minute. So he's not going to hire any political appointees before the reorg?
I believe it's a hiring freeze across the board.
Could
I
you
don't know about
check
political
on that?
appointees.
So
I'll
what do you?
check on that.
Yeah,
can check
I
on
mean,
that.
that would essentially, if that's true, what you're saying, that there's a hiring freeze across the board, that you would not be
I would
hiring
check on
any
political
assistant
appointments. I'm not sure
secretaries,
about political appointments.
undersecretaries, a
Yeah,
deputy
I'm not sure about
secretary of
political
state.
appointments.
That can't be right.
Yeah.
So effectively, he's put this on the freeze until he's done the reorganization. Have those plans actually started, and how are they going to be fleshed out as?
I believe they have started. As to how they're going to be fleshed out, I don't
I
have any
mean,
more details.
it's going to go on for the rest of the year?
I don't know if there's a time, date. I don't have any kind of time frame for you. If I can
And
get that, I'll let
I
you know.
gather that he would have got White House or congressional approval for this?
Yes, I would imagine he would.
I just want to point out something
On the
that
political appointees, that's a good question.
Yeah, no, because I mean, former Minister Lavrov even said yesterday that we can consider the source, but other diplomats from other.
No, I'm not responding. I'm just.
I understand, but other diplomats from other countries have also said that the lack of staff at the State Department has become an impediment to having interlocutors to deal with whether it's long-term foreign policy cooperation, short-term foreign policy crises. So, I mean, I would really like some clarification on that, because if you're saying that there's a hiring freeze across the board, I really would say that suggests that that would continue to be a problem.
Fair question.
Related to this, though, Mark, you said that he has he retains authority to
Yeah,
waive
authority,
it,
thank you.
right?
Yes, he does. Yeah, in instances where national security interests and department's core mission responsibilities, I would assume that political appointees in high positions would fall under the department's core mission
Do you
responsibilities.
think that would apply to the newly nominated deputy?
I would.
You think he'd
that
get
would
away with?
apply.
So, hold on a second, I'm not done
Yeah,
yet. Back in February, 2 months ago tomorrow, the department sought and received a waiver from what was then the hiring freeze. You were given permission by OMB to bring on 175 new staff, 70 entry-level, 80 mid-level, and 25 consular fellows. Did those people actually come on board? And did the department seek additional exemptions between February 14th and
I'll check on both.
Wednesday?
Yeah, I'll check on both. I'll take those questions. Yeah, we can change the subject, but I haven't gotten this. I'll get back to you, I swear to gosh.
Venezuela,
Sure.
thousands of protesters are demanding new elections in Venezuela. And opposition leaders consider that the government of the President Nicolas Maduro is no longer respecting democratic institutions and it's sliding toward authoritarian practices. Could you comment on that, please?
Sure. First of all, I want to start with some of the reports of violence against protesters during demonstrations in Venezuela. We're aware of those reports. We obviously regret any loss of life. We call once again on the government of Venezuela to conduct full, fair, and transparent investigations into this violence. We also call on the government and security forces to respect the freedom of assembly, peaceful assembly, as a universal human right, which the Venezuelan authorities should respect. We, as I said, also urge the demonstrators to express themselves nonviolently. With respect to your broader question, we urge the Maduro government to reconsider its decision this past week, I believe, or past weekend, to bar Miranda State Governor Enrique Capriles and from participating in the country's public life for, I think, some 15 years. It's something we view with grave concern. It's absolutely vital that Venezuelans have the right to exercise their and elect their representatives in free and fair elections in accordance with the Venezuelan Constitution and consistent with international instruments, and that includes the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We firmly support as well the consensus of the Organization of American States Permanent Council, which affirms it is essential that the government of Venezuela ensure the full restoration of democratic order. Thanks. Please.
Yes. You mentioned the need to work with South Korea and Japan on North Korea. And Vice President Pence is about to travel to that region and will be visiting both South Korea and Japan. I was wondering if you could discuss what message he'll be sending to leaders in the region and what he'll be discussing in those meetings. And
well, look, I would have to refer you to the Vice President and his office to talk about the specifics about his trip. But obviously, I think that it's very clear, given Secretary Tillerson's travel to the region, given that both leadership from Republic of Korea and Japan have been here for high-level meetings, that we are very concerned, primarily concerned with North Korea and its actions and how to deal with North Korea. And in that regard, I think he's going to be sending a very clear message, certainly in Seoul and elsewhere, of our steadfast, ironclad support